That was tennis.
The waiting is over.
Great, powerful hitting.
That is way too good.
The Queen of Centre Court.
Champion of Wimbledon again.
Just for a minute, the silver fork sky lit you up like a star that I will follow.
The cucumber sandwich is a quintessential part of watching the Wimbledon finals. First, familiarise yourself with the loaf, selecting only the softest slices. Crusts should be removed. Next, spread each slice of bread with an even layer of butter. You're now ready to embark upon the cucumber. Slice on your best stainless steel mandolin. Arrange a lovely pattern of cucumber, overlapping just a fraction. Place a second piece of bread on top, ensuring it is accurately aligned. A misaligned cucumber sandwich is not a cucumber sandwich. With a steady hand, apportion the sandwich into neat quarters. And finally, arrange these about a 3-tiered stand before announcing to your guests, "Terribly sorry to interrupt, but I've made some simply resplendent cucumber sandwiches you must try." We've been refining our hosting skills for more than 130 years. For your complete guide to hosting the Wimbledon finals, visit wimbledonweekend.com.
Yes, hello and welcome to this, the 13th and final day of the 130th staging of the Lawn Tennis Championships, which began back in 1877. Well, on that day, Britain won the Wimbledon title, and on this day, Sunday, the 10th of July, 2016, one of Great Britain's finest sportsmen of all time gets a chance to lift the gentlemen's singles trophy here for a second time in his illustrious career. But if Andy Murray is going to win Grand Slam number 3 today, he'll need to get past the big serving Milos Raonic, who already has the honour of becoming Canada's first ever male Grand Slam singles finalist. And well, he's reached serving speeds of 144 miles per hour during these championships and has produced a tournament best 137 aces. That's 86 more than Andy Murray. Will he be breakable today? We've got a fabulous contest awaiting us on Centre Court at 2 p.m. this afternoon, and our coverage on Live at Wimbledon is just beginning. Yes, welcome into our studio here. Cara Robinson alongside Thomas Enqvist, a man who has played here at Wimbledon for years, won singles, junior titles, sub-senior invitational titles. Nothing, Thomas, gets more special than Final Sunday, does it?
No, it's so exciting. And again, we have a British player in the final. It was 3 years ago now when Andy Murray broke that curse of 77 years of non-British winners in the men's singles. And then he has a very good chance today also, but very, very exciting.
So much to get into today. He's the favourite this time around. The atmosphere is a bit different this time around. We will be building towards this final at 2 o'clock. But before we do, let's just reflect on a piece of tennis history that took place here yesterday. Yes, Serena Williams is now a 7-time Wimbledon champion and the owner of 22 Grand Slam titles. That puts her tied with Steffi Graf for the most ever in the Open era. It all comes 17 years after she won her first Grand Slam at the US Open in 1999. That is the longest winning span on the WTA. She is arguably one of the best. Is she the best? Well, she will get a chance to get to number 23 at the US Open at Flushing Meadows later on this year. So all hail Queen Serena. Thomas, did you ever doubt it?
No, but of course, like the last 3 finals, I mean, she's had put her in position to already have that 22nd Grand Slam, and we all thought it's going to happen in US Open, and then he had the chance again in Australian and in French, and didn't really play as good as she usually do in those finals. But yesterday, she was back to the old Serena, so determined, played so well, finished off the match in style, and also, as you can see here, also after the final, she also made sure that she took another title together with Venus Williams and another doubles title here. So what a tournament for Serena Williams.
Right, not once, but twice did Serena do it yesterday. Once alone, the second time, alongside her older sister Venus. She now has 7 Wimbledon singles titles and 6 Wimbledon ladies doubles titles with big sister Venus at the age of 34 and 36. These two are just formidable. She also managed to get both titles in straight sets. It was a 7-5, 6-3 victory over Angelique Kerber, and it was a 6-3, 6-4 victory in the ladies' doubles yesterday. Some beaming Williams sisters, as you would well expect. What a wonderful championships they have both had. It was a wonderful win over Babos and Shvedova, who Venus had previously knocked out in the singles championships. Do we still get used to seeing these faces, and how long should we expect to see them dominating?
I think that this was a big relief for Serena Williams. I think that now this is not ending on this. I think that she's going to now totally just go back, and she's going to be super motivated to play the US Open, and I think she has that 24 number in sight.
Of course, 24 is the ultimate Margaret Court. They weren't all inside the Open era, but that really is the most of all time, pre and post Open era. So goodness, history has already been created here at the Wimbledon Championships, and today we could be on set for even more, thanks to Andy Murray or Milos Raonic. It would be a first or a second here at Wimbledon, depending on who wins. But let's welcome in our tennis insider, Catherine Witzke. Catherine, it's a special day. It's the climax. What do we have to look forward to?
Special day, tough act to follow for the centre court today. A fantastically competitive, entertaining set of finals on the centre court yesterday, but I'm quite sure these players on today's centre court lineup are up to it, because of course at 2 o'clock today on the centre court we have the men's singles final. The second seed Andy Murray up against the sixth seed from Canada, the first male Canadian ever to reach a Grand Slam final, Milos Raonic. And just a reminder that they will be followed onto the centre court by the mixed doubles final. Robert Farah and Annalena Gronfeld, the Colombian-German partnership, the 15th seeds, up against the unseeded pairing of Henry Kontanen and Heather Watson, the Finnish-British pairing. So there's British interest in both the finals on the centre court today. There's plenty going on in the other courts as well. Number one court has the boys singles and boys doubles final and the ladies invitational final. But of course, all eyes will be on centre court from 2 o'clock for that big match, which we will have a little bit of a closer look at, because it's a very interesting head-to-head. Just bear with me. I'm sure the old technology won't fail me on the last day of the tournament. Here we go then. Murray versus Raonic, the final. Not too much to choose between them in terms of age. Obviously, Murray slightly the elder statesman, 29, 25 years of age. Milos Raonic, the first Grand Slam finalist, born in the 90s, it must be pointed out. The head-to-head is quite interesting. 6-3 Murray leads. Of course, they've just had the one meeting on grass. That was at the Queen's Club 3 Sundays ago. Must be pointed out that although Murray won that one, Raonic led by a set and 3-love at one point. He very much had the better of Andy Murray for most of that match, and it was just Andy Murray's warrior-like fighting qualities that got him through that day. In terms of their hardcourt meetings, which Murray leads 3-2 there, one of those was their most recent Grand Slam meeting, and that was at the Australian Open earlier this year, when again Milos Raonic led by 2-1, and it was actually a groin injury that he had to go off court to receive treatment for that many people feel turned the match in Andy Murray's favour. So Milos Raonic has proved that on many surfaces he can compete with Andy Murray, and he will be a match for him today, I am sure. Most people predicting that Andy Murray, the higher seed, of course the second seed, Raonic the seventh in the rankings, but of course seeded 6 here because of Rafael Nadal's absence. Of course, Andy Murray, the 2-time Grand Slam champion, the Olympic champion from 2012, he is the favourite, but Milos Raonic has proven in their previous meetings that he can compete with Andy Murray, and he can do it on the biggest stage. So I would expect a close, nail-biting match today.
Yeah, we can't wait. And Andy Murray has been out on the outside court practicing earlier on today. He looked very relaxed at this stage on Friday. He seems to be more or less the same today. He has been a favourite throughout these championships, Thomas, especially after Novak Djokovic crashed out to Sam Querrey in the first week. Do you think Andy feels the added pressure? Do you think he senses that the atmosphere is a little bit different this time around to 3 years ago?
I think that he has even stronger belief. I think he's more secure. I think he has shown during this whole championship how confident he is. I think you can saw that from the first point played in this tournament, that he was here and he had a mission and he believed it from the start. He knew coming into this tournament, obviously has won Queens a couple of weeks before, but also the season leading up to it, he has really matured as a player. He's in his peak of his career, and I have a feeling that he trusts his game so much more, and that has given him this confidence. You know, you can see how he holds up on the court, and even in crucial situations. That I think it's the belief in his game and the attitude he has on the court that I've never seen before in his game. So I think that he's comfortable. You know, of course he's nervous. It's a big day and everything like this, but I think he's more comfortable today than he was in his first Wimbledon final.
He's comfortable, and he faced the same opponent in a final on grass 3 weeks ago. This is the first time since 1988 that we have a repeat of the finalists that emerged on the Sunday at Queen's Club for the Aegon Championships. Back in 1998, it was Edberg v Becker. Edberg got his own back on Becker, having lost the title at Queen's Club. Milos Raonic will be hoping to do the same thing today. But what do you think Andy Murray would have learnt from the situation he was in at Queen's? He was one set down that he lost in the tiebreak 7-6, and he was a breakdown 3-love in the second on what is only a best of 3 sets event. How will he have tried to take away what went wrong at the early stages of that match to change coming into this one?
I think the biggest word today is patience, because when you play a player like Milos Raonic with that serve, you need to be patient, because you know that he can have periods in the match that he's going to serve really, really well. And if you somehow do a sloppy game or you lose your serve, you can easily be down a set. And that's exactly what happened to Murray in the Queen's final. But what he showed there and what he's going to bring into this match is that it's a long, long marathon, and this is also not best out of 3, this is best out of 5. So Milos needs to be able to serve and keep up that serving for the whole match, which is very, very difficult. Andy Murray together with Novak Djokovic is the best returner in the game, and he's going to make Raonic play so much more balls than he usually do. And that's why I think that still, as good as Raonic played in the semi-final against Federer, I still have Andy Murray as a pretty clear favourite coming into this Wimbledon final. And
you're not the only one. Everyone seems to be labelling Andy Murray as the favourite. Going into a match as a player, are you aware of the odds? Are you aware whether you're the favourite or the underdog of the match, and on paper how you rank?
Well, I mean, you probably had that feeling in yourself, you know, but I don't think they are, I mean, what other people are saying outside, I think they totally block off. I mean, this is the biggest day of the year for them. This is a Wimbledon final. All this built up in these 2 weeks coming into this final, everything that they have gone through in these 2 weeks, that's what they bring into the court, you know. And both players obviously has played fantastic tennis here, so it's 2 very confident players coming into this final. But for me, it's going to be very interesting to see also, because this is Raonic's first Wimbledon final, and I think he's going to hold up well. But we have seen on many occasions, which is normal, that players that has played really well and coming into the first Grand Slam or first Wimbledon final, how they have a little difficulty to handle the pressure and maybe start the match a little bit slower and coming down really early in the match. And that will be a key factor today for Raonic, that he really need to obviously not get into a bad start and give away a first set or something like this. So he needs to play catch up. He needs to be on his toes from the beginning of the match.
Yeah, you have to believe, and it's a lot easier to believe when you've been here before and you've done it before. Andy Murray's in that camp. He lost Raonic. Well, he's a first-time Grand Slam finalist, the first-time Wimbledon finalist, hoping to win his first Grand Slam today. Well, our reporter Rob Walker's been out on the grounds watching Andy Murray practice.
Well, a bird's eye view of Andy Murray here on Championship Court 19. He's knocking up for his 11th Grand Slam final, but amazingly, it's his first match that won't be against Novak Djokovic or Roger Federer. Amazing that he's faced the same 2 opponents in all previous 10 Slam finals, and of course it's that rematch of the Queen's final against Milos Raonic. Raonic started so well in that match, and Murray really had to dig deep to produce his record-breaking 5th title at that tournament on grass. So here he is, bidding to become a multiple Wimbledon champion. It's his 3rd final. Lost to Roger, of course, in 2012, just around about a month before beating him in the Olympic final in 3 sets. And then that memorable victory against Novak Djokovic in 2013. A straight sets victory over Thomas Berdych, just a shade inside 2 hours. So hopefully the legs should be feeling fairly fresh from a British perspective. There are so many people gathered round here. This is an absolute treat for the crowd. It is fantastic that the players coming out for one of the most important matches of their lives are knocking up here in front of the general public, many of whom will be on Henman Hill to watch the actual final itself. A brilliant opportunity to get up close and personal before they settle in on the hill. And by the way, the hill is already absolutely packed, 1 or 2 umbrellas out, but nobody's going anywhere. They want to be here to witness what they hope, or the majority will hope, will be a moment of British sporting history once again. From the Canadian perspective, of course, it's a very special day. The first Canadian male into a Grand Slam final, and Raonic will believe he can really put Murray under pressure after that incredible victory over Roger Federer in the semi-finals. But there's a real sense of expectation here that the Briton will deliver once again, just as he did 3 years ago. And interesting, reading various articles online, Murray says that, perhaps understandably so, as you get a little bit older, as he heads towards 30, he feels as though the Slam finals mean a little bit more, because you realise how much you've sacrificed to get there and how much is at stake. But he's been absolutely thundering from this end of the court and the other. The backhands and forehands. Ivan Lendl is just over to Murray's left-hand side, just in front of the scoreboard there. And a lot's being made of the Lendl versus McEnroe scenario. They met, of course, in the semis here. I think it was 83 or 84 when McEnroe beat him in straight sets. This was the one that Lendl never quite managed to win, although he did climb the mountain 8 times in total for Grand Slam victories. But there is absolutely no doubt that he has brought an element of calm and confidence to the Murray camp, just as he did in that very successful 2.5 years ago, when he assisted Murray to get the US Open title, the Olympic title, and of course Wimbledon. He's only been back since Queen's, so will it be 2 tournament victories in succession on grass and a second Wimbledon title for his young charge? It's a fascinating extra dynamic to this great final, that you do have a Lendl versus McEnroe edge, although Ivan Lendl has said, listen, it's not about me, it's not about Macca, it's about Andy Murray and Milos Raonic. But this is such a great opportunity for the crowd to get to see the world number 2. Most of the time throughout this championship, he's knocked up on the 2 most private courts down at Raonic. But here he is on 19. And I wonder whether this one would mean as much as the first 3 years ago. In a way, I guess it couldn't, because it's not a 77-year wait for a British Wimbledon champion. But a very, very special opportunity presents itself here to Andy Murray. His first Grand Slam final not facing Roger Federer or Novak Djokovic, and he will start this one as the overwhelming favourite. Little pause in that workout, but Murray is determined to be absolutely fired up from the very first point. What a treat we've got this afternoon, and what a privilege it is to be here to witness what could be one of the great finals.
Well, Andy Murray had not dropped a set leading into this year's semi-finals, and then he went the distance against Tsonga. Let's remind ourselves of the Britons' road to the final.
You know, first matches are always tricky. You know, coming out there was pretty breezy at the beginning, and obviously Liam, you know, never played each other before. They would practice a lot, and you know, it's not that easy playing someone that you know so well, but did okay.
Job done for Andy Murray in straight sets. He's in the second round.
So there is Liu Yensun from Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, set a match, Murray.
Pity that it should end like that. But it was a glittering show. A tour de force from Andy Murray.
There's the third round clash. John Millman from Australia, the third ranked Australian, up against the world number 2. And it's sealed with an ace. Smoothly through the first week at this year's Wimbledon.
Well, this is your Monday evening entertainment for the next 2, 3, 4 hours, however long it might be, with the most eagerly anticipated confrontation of Wimbledon 2016 so far. All his matches so far have taken an hour and 3/4. And right on cue, after 1 hour and 43 minutes, it's match point to Andy Murray.
Game, set, and match, Murray.
Couldn't be simpler. Brilliant when he needed to be, efficient, energy conserving, ruthless, clinical, and he's a quarter-finalist yet again.
Now Andy Murray against Wilfried Tsonga. Now he does tend to beat the French. There's Andy Murray, there's plenty of them, 12 in the top 100. So Wilfried Tsonga under clear skies here, looking to end a run of 18 losses by Frenchmen against Andy Murray. And that's it. Arms raised aloft. Another triumph on centre court for Andy Murray. A 5-set marathon. True respect between two great competitors. 6-1. It's Murray versus Burdick on centre court for your delectation. There you go. Murray in straight sets, less than 2 hours.
You know, it was a good match today. It was obviously to make a Wimbledon final is, you know, a good achievement, and you know, got one more to go on Sunday.
That's Sunday afternoon taken care of. Andy Murray will play Milos Raonic.
I'm joined by Dan Bloxham, the head coach here, who's also in charge of the Wimbledon Junior Tennis Initiative. Dan, just talk us through that, please.
It's a fantastic program that the club came together 15 years ago. And it's a way of engaging with the local community using tennis as a vehicle, introducing sport to schools, and also using the club on a regular basis. So local people come into the club and maybe see that the club's a fantastic sports club and open to guys from the local area.
And obviously you're trying to pick children to get into tennis and maybe find someone that could be the next Andy Murray. Who are you looking for, and what age does it start?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I think all associations, if we were here with the American teams, with the Australians, the Japanese, everyone wants good players. It's very hard to find a number one in the world. There's only one of those every so often. So really for us, it's about engaging with the local community. We work in schools, so we go to 2 schools a week, and it goes all the way from Battersea to Croydon. So it's a big area. And we just teach PE to young children, 3 years old, nursery, reception, year 1. So my day at school will be 3 classes of nursery, 3 classes of reception, 3 classes of year 1, so that's no one over 6. I do manage to go down to their level very easily. I struggle to come back up to the adult world, but I'm good with those guys. And really we just try and give the teachers confidence to teach PE and get them moving around using small areas, cones, just having fun. And in that little lesson we will pick one guy back on scholarship to come back here to play at weekends. And they have to be 3, they have to go to a local school, and they can never have played tennis before.
And at the age of 3, that seems really, really young. What are you looking for at that age?
Yeah, obviously they're not hitting topspin backhands often. So really for us it's movement. So we get the old cones out and we'll do slaloms and jumping, and we'll do running and hopping and freezing and characters and whatever, all sorts of fun things. And you know, there will be 1 or 2 kids that are more able with their bodies than others. Or there'll be 1 or 2 guys that are really listening to everything that we do. Occasionally you'll have someone built like Raonic at 3. So obviously, you know, you might think, well, you know, that's a very good player. Or maybe a left-hander that's quite quick. So just different things. And as I've seen 180,000 kids. So you start to recognise patterns of the children that you work with when they were little, and you now know what they're like. Unfortunately, as we all get older, you know what they're like now they're 15, 16, 17, and you can see them when they were 3 or 4. So you begin to recognise different patterns. We've been very lucky here. I mean, we've had a lot of children play with us at the club, but also some of those have gone on to be university scholarships in America. We've had some guys play international tennis, had lots of guys join local clubs, and the real nice one for me is the original 8 players that were in our squads all work in tennis. They're all either licensed coaches, they run different types of tennis activities, one at university still on a scholarship. So that's one of the proudest things. We've taken 8 kids at the very beginning of our program into the squads, and all 8 now earn their living in sport or play sport all the time.
Well, it's great as well that you're giving other children opportunities to come here and be a part of Wimbledon, because not everyone gets to do that, do they?
No, I think it's fantastic because obviously to play here, you either have to be in the championships or a member. But we have the local community coming in every single weekend. And the kids think it's quite cool, but the parents think it's like super cool. So the kids don't really realise, you know, coming along past the Royal Box entrance that is today is a big thing. But the mums and dads are like, oh, you know, I'm sure they tell their friends what they're doing. And what's nice is the children, it's very natural. And they also mix in with members' kids. So the members' kids and the community programme are together, which I think is the most exciting thing for me. And really, if we have a good standard, it just shows that kids from anywhere in the world can come together and put in a great performance. And every weekend you might arrive tired to work on Saturday and Sunday, but when you get to work with the kids and it's such a lovely thing, you know, you don't even realise you're working.
And it's not just in this country that the initiative kind of is working on, is it?
No, we're Road to Wimbledon. So part of Road to Wimbledon is our programme, is WJTI, and that's the local version. We do, with Paul Hutchins, we run Road to Wimbledon, which is the tournament under 14 in the UK, which plays, I think it's the biggest tournament in the UK. And they come back here in August to play the final. And now we are getting very exciting. We're off to India. And we've been off to China. So I think I've been to India 7 times in 2 years. And I've just come back from China for 2 weeks in China. So again, if you said to my teachers at school, you know, I can see Dan roaming the world teaching sport, I think they'd have been a bit nervous, really. But I think, it shows all the people that I work with. If you work hard and you're enthusiastic, and really that's what I try and do every session, it's amazing what you can do.
Do you think you've got the next Andy Murray in the fold at the moment?
Well, I think we have as much chance of finding the next Andy Murray as anyone else. And we do know that, you know, for instance, half of the county team often is from our programme. Now, if we're producing some players and more players and the governing bodies are producing more players, you've got a lot more chance of getting lucky. If no one's playing, it's a pretty tough job.
Well, Dan, it sounds great. Fingers crossed, you know, it goes from strength to strength. Thank you very much, Dan Bloxham.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan Bloxham, one of the friendliest people here at the All England Club, and well, just look at this. Andy Murray has said Tim can have it. It can be Henman Hill even. So Henman Hill is looking absolutely rammed, as you would expect. Many people wanting to be here for what could be a piece of history if Andy Murray lifts his second Wimbledon title today. It really maxes out at about 3,500 people, this hill, and once they've reached that number, they tend to shut it off and not let any more people join the pack, because it does become a health and safety risk if it is overcrowded. It is a place of much euphoria and perhaps one of the best places to watch today's men's singles final if you're not on centre court itself. Well, today's final consists of Andy Murray against this man, Milos Raonic, as he works on the biggest weapon in his game, undoubtedly a big server, Thomas, but he also does have some aggression in his ground strokes. Are you impressed by his game overall?
Absolutely. I think he started in the Australian Open actually this year. I think he had a very good off-season, and I think he brought Carlos Moya to his team in the beginning of the year, and he has really helped him in his shot selection, I would say. I think in the Australian Open he played more aggressively, but also he has calmed down. He didn't force it too much. He chose the right point to attack, and he was moving also around the court much better. And that has increasingly throughout the year got better and better. Of course, it was very exciting to see how he's going to do in the grass court season, because that is his best surface, especially with that weapon of serve. And so far, it's been an incredible journey. I mean, final in Queens and set in a breakup to Andy Murray, and then here he has gone all the way to the Wimbledon final. So he has improved a lot this year, and I also think that this grass court season he has played much more serve and volley. He has used his slice backhand much more, and I mean the match he did against Roger Federer, I mean never ever have seen him close to volley like he did. You know, half volley pickups and much more comfortable at the net, covering the corners much more comfortable at the net, and he's improving, and he's going to be, you know, better and better. And this is not his last Wimbledon final, I think.
His first, but not his last. You mentioned that match against Roger Federer. He very nearly lost it, actually, in the end. 6-3, 6-7, 4-6, 7-5, 6-3. So Roger was looking to get it done in the fourth set. There wasn't able to, and Milos got it done in 5. We can see, of course, Super Mac, as we've started calling him, Super Coach John McEnroe in the background there working with Milos Raonic. It's a funny relationship in many ways, because Milos Raonic is anything but the I suppose, rather outspoken John McEnroe. He's a quieter and more thoughtful, perhaps more robotic-like in his movements. What do you see or have seen so far that works so well from their relationship?
But if you start to look at it at the playing point of view, it's that he has used his slice backhand more, and obviously that they have worked a lot on his volley game and a lot how he also not only coming to the net, but where he's going to be positioning himself at the net, which I think you can see how much more comfortable he is. But then also, I mean, John McEnroe is such an experienced player, and he's such a smart player, you know. So I think he has also helped Raonic to learn how to use the crowd, to learn how to use his energy. Because if you take Roger Federer's match as an example, I mean, I've never seen Raonic behave that way, you know, with his confidence, with his body language, and with the way he get the crowd into the match. And he took much more place at that court than he ever done before. And you don't beat not Djokovic or Federer if you don't feel like you belong there enough, you know what I mean? And that's exactly what he did. And I think that John McEnroe done a great job with that.
And John has asked him, he said, to show a bit more emotion on the court, to be a bit more expressive, perhaps not as famously volcanic as John McEnroe once was, but it will be very interesting to see the style that he employs today. It is Andy Murray versus Milos Raonic, and in coach's corner it's Ivan Lendl against John McEnroe. It's going to be quite a clash, and Adam Hunt has been out watching Milos Raonic prepare.
Well, we're here in the shadow of centre court watching Milos Raonic prepare for the biggest match of his career so far, his first Grand Slam final here at Wimbledon. In a few hours' time, he will be inside that famous arena just behind him for a huge match against Andy Murray. But here he is out on court number 5, one of the outside courts here at the All England Club, just working on his serve. We've been watching him go through his paces, hit plenty of ground strokes from the baseline, and come to the net as well to work on his volleys. He's now back there launching down some of those fearsome serves. It really is his biggest weapon, that huge first serve, and you can just see the height at which it comes down from. He is 6'5", 1m96, so a couple of inches taller than Andy Murray, his opponent today, who's at 6'3". Raonic here with his coaching team, his 2 super coaches, John McEnroe down the other end. We haven't always seen him with Raonic on court because of his television duties here at Wimbledon, but he is here today preparing him for the final down there, just making sure he's fully stocked with balls for this practice session on his serves. And then up at this end is Carlos Moya, who's done most of the running at the other end to keep this practice session going. Quite an intense practicer, Milos Raonic. He stays very focused. He's parallels drawn, I suppose, with Serena Williams, who would be the most intense when it comes to the practice sessions on the women's tour. He is very, very focused and doesn't like to waste any time on the practice court, and he will be looking forward to his date with destiny today, looking forward to becoming the first Canadian to win Wimbledon. Looking confident though. We have seen McEnroe, as he is now, stepping over to give him some words of advice. It was notable when he was up at the net volleying. McEnroe was constantly in his ear, just giving him some encouragement, working on his technique as well. So even at this late stage before the match, things for him to improve on. It's been a great run to the final for him. I suppose the best match in his mind and spectators' mind will be that semi-final victory over Roger Federer. He looked like he was down and out at certain stages in that one, but came back to win it in 5, having taken the first set against Federer. But that wasn't his only tough match here at the Championships. He had to work really hard to beat David Goffin in a great match, winning eventually in 5 sets, having been 2 sets to love down. So he's made it through to the final, having worked very, very hard. He's earned his spot in his first Grand Slam final, and he looks cool, calm and collected ahead of his biggest match of his career against Andy Murray on centre court.
Well, Milos Raonic is looking to become the 38th man in the Open era to win a Grand Slam on his maiden appearance in a final. We've spoken about how much pressure that can put on you. He is in a very different situation to Andy Murray today, but by the looks of these pictures as he walked off his practice court today, he isn't without the fans. He is perhaps somewhat of a new generation. He's not that much younger than Andy Murray, only 4 years, but as Catherine mentioned, the first guy from the 90s, born in the 90s, to reach a Grand Slam singles final. Do you feel, with the lack of Djokovic, the lack of Federer, the lack of Nadal at this stage of the tournament, that we are beginning to see a changing of the guard, Thomas?
Yes, a little bit, I would say, but that doesn't mean that we would not see Djokovic or Federer or maybe, hopefully, also even Nadal in another Grand Slam final, but definitely, and normally so. It's been amazing that he has took that long time, that they could have they have dominated the game for over a decade. It's been just an amazing run for them. So I think that Raonic now is in a position that he starts to really feel comfortable up there as well, you know, that he knows that that's his ability now, that he doesn't need to do anything differently than he usually do to be able to beat those guys. Obviously he has to play very, very well, but his ability is up there now with the top players, and you can see how he's comfortable in reaching there now.
Yeah, and he greeted his mother and father as he was walking back into the locker room there. The Wimbledon security here provide a wonderful job of getting the players through the crowds here on the outside courts when they choose to practice on that terrain. Well, today, Milos Raonic is in his first Grand Slam singles final, and let's remind ourselves of his road to today.
Best of 5, final set advantage. We have net device, 20 seconds between point, and we have okay, 3+1. Do it in
and a very warm welcome to day one of the championships here at Wimbledon. And this first round match between Pablo Carreño Busta and Milos Raonic, the number 6 seed. He hatches and dispatches Carreño Busta in straight sets. And on this sort of form, he looks ominous.
So Milos Raonic, coached by John McEnroe, is the top line on him, really. And yet this two-time semi-finalist is well capable of going the distance in this tournament. And a 25th ace in a remarkable display of serving. On court 3 takes Milos Raonic into round 3.
I played well. I did things well, so I'm happy to be moving on and in a good position.
So on this dramatic day at Wimbledon, we find ourselves with a gaping Novak Djokovic-sized hole, and you just wonder whether one of these men are going to seize the day and take advantage of that massive opportunity. And he's more than played his part, Jack Sock. Well, get used to centre court, Milos Raonic, because who knows, next weekend you could be back.
A very good afternoon. This is court 2 at Wimbledon. Happy Independence Day. Milos Raonic, the Canadian, against David Goffin is the match we've got for you, and it could be an absolute delight. Oh, he hasn't, has he? Leaning back, a swinging forehand, and he's whacked it onto the line, and he's come back from 2 sets down to defeat David Goffin.
Well, if I'm going to go out, it's going to be on my terms, because that's sort of what I felt what I lacked the most. So I tried to sort of be more aggressive, make him feel like he's not feeling good out there.
Now that is a big and important win. He will play Querrey next.
On the most perfect summer's afternoon in SW19, this is a North American face-off, effectively, between the USA and Canada. Milos Raonic from Canada stands on the cusp of the Wimbledon semi-finals. He's in the semi-finals. The number 6 seed from Canada is through to the semi-finals on Friday, and nobody will fancy meeting him between now and the end of this tournament.
It's a well-deserved win for me to be here and have a shot again at the semi-final.
Well, the scene is set here on centre court for the first of the men's semi-finals. Roger Federer up against Milos Raonic of Canada, who's going for his first Grand Slam final of any type. Milos Raonic showing no signs of nerves. 3 match points. It's wide. He has it. Raonic to his first final, and Federer falls.
Yeah, it's an incredible comeback for me, really. I was struggling there through the 3rd and 4th set. He was playing some really good tennis, and just on a little opening, I managed to turn it around and finish off in a great match.
Milos Raonic through to his first Grand Slam final. It will be here at Wimbledon on Sunday. What moments for him, what a triumph.
I'm with Eddie Mulholland, and he's a Daily Telegraph photographer. You were lucky enough to be capturing the action on centre court yesterday, which was ladies' final day. How was that for you?
It wasn't too bad. I mean, the thing about covering the finals is that we get assigned seats, and depending on what seat you get, depends on whether you're going to be in the right position to get the best picture. I mean, the best picture yesterday, unfortunately, wasn't one that I got, but it was Serena Williams on set point in the first set when she came up to the net and absolutely roared because she'd got the first set in the bag. Unfortunately, I was in seat 15 down there, and she was looking that way across the net. So it would have been made a great picture. It did. I've seen several pictures taken from this side in the pit, and from platform B, which is just up there by the Royal Box, and they were absolutely great photographs, really emotional, and it's really good. But unfortunately, it was a bit side on for me. But
Well, I'm sure you've had loads of better ones in the past, anyway, Eddie. And just talk us through. Do you get nervous? Obviously, the players get nervous, but you do get nervous trying to capture that perfect shot.
Well, you worry about where it's going to happen, but I wouldn't say it's not really a case of getting nervous. It's a case of just sort of thinking, well, because it can happen anywhere. I mean, when Murray won Wimbledon, he won it right over in that corner, facing that way, and nobody was over there. Nobody got that picture. And obviously all the celebration pictures afterwards, where he's running around the court, is fine. But it really is luck of the draw, being in the right spot for it to happen in front of you.
Is it quite competitive in the pit? This is the pit behind us where you all sit between photographers. Are you all vying for that best shot?
Yeah, everybody wants to get the best shot, and it's great when you do get it. But I wouldn't say it's competitive. I think people are actually they're pleased for you in a way, but in a way sort of a little bit envious.
You're all kind of mates in the pit down there.
Yeah, well, you have to be. It's very close proximity down there, so you can't have too many arguments with people.
And just talk us through, when you've got that picture, how quickly does it take for the whole world to be able to see it?
Well, the speed that I get it from my camera to my office at the Daily Telegraph is negligible, because we've got a slot on the side of the camera that's got a socket for an Ethernet cable, and if you look down in the pits, you can see there's these little grey boxes, and the smaller of the grey boxes has got a socket that you plug the other end of the cable in, and then you press a couple of buttons and the picture goes straight away to the picture desk.
Ooh, it's gone and then it's everywhere.
It's gone, yeah, and then as soon as they can get it on the internet, it's out there, so it's very quick.
And how many pictures do you maybe think you roughly take in a match to get that perfect one?
That's so difficult. It's really difficult. You're shooting everything. You've got to watch every play, because you don't know when a player's going to dive, or when a player's going to fall over, or when a player's going to, you know when they're going to win a set, and everybody turns and focuses on that player who's got set point, and you hope that they're going to win it within shot of you, and that they're going to celebrate in your direction. But
you say hundreds?
Well, no, nearer to thousands.
Thousands?
Yeah.
What do you do with the ones you don't use?
They're all saved on a hard drive. Everything's kept, yeah.
And just talk us through, maybe, are you allowed to take pictures at any time during the match, or is there certain places you can't?
Yeah, pretty much any time during the match. You're not supposed to take pictures during serving, but most people stick to that, but occasionally you will hear a few shutters going off. But having said that, the best place to do a picture of a serve from, especially on centre court, is from up high. There's a box right up at the top there which fits about 8 photographers, and you're so far away up there you can't be heard. But from up there you can get a really good, shot of them whacking it over.
And during this tournament, it's not just the final you covered. You covered obviously lots of matches. Have you got maybe a favourite picture so far?
Yeah, there was a great picture, again from up high, as I was saying, but it's on court number 2, which we affectionately call the Wok, because when it's really sunny, it's a massive, it's like a sun trap. But Dustin Brown was playing the other day, Kyrgios, I think it was, who Murray knocked out. Yeah. And he was playing him, and we went up high to get a picture of him, because he's got these wonderful dreadlocks that just fly up everywhere when he serves. So we were up there doing that. And while we were up there, I was with a colleague of mine called Murray Sanders from the Mail. And while we were up there, Dustin Brown came into the net, and he leapt and went fully horizontal like Superman to get the ball. And both me and Murray got some great pictures of that. And a colleague of ours who was up top, the other side, the other end of the court, got a great frame of the pair of us sort of looking at each other like gleeful little children, laughing and going, yes, we got it.
So you guys have to be careful as well, not just the tennis players getting snapped, you do as well.
Yeah.
And who is your favourite player maybe to photograph?
Murray. Yeah, I really like Andy Murray. I think he's a great guy. He's got a terrible, reputation of being a dour Scot. But if you ever seen him when he's down on the training courts and he's with his mates and he's with fans down there, he's not a tall doer. He's very happy. He's a laugh. You know, he's a happy guy, and he's great to photograph. The raw and the concentration you see on him is brilliant.
Well, you're not in here getting it today. Your colleague is, so it's fingers crossed that he gets a perfect snap.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, for the Telegraph. Thank you very much, Eddie. Thank you.
Well, that was a little bit early this morning when the roof was currently closed on centre court. It is now open, of course, anticipating an outdoor match for today's gentlemen's singles final. Everyone beginning to take their seats in preparation of Andy Murray against Milos Raonic. And in advance of that, let's get to know a little bit more with our IBM Tennis Insights.
Today we're previewing the men's singles final between the 2013 champion Andy Murray and the first Canadian man to reach a Grand Slam singles final, Milos Raonic. Now the Canadian has served and volleyed 100 times more en route to the semis in 2016 than he did 2 years ago to reach that stage. In 2014, he used this tactic 33 times, winning 25 or 76% of those points, whilst this year he served and volleyed 133 times, winning 74% or 99 of those points. And he increased that win percentage further in his semi-final with Roger Federer winning 84%. So how much is that the influence of John McEnroe, do you think?
Well, I think it probably is a little bit, but if we look back at 2014 stat there, we see Milos being very successful serve and volleying. Now, this year he's been serve volleying a lot more and he's still kept up that winning percentage. And of course in the semi-final is even more successful, so I think he'll take that into the final with a lot of confidence.
So, while Raonic has been effective serve and volleying, Murray's strengths lie elsewhere and he's been far more effective in breaking serve than the Canadian. He's won 36%, 32 of 88 games he's faced serve, ranked third best for the tournament, whilst Raonic has only broken serve in 14% of games he's faced, 16 of 118, actually below the tournament average of 18%. So why is Raonic so less effective on return?
Well, it's not one of his strengths. He has got a very good forehand, but that is something he's going to need to improve. He struggled breaking Roger Federer. He's going to struggle breaking Andy Murray unless he improves that for the final. But it's Murray's job here to break down Raonic's serve. That's his strength. He's one of the great returners of all time, and that's what he'll be looking to do in the final.
Clearly, Raonic relies much more on his service games. So far, hitting 27 of the 33 serves clocked at over 140 miles per hour in the tournament, with 17 of those coming against Federer. He's hit a total of 137 aces compared to Murray's 51, and 56% of his first serves don't come back, whilst Murray is tied with the tournament average of 40% in that category. But will his serve be as effective against one of the greatest returners that we've ever seen in Andy Murray?
Well, that's the big question, isn't it? Will Raonic be able to serve all those unreturnables against Andy Murray? When he was under pressure in the semi-final against Roger Federer, he just came out and served harder and harder and harder. It was quite incredible. But Raonic definitely relies heavily on that serve. He'll need to hit a lot of aces. He'll need to be very aggressive with that serve. It's soon becoming one of the greatest serves we've ever seen in the game of tennis. And it's going to have to be at that level if he's going to beat Murray.
OK, thanks for that, Pat. Well, if you want to find out more, check out IBM Slam Tracker on Wimbledon.com.
Well, it's time for our last instalment of pre-match analysis. And finally, we have cobbled together two half-decent outfits. Adam Hunt has done a Windsor knot on my tie, which I've never known before. And this guy, Craig O'Shaughnessy, has finally proved there's a decent shirt in the locker. Is that silk?
It feels like it. I'm not quite sure. Let's go with silk.
OK. Well, anyway, you're dressed for the occasion, and your analysis is always great to be heard. Now, listen. What about the serve with Milos Raonic against Andy Murray? Because that's his big weapon.
Yes, if he gets broken, things will go south in a hurry. So it's all about serve location and the guessing game of where he's going. So we can look back to the tournament and see his patterns of play leading to the final. Milos likes the wide serve in the deuce court, 141 out wide, 20 at the body, only 103 down the middle. Now in the deuce court, most of the aces go down the middle because the primary pattern is out wide. He likes to slide it off the court. He'll be stretching Andy to the forehand return. He'll be looking for forehands in the middle of the court, and he's opening up a huge hole in the ad court to immediately attack. In the ad court, it's mainly out wide again, 105 wide, 90 down the tee and 17 at the body. what he did against Roger Federer that I really liked was a lot of body serves. So I expect to see that as well. Andy really likes to take a huge step and then a split and move forward, and the body serve works extremely well against that. We saw Roger kind of, just trying to get out of the way, trying to avoid getting hit on a few occasions there. So that serve mix is going to be very important for him to get right, so Andy's not there waiting on it and sitting on that return.
Okay, what are the numbers with their respective progress to this final? What's standing out for you as the obvious points that these guys will be focusing on to get over the line?
Yeah, what I like here is we've got contrasting styles. So when we get Novak and Andy, both guys like the back of the court, and we get them, dueling back there. Not on this occasion. Milos is so good on the serving side of the equation, and Andy's so good on the returning side. So if we go through it very quickly, Andy 52%. Points won from the baseline, very good number. Milos 46. That's the average for the tournament. So he's nothing great from the back of the court. At the net, 74% points won for Andy, 67% for Milos. What's interesting is that Milos is all over the net. He's swarming the net at this tournament. 272 times there's been an approach and volley, only 158 for Andy. Serve and volley, Andy's done it twice. He's won one. Milos has done it 152 times.
Wow.
115. Serve and volley is back, and it never really went away. We think, as wooden rackets, we can't use those anymore. Serve and volley, we can't use that anymore. But serve and volley consistently delivers the highest win percentage out of baseline play, net play, and the serve and volley and getting to the net. And he's just proving it works. John McEnroe has to have a huge influence in that. The breaks to serve, Andy's been able to break 32 times, Milos only 16 times. So, Andy's going to do well on his serves. He's going to control that. Milos has got to return well. There'll be a lot of serves to the Raonic backhand today. He's got to block it well. He can either slice it or get it deep down the middle and try and get into some games. But, in most matches, holding serve is huge. For Milos Raonic today, it's everything. He's got to hold serves. It's okay to get to some tiebreakers and then let the dice roll there against the best baseliner in the tournament.
Because presumably, from a neutral's perspective, many people are saying that the way he served against Federer was absolutely phenomenal, and he thoroughly deserves his first moment to walk out in a Grand Slam final. But when your weaponry is designed around one strength, that strength can become very quickly a weakness, because if that serve drops any percentage with a returner as high quality as Andy, that could be game over.
Well, what that will essentially do is provide a lot more baseline rallies, which Milos really doesn't want to get into. We already know the winning percentage is much higher for Andy, but there's a pattern of play that I call the 2-1 that is essential today. So when Milos beat Roger, he was hitting a lot of runaround forehands in the ad court. He was directing it through the ad court to the backhand, and he was really picking on Roger's backhand. Andy's got a better backhand. So what he's got to do is also include the runaround forehand. So I've got a little diagram for Milos here, and we've got Andy down at the bottom. We've got Milos up at the top, and he's going to be running around hitting forehands. The first part of the 2-1 pattern is to go deep through the ad court, right there. Depth is the #1 key on this shot to get things started in the point. Push Andy back, make Andy have to take that backhand cross court, and then hit the next forehand wider and get Andy off the court. Get him moving out wide. And what that does for the third ball is it opens up a huge hole down here on the deuce court. So it's a 2-1 because we go 1, 2, 1. Sometimes it could be a 1-1. Sometimes it's 3 to this side and 1 over here. But essentially you start with a 2-1 pattern. Depth, direction, and then hole. When you go for winners, you want to create this hole so that it doesn't have to be that spectacular.
And just give us your assessment on how much better a player you think Andy Murray is now compared to when he won that first Wimbledon title 3 years ago, because many people are saying he's improved. It can't just be as simple as the fact that he's worked on his second serve percentage. What is it exactly that's making him the better player? Because he was pretty good when he won it in 2013.
Very good. At Australia this year, we saw a real increase in speed on the second serve. We've always seen, some second serves in the 82-mile-an-hour range. I've even seen some at like 78 miles an hour, just so incredibly slow, which lets the opponent step in. So he really beefed that up. It was about, on average, 10 miles an hour faster in Australia, and he's just not missing. You know, tennis is a game of errors, lots and lots of errors. It's about 70% of all points in tennis are errors, 30% are winners, and Andy is just cutting all the errors out of his game. The forehand is big, the backhand is rock solid, the serve is beefed up. Hardly any serve and volley, but he's enjoying getting to the net and winning points. And look for him when he comes to the net today. Nearly all of the approaches will be to the Raonic backhand. If Raonic goes cross-court, Andy's got a really nice little backhand touch volley down the line that he absolutely loves. I was in Rome a couple of months ago. I saw him on the practice court with Jamie Delgado practicing that. He'd hit the forehand approach deep through the ad, and then he'd just work on that little backhand. So that will come into play again today. But Milos is going to have to perform better on the backhand return. He's going to have to perform better with the backhand in the general rally, and he's going to have to employ this 2-1 tactic. The run around forehand inside in down the line will be very critical because he's not going to be able to go through Andy's backhand like he did against Roger.
Okay, so that's the technical analysis, which is brilliant as always. Let's touch on the psychology of today. From Andy Murray's perspective, this is the first time he's coming out as the overwhelming favourite because it's the first Slam final where he hasn't faced Roger or Novak. But equally, from Milos's perspective, this is uncharted territory for him. This is what he's always dreamed about, and it's what he's always wanted, and why he first picked up a tennis racket to repay his parents and move their life from Montenegro to Canada. If you're McEnroe, let's start off with Milos. If you're McEnroe, what are you saying to Milos in the last hour or so before he goes on court to keep him calm, but keep him producing the type of tennis that got him across the line against Federer?
Yes, coaching, there's a lot of different ways that a coach can be effective and help their player win. And the key here, this is where, in this last hour or two, this is where McEnroe really earns his money. He's going to sit down with Milos, and the most important question to tell him, or the most important statement, is you don't need to change anything. You don't need to reinvent yourself in this final. Everything that you've done to get here has been the perfect dress rehearsal. You don't want to ever be pulling a rabbit out of a hat on the world's biggest stage. So stick with the serve and volley, stick with the aggressive nature of your baseline play, and look for as many forehands as possible, look to get to the net. And the only adjustment I would say is you should be attacking Andy Murray's forehand a little bit more wider in the deuce court and stretch him out there. Traditionally, that's where Andy's made some errors. But it's just being relaxed, it's being calm. You know, John has had amazing success here. He's a Wimbledon icon. And when you sit down at a table with a guy like that, the words have so much weight, and he will listen to those words very, very carefully. And John will pick those words to make Milos feel comfortable and feel confident. So these couple of hours, it will be very important for McEnroe to say the right things, which I'm sure he'll nail.
Well, we cannot wait for this match to start. I'd like to say thanks for all the great analysis you've done over the fortnight. The shirt is out. O'Shaughnessy is poised and ready. So are we.
We think we've found a few Murray fans, but I think they've lost two of their friends, maybe the D and the Y. Guys, where have your mates gone?
Yeah, so...
Probably to get some food, probably. Yeah.
And do you think they'd be gutted they've missed this interview right now?
Yeah, terribly. Although they've already said they've had an interview with the Times as well, so I think people are liking our kind of get-up today.
Absolutely. I think it's like silly to ask where you're from, but where have you come from today? And was it today you travelled down, or was it beforehand?
So
we came from Dunfermline in Fife, so it was like an 8-hour bus journey for us on Friday night. So it was quite exciting, very spontaneous decision.
And you've been queuing since Friday?
Yeah, so we arrived down actually on 6 o'clock on the Saturday morning and went straight to the queue and been camping there since. So it's been quite exciting. Never had the camping experience before, but I'd definitely do it again in the future. It's great.
Outfits are looking great. Whose idea were the flags and then the T-shirts as well?
I made the T-shirts and I did everyone's face paints. He did mine, so the worst ones, obviously.
Well, yeah, I wasn't going to mention that, but, you know, you did, so it's fine.
Thanks.
And just talking about the match later, are you pretty positive?
I'm positive. I mean, it's the first time, obviously, that Andy's went into final being the favourite, really. I think it's probably Raonic is an underestimated opponent, though. I mean, following him on the tour up until before this year, they were equal on their head-to-head. Murray's won the last 3 encounters, though, which has been very good. So I think he's going to be returned. strong, aggressive himself, and just look after his own serve. And then I think he's going to be good, and he's going to be taking home the trophy. Yeah.
Are you nervous over here?
I'm a bit nervous, but you've got to stay positive. I do believe you can do it.
How's the feeling up there on, we must call it today, Murray Mound?
Yeah, I think it's getting that way. There's always a place in my heart for Henman, but I think slowly but surely he's beginning to gain the right to call it that.
It's a great atmosphere.
Fantastic atmosphere.
Amazing atmosphere today.
And finally, how many sets do you think it'll go to today?
Probably 4. I've got.
No, I'm going to face straight, it's done. Nice and simple. Yeah.
Straight done, we'll have to wait and see. Thanks, guys. Have a nice day.
Cheers.
Well, everyone has a different opinion, but the future King and Queen of England are at the All England Club today. They have arrived and are making their way out to their seats in the Royal Box on centre court. Yes, Prince William and his wife Catherine, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, are huge tennis fans and literally just missed walking past Andy Murray on his way back to the locker room there with his coaching team, Ivan Lendl. Plenty of star-studded names in the Royal Box today. Hugh Grant, you can see there, acclaimed British actor, a huge tennis fan himself, Milos Raonic, also walking back into the locker room as both players will next emerge on their way to centre court. Well, our very own Prime Minister, David Cameron, here as well. And, you know, it's a big day when you have some of these faces in the house. They will all be hoping Benedict Cumberbatch to see Andy Murray win later on. Well, Rachel Stringer has been catching up with another special guest on centre court.
I'm here with Yusuf Marza, and he's the young boy today who's going to take part in the coin toss before the singles final of the men's tournament here on centre court. Wow, Yusuf, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling very excited.
And I've just seen you walk through it all over there and have a practice with the coin, which I believe you are still holding on to. Can you show me it?
Yes.
Wow, look at that. Can I actually hold it and just turn it over so we can see? You just went on centre court. How was it just walking on there a minute ago?
I felt like I was breaking the rules.
Did you feel a bit naughty?
Yes.
But you were allowed, but when the men come out later, let's just show that to the camera. Look at that camera. Oh, looks nice, Yusuf. I'm going to hold that back again. So when you got told you're going to do this, how excited were you?
I was very excited. It was just exhilarating.
And how did you find out you were going to be given this job today?
I was doing English in my classroom, and then the teacher just called me, and you're going to flip the coin. I was confused and happy in the same time. It was just there.
And were you in front of your friends when you found out?
No, she led me, she told me to go to a room, and then she told me, and then I was so happy. And then I told my friends, and then they were screaming as well. It was very nice.
I bet they're a little bit jealous of you today, aren't they?
Some people were jealous, but most of my friends wasn't jealous. They were happy for me.
Wow. Are they going to be watching on TV, do you think, today?
Yes. All of them were telling me, "Oh, Yusuf, you're gonna watch you on TV. We're so excited to see you."
Absolutely. And what have you done this morning as well, Yusuf? I've obviously seen you've been on there already. Tell me about what else you've seen at Wimbledon this morning.
I met the hawk Rufus. His owner let me hold Rufus, and I also commanded Rufus to spread out his wings, and I felt like a wizard.
How cool was that?
Yes.
Did you get a picture?
Yes, I got loads of pictures. My dad was just
capturing every moment. And I heard you might have snuck into the royal box as well.
Oh, yes, I had a little sneak peek.
How was that? Did you feel a bit like royalty up there?
It was so royal. I'm going to see the picture of the portrait of the king and queen. It was I found a giant golden harp there, which was, they have so much, they're so rich that they don't even know what to buy.
They're so rich they don't know what to buy. Well, they've all got tickets for here today, but I think you might as well, might you?
Yes, I got a ticket for my dad.
And where are you going to sit to watch it?
I'm going to sit at the very front, so I get a lot of moment. And also, yesterday, Serena Williams was giving autographs in that area when I'm sitting now. And also Federer sat where I sat.
Wow, so you're sitting where so many famous tennis players sat. And who are you hoping, maybe if they come round today, to get an autograph of today?
Definitely Andy Murray. There's no questions asked with that. I just want Andy Murray's autograph. It's going to be so cool to meet him.
Wow, well, let's hope you do, Yusuf. And good luck out there with that coin toss. Now, take good care of that for today.
Jigsaw for You is a local children's charity based in southwest London. We've been running since 1997, and on average we see about 3,500 children and young people each year who've been affected by bereavement, domestic abuse, child sexual exploitation and other social and emotional needs. Youssef lost his mum in difficult circumstances when he was younger, meaning he had to grow up very quickly. His dad often worked 2 jobs to ensure that the boys had financial stability.
When I got chosen to do the coin toss, my heart was exhilarated. I put my hand over my mouth and started screaming. When I got out, all my friends started screaming. It was just so exhilarating.
I'm delighted for him. This is going to mean a lot for Youssef, his family. His school are absolutely delighted.
We chose Youssef because we knew that this experience would create a memory for him that he would never, ever forget.
After school, I meet Youssef and we spend the hour working on whatever problems or issues he might be dealing with at the time. With Youssef in particular, it was his handwriting, so we devised a lot of creative activities to hone in on his fine motor skills. We are a couple of chatterboxes actually, so we do like to talk. We like language. So as you might have seen, that Youssef likes big words. I think this will hold him in great stead when he goes on to secondary school. He's learning how to communicate with adults appropriately.
The best thing about Jigsaw for You is that you know someone's there for you always, and if you're uncomfortable or just sad, you can turn to them.
I think it makes a big difference to that they know they've got someone at a certain time every week who they have to themselves.
Well, we're just moments away from that coin toss now. These are pictures from inside centre court. Dan Bloxham, we had him on our programme earlier on, speaking to Rachel Stringer, just making sure the players are prepared, have everything in place and ready to take that final walk out onto centre court. Milos Raonic just having a last moment with members of his team, and he leads Andy Murray on what is a first for him, walking out to centre court for a Grand Slam Wimbledon singles final for Andy Murray. Well, he's done this walk at Wimbledon 2 times before. He lost to Roger Federer on his first outing at a Wimbledon singles final, and then he beat Novak Djokovic here in 2013. My goodness, it was a special day. You could feel the suspense in the air as the country willed Andy Murray on to become the first Briton in 77 years to win the gentlemen's singles title here at Wimbledon. The year after, he came so close, finishing runner-up to Roger Federer and really letting his emotions show on court with the post-match interview after. This, Thomas, though, for anyone, is one of the most special walks in tennis.
Absolutely, and especially the day before the final day here. You can imagine how adrenaline is pumping in the body, especially on Raonic here. It's the first time he has a chance to make this walk on the final day.
And just at the top of those stairs, we saw the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, Prince William and his wife Catherine, members of the royal family, stood, and Andy Murray knew that they were there. He caught their eye, had a little smile on his face. Quite a lot of pressure to play in front of members of your country's royal family, your country's prime minister, some huge names from the world of sports and showbiz up in the royal box today. That is perhaps all added pressure on Andy Murray that really Milos Raonic, it doesn't have to deal with to nearly the same extent.
Yes, it is maybe, but at the same time, I think that what is in his mind now, it's all about the Wimbledon title, and that's the pressure he feels. And of course, I think that it's fun that so many celebrities and royalties in the royal box, but at the same time, I think what's put the pressure on these players today has only one thing, and it's to lift that trophy in the end of the match.
Yeah, they don't mind who is or isn't watching. At the end of the day, it's the result and that final scoreboard that's going to matter. Walking on court there looks to be more of a sizable difference between the two of them, Thomas, than there actually is on paper. Milos is recorded at 6'5" tall. For Andy Murray, 6'3" tall. So both tall tennis players, but the physique of Raonic is perhaps a little bit more intimidating.
Yes, I mean, he has very big reach, obviously, and also with his serve. I mean, he is the best server in the game at the moment, I would say, and together maybe with Isner. But I think that Raonic's serve has much more variety, and he can hit every serve, and he also has a very, very good second serve. I think the key today, if you break it down for Andy Murray, is how many points he's going to win on Raonic's second serve. He has done that extremely well throughout this fortnight, and has won a lot of points on the opponent's second serve. If he can keep that up today, I think he will win today. And for Raonic, it will be his first serve percentage. If he can have a very high first serve percentage, and he can put the pressure back on Andy Murray, so he can play as freely as he did against Federer, take a lot of chances when Andy is serving and trying to attack his second serve. So first serve percentage for Raonic is very, very important.
Yeah, first serve percentage for Milos Raonic, and getting points off his second serve for Andy Murray in terms of his returning. We're seeing some important people around the court. That was moments ago Mrs. Murray. Well, that's Mrs. Murray as well. That's Judy Murray, of course, Andy's mother. We saw Kim, his wife, a little bit earlier on, and we are seeing the shots of Youssef Massa there, stood up at the net, ready to perform his coin toss. He is an 11-year-old schoolboy from Croydon, and what a special moment that must be.
Absolutely.
He's with the head championships referee, Andrew Jarrett, the chair umpire for today, just explaining the rules. Youssef will take centre stage, as you can see, performing this pre-match coin toss. He attends the Links Primary School in Tooting, and he represents, as you can see on his shirt, as he does the all-important toss, Jigsaw for You, a charity supported by the All England Club, which helps children through trauma, loss and bereavement. So undoubtedly a huge highlight in his young life so far. They take the official photos, smiles all around. Just some of the pre-match formalities that take place out here on centre court. This is, of course, the first time that Milos Raonic has experienced this at any Grand Slam. It is his first Grand Slam singles final appearance and Andy Murray's 11th overall. Andy Murray has only won 2 of his previous 10 Grand Slam final appearances. Well, you can watch live coverage from centre court today on BBC or ESPN if you're not on court or sitting on the hill about to enjoy what should be one of the most wonderful moments of this year's Wimbledon Championship so far. I think the hill has reached capacity, 3,500 people there ready to sit and watch. If you are at the grounds or making your way here, you can also watch the action out on court number 2, where they'll have it on the big screens. But stick with us on Live at Wimbledon, where we're asking which side you're on.
The homegrown hero is back on familiar territory, an 11th Grand Slam final, but his first as favourite and his first without Roger or Novak.
For Milos Raonic, a moment of history on centre. What a place to make a Grand Slam final debut.
When they met a month ago, Murray came from a set and a breakdown to produce a record 5th win at Queen's.
This is the rematch Milos dreamed of today. What a chance to avenge on the biggest grass court stage of them all.
Murray's childhood ambition took him abroad to Barcelona, an academy of excellence from which he grew tall.
Raonic's 6'5" frame was nurtured in Canada after he arrived from Montenegro, a fresh start from his family, which he was forever grateful for.
Determination shone through Murray's early career, his first Slam final at Flushing 2008, just his 4th year on tour.
Milos was hailed as a new star by many media in Canada, a run to the 2011 4th round at the Australian Open, causing waves.
Murray's work reaped rewards in 2012. First the Olympic gold, then the US Open, and within a year he was Wimbledon champion.
Milos made the last 4 here in 2014, his fearsome serve emerging as a weapon.
Britain jumped for joy at that first Wimbledon win, and now they expect like never before.
But pressure crosses the Atlantic with surprising ease, the first Canadian man to reach a Grand Slam final.
Every star needs a mentor, and Murray's is back. The brooding brilliance of Lendl, an extra ace in his game.
Johnny Mack is the new addition to the Milos camp, and how his on-court aggression has helped the cause.
Murray's playing at his peak. This is his time to shine. A 3rd Grand Slam title within his grasp. Surely a 2nd Wimbledon win will be his.
But if Raonic can do it to Roger, he can do it to Andy. He can capture the crown and silence the crowd.
Well, we will have to wait and see. Just moments away from the start of the match out on centre court. It's a Different picture at the All England Club here as it has been earlier in the week. It's a quiet affair on the outside court, so you can see court number 2 is pretty full as once the hill has reached capacity, they do show the match on the big screens on court 2. Another option for somewhere to sit and watch this incredible final. It's just a sense of expectation. I think that's really how you describe today and exactly how the country felt when Andy Murray was in this position 3 years ago. But back in the studio, Cara Robinson alongside Thomas Enquist and our tennis insider Catherine Whitaker. Catherine, people probably already plotting their headlines for tomorrow, but for today's news review, what are the headlines?
Well, some really, really nice previews of this final. I mean, so many narratives, so much for the papers to write about in the journal. It's a journalist's dream, really, this final. Murray versus Raonic. Raunic's first Grand Slam final. Murray going for yet more British sporting history. And, of course, you also have the McEnroe and Lendl aspect, which is an absolute dream for the media. I mean, so much attention on that. McEnroe hasn't been drawn on it that much. Lendl pretty much won't comment on it at all, but you can read between the lines, really. I mean, you only have to sort of cast your mind back through their rivalry from when they were both players. A fantastic picture there from the one time that they did meet at Wimbledon here, when McEnroe very much got the better of Ivan Lendl. Actually, Lendl, at the end of their careers, led their head-to-head 1914, but it was very much McEnroe's day back in 1983. Amazing footage here.
Straight sets it was, wasn't it? 7-6, 6-4, 6-4, and that semi-final encounter, John McEnroe went on to win the title. Do you remember watching, Thomas?
Yes. Absolutely, and then they played that epic final in Roland Garros the year after, where John McEnroe was up 2-0 in the break.
Catherine, much made about this Murray-Raonic clash also being the Lendl-McEnroe clash, and it is wonderful to look back on pictures from here at Wimbledon in 1983 of their semi-final encounter. Andy Murray, though, when he's asked about it in his press, he said, guys, I spoke to you all about this before the Queen's final as well. I didn't look at it that way. Milos looks at it that way. I think it's more interesting for all of you journalists than it is for us.
Yes, I agree. I don't think it's a factor for Murray and Raonic themselves, but I happen not to believe, I happen not to believe McEnroe and Lendl when they say it's not a factor for them, particularly McEnroe, I think. You know, he's a guy that, particularly the 1984 French Open defeat to Lendl, when McEnroe led by 2-0, he was completely in the driving seat and he let Lendl back in the door, and Lendl went on to win that in 5 sets. McEnroe never won a French Open title. He talks about it at length in his autobiography. It still keeps him up at night sometimes. He can still barely bring himself to think about it. It haunts him, and they've never been best of friends at all. I've seen them together on the Champions Tour, and the dynamic is still the same. You know, they might not be at one another's throats all the time, but the dynamic remains the same. I cannot believe that it wouldn't be a bit of an added bonus, particularly for John McEnroe, I feel, to get one over on Ivan Lendl. I don't know what you think, Thomas, about that.
I think that they are obviously very competitive, you know, but I think, really honestly, I think it's all about the players, you know? And I think that they both of them have chosen, I think, to help Andy and Milos because they want to help them, you know. But of course, I mean, they are competitors, you know. It's about this game is about winning. But again, I think they're happy to step aside and to let the players do the talking on the court. But I think it's great stories. I mean, we had Edberg against Becker in last year's final, and we had Michael Chang and against Goran, and we had it's so fun to see all those ex-players are back in the box and now coaching and competing together with today's players. I mean, it do add some extra spark, that's for sure. It
provides great storylines, and Goran Ivanisevic told us earlier he doesn't like being called a super coach, but that is what they are. It is a flattering term, and super Mac, indeed, John McEnroe has been termed up. Because, Catherine, for both of these coaches today, there's an awful lot on the line in terms of their own pride. For John McEnroe, if he can guide Milos Raonic within the first few weeks of working together, not only to his first grass court final at Queen's, to his first Grand Slam final here at Wimbledon and his first Grand Slam title, my goodness, you think that relationship's working. But to the same extent for Ivan Lendl, he guided Andy Murray to his first title here at Wimbledon 3 years ago. He then stepped away for a while. For him now to be back in the camp, really rejoining at a similar time that John McEnroe did with Milos, and to guide Andy back to that second title at Wimbledon, both of them would be really reassured, and I suppose it would be very ratifying of their relationship with both players.
Yeah, I think whatever scenario plays out today, Murray victory or Raonic victory, it will go down for one of those coaches as pretty much the greatest feat of coaching. Murray so far has won all of his major titles, the 2 Grand Slams and the Olympic title under the tutelage of Ivan Lendl. If just a short while after teaming back up with Ivan Lendl, he then goes on to win another Grand Slam title, that will not be seen as coincidence. For me, sort of airbrushing Amélie Mauresmo out of the picture would be a little bit unfair, personally. I think that if he does go on to win today, she will have contributed to that in some way, but that's not, I think, the narrative that will be placed on it. It'll be Ivan Lendl, pretty much the greatest coach of all time. And as you say, if it's John McEnroe, Raonic has been talked about as somebody with Grand Slam potential for a long time, but he just couldn't go that extra step. Well, he brings McEnroe on board and he goes that extra step, potentially. It will be an incredible feat of coaching.
I think that if Raonic win, we have a new expression. We have the super coach. Because if McEnroe can make Raonic a Grand Slam champion in 5 weeks.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, it's true. But it's as if sometimes you need that final ingredient. And Milos said in his press, didn't he? He said, I have spared no expense on getting the best out of myself to be in this position. I am the CEO of Milos Raonic.
Yeah. But I want to say one thing also, because it's important to say how good of work Carlos Moya has done with Milos Raonic as well, because we spoke about it here in a little while ago here, that in the beginning of this year, how you could see that Raonic has improved, and especially in his shot selection and in his movement. And I know how hard Carlos Moya, together with Piatti, also he actually have another 2 coaches than John McEnroe, and they've been working very hard the whole year. And every time I see Milos, I think he gets better and better. So of course that McEnroe has a factor. Of course he has done a very good job here, maybe in believing in him on the grass to play a little bit more aggressive on the net and so on. But we cannot forget also Carlos Moya and Riccardo Piatti, who has done a fantastic job the whole year round.
I think that's crucial, and I think you have to feel for them a little bit, perhaps, because John McEnroe comes in and takes all the glory. He is a 7-time Grand Slam champion, and he is the one of those 3 that people would relate to the most. Carlos Moya, a former world #1 as well, and Riccardo Piatti, as you say, have been with him for a long time. What's your take on their dynamic, Catherine, between those 3?
I think it very much feels like a team. I'm very impressed by their body language on the practice court. It very much feels like pretty much exactly what Milos Raonic described, how he had envisaged it working, which is just that everybody has their inputs, a bit like consultants really, and then Milos at the end of the day makes the decisions for himself. That's that famous quote about him considering himself the CEO of Milos Raonic Inc., and he's bringing all these people on board to contribute their opinions, and that's what the dynamic looks like to me. It looks like John McEnroe is just blending in really well as part of that team. Got some quotes from Raonic about what he feels that John McEnroe is bringing. He said John McEnroe told him before that semi-final, you tend to be too calm on the court, and McEnroe had watched back the tapes of the semi-final he played 2 years ago against Roger Federer, and he said he was internalising his emotions too much. He was trying to be too calm on the surface. He said externalise them, try to get the energy out of you and onto the court. He said leave it all out there, and Raonic said that at the end of the day, apart from all of the various tactical and technical advice he will have received from all his coaches, he feels like it's that got him over the line against Federer a couple of days ago. And the word that stood out to me in terms of what McEnroe is bringing is resilience. You know, coming back from 2 sets to love down against David Goffin, getting himself out of a real hole when he could definitely easily have capitulated against Roger Federer. It is a resilience, and John McEnroe is nothing if not resilient.
We know that. Last thing, Thomas, if you're a player out there currently without a super coach, because everyone seems to be adding them. Stan Wawrinka added Richard Krajicek recently. We know, as you say, even back at the US Open 2014, it was like Goran Ivanisevic against Michael Chang with Marin Cilic and Kei Nishikori. If you don't have one yet, do you want one? Do you almost feel like you're missing that X factor if you don't have one of these former greats in your camp?
I think it's about, you have to make a decision that it really makes sense. And because even if you are an ex-player, you are so different. You know, I mean, Goran Ivanisevic doesn't coach the same way as Michael Chang does. But you have to find the good, and that's what, I mean, Raonic has done. That's what Cilic did with Goran. That's what Federer did with Stefan Edberg. Like you find this match, and you obviously talk to them, and you get to know them, and you see what can they give to you, and is it the right super coach to take, because is that exactly what you need? It's not all about, okay, he has won another 4 Grand Slam, and you know, and now I'm going to bring him in my team. It has to make sense. It has to be a plan, and that has worked really well for a lot of the players, and later now Milos Raonic.
Yeah, and you're right. They don't always adopt the same style between the coach's form back in his day to the player currently now. It's an incredible dynamic that this game of tennis is actually quite unique to. Well, Craig O'Shaughnessy, or as Rob Walker would say, O'Shan the man. I love that. I can't help myself, Craig. Has hot-footed it up to the studio. You always look at these matches, these matchups, these results in such great detail for us. This is the big climax. This is the one we've all been building towards. So if we're watching at home, as most people will be, what should we look out for in this clash today?
Yeah, well, we're looking for separation between the two players. So early on here at 1-all, 30-all, Andy Murray had an opportunity. The serve went to the body, which we saw Milos do a lot of that in the semi-final against Roger. Normally players are picking their spots in the corners, but there's more serves from Raonic lately going at the body. And what happened was that Murray immediately found the Raonic backhand and forced an error. And that is a really big area of separation when you're playing Milos Raonic. So forcing errors on the forehand and backhand wing for both players leading into this final. On the forehand side, Milos had 129 forehand forced errors, Andy 99. So somewhat in the same ballpark there. Andy had 102 forced backhand errors. Milos had 156. And what that number tells us is you can lean on the Raonic backhand. And there's basically 8 ways to do it. Consistency, direction, depth, height, spin, power, court position, and time. Write those down. Put them on the fridge. Put them on the mirror. Those are the framework of our sport. So we're going to go through a few points now and see what Andy did so well leading up into the final and also what Milos did. And these are the things that you want to be watching for as you watch this epic Wimbledon final. We're going to start with Andy and his best patterns of play leading up to the final, and certainly what he's going to be doing against Milos. Serving a forehand, running hard to the deuce court, and this is the #1 way to get to the net in tennis today. Big forehand approach to the backhand, knocking off the volley. Most times that pass should go cross court, but that one got behind Thomas Berdych there. Just constructing the point here, setting it up. Nothing's really on. It's all about court position. I really like this wonderful little chip. Now, Andy's on defense, and as Milos comes in a lot today, he's going to put Milos on defense by getting the ball low down here. And then Andy, as we see, as soon as you chip it low, you sprint to the net. This ball's going to pop up. There's going to be several of these exchanges, I expect, in the final, because when you dip the ball low at someone's feet like that, the natural place to play it is short, and Andy's going to be sprinting forward to cover that one. Serving now, right down the middle. We've talked a lot about that. A lot of times these players are going down the middle of the court early on, and here it is again. This forehand from great court position could go this way. Primary tactic is deep to the backhand through the ad court, but you're holding. So let's have a look at Andy here. Andy doesn't know where this ball's going. Has no idea. He's not leaning one way or another. Thomas goes secondary tactic, and if you do, it needs to be really good. Secondary to the forehand. It's much easier in today's game to pass with a forehand. Thomas's approach wasn't so good. He went open court with a forehand volley, which you don't want to do unless you can put it away. Most of the time with the first volley, you go behind your opponent. And those are a couple of little things there that helped Andy get back into that one. Good serve out wide, serving a forehand, playing behind. That's interesting. He usually would stay with a forehand there, but he's gone 2 slice backhands. Now he's changed direction down the other end. When you change directions in tennis, you better hurt the opponent, otherwise you're going to be in a lot of trouble. And that's exactly what we saw here. When Thomas changed direction, went to the forehand, Andy was able to open up and hit the ball over and attack here, and then move Thomas to the backhand side where he is over here. Backhand pass. This is Andy's favorite little backhand volley. I was in Rome earlier this year. I saw him working on this with Jamie Delgado. Look for this in the final. Loves to sneak in, loves to cover the cross-court backhand pass, and he's very, very good with that dink down the line. Right here, this is exactly why we serve wide. We want to pull the opponent off the court. The racket is stretching, the feet are stretching, and most importantly, the whole reason that we serve wide is to create this hole through the ad court, but also if Thomas runs hard, there's also going to be another hole behind him over here. So for juniors all over the world, if you're 10 years of age in South Africa watching this, or Brazil, or wherever you are, work on your wide serve. Pull the opponent off the court, get the weaker ball coming back. And I love it, just a nice little slow one behind. Very well played. The primary will be to the backhand, the secondary behind. Serve and a forehand. Nadal wrote the book on that. Nadal hits about 80% serve and a forehand. In the 2010 Wimbledon final here against Thomas Berdych, he hit a serve and a forehand 89% of the time. And Andy Murray does a really good job with that. So just want to throw this back. Before we go, we actually have some more analysis, but I want to talk to Thomas for a second. Thomas, serve and a forehand, was that something that you employed with your game? I know your backhand was pretty salty, but were you looking for the forehand in the ad court as well?
Absolutely. I mean, you served a lot of times to open the court, and then you almost took 2 or 3 steps to the left to open up for your forehand. And it's a very common play, you know, because it's easier to generate power with the forehand on a soft ball. So if you hit a good first serve and the ball comes a little bit slower back, or it's a chip return or something, it's easier to generate power for most of the players with the forehand.
Yeah. I grew up playing tennis down under in Australia on grass courts, and everybody was coming to the net, everybody had forehands. No one had a backhand. I didn't have a backhand. I went to college in the States. I played a bunch of Swedish guys, the best backhands in the world. Why do you guys have such great backhands?
Björn Borg.
A good role
Easy,
model.
Easy,
Good
yes.
role.
The double hander.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to look at some Milos Raonic footage right now. And this is from the semi against Roger Federer. Good return. Staying in it. The Raonic backhand did really, really well here. Now, Roger is going to be tempted to go over here, but he's not really on offense. Have a look at Roger's feet. He's not set for this shot. He's not going to be able to lean on. He's not going to be able to hit it hard. So most times in this situation, you should go back over here and play behind the opponent if he can. If you go over to the juice court here, Milos has the opportunity to upgrade to a forehand and stay longer in the point. I mean, this is great touch. We think of Milos being such a wonderful first strike player, but in this match, he did very, very well around the net. And as Catherine talked about earlier, the body language was amazing. There it is right there. I have hardly ever seen that. And I thought that was definitely a big factor. Now, as we see here, there was a mishit. The ball is way up in the air. But let's watch Milos. He's going to actually move back over to this side as Roger goes over here to get the ball. And the reason is Roger's going to be in a neutral to defensive place, hitting a backhand, which makes it very difficult to go down the line. Have to pretty much go cross-court from that position so far back. Milos upgrades to a forehand. And there's that 2-1 pattern. 2 to the backhand, 1 to the forehand. We talked about that earlier. And that's where Milos really must make hay against Andy Murray today. Really hurt him wide to the forehand. Good return down the middle, and this is what Raonic is renowned for. Hitting a big forehand from the ad court. So as we look down to the other side, Roger, once again, doesn't know where this is going. So part of the runaround forehand and the open stance, and we're going to focus in on that right now, those feet give out very, very little knowledge to where this shot's going. So the primary pattern here is through the ad court. And once you've done that several times, conditioned your opponent's mind to expect that, then this opens up over here. But first of all, you take that forehand right there. That's the primary pattern at every single level of the game. I was just actually in Barcelona a couple of weeks ago working with a 10-year-old girl, teaching her the exact same patterns. Serve and a forehand here. Once again, the primary pattern is through the ad court. Run it enough, and then this will open up for the easy winner wide through the juice court. There's your primary. Good sneak in. Wonderful body language. Wonderful fist pump. And this is what was tough for Roger that I think Andy will do a better job of today. When the feet go sideways, it's very difficult to really rip that shot if the energy's going there. And one of the things that we learn at all levels of the game, you know, we're told as young kids to recover to the middle, keep recovering to the middle. Well, that's definitely, absolutely not happening here. Milos is staying in that outer quarter of the court because he knows that, basically baiting Roger and says, you know what, if you can go down the line right now, and I know that you can, if you can go down to that area and hurt me, too good. But I'm going to stay over here. And if you don't hit it perfectly down the line, I've got 2 or 3 steps, and I am over, and I'm going to take that forehand cross-court where you're going to be very, very vulnerable. Serve and a forehand. So one of the questions is, how far will players go to hit forehand? So typically, if we cut the court down the middle, everything to the right side is going to be forehands for most players over here, and we think the other side is going to be backhands. Let's have a look over here. We've got the backhand is not being here. We're outside the doubles alley hitting forehands. And that is a wonderful thing to do. You're upgrading. You've got a much bigger weapon. You can go either way. You freeze the opponent, as we see there. A wonderful primary pattern of play from Milos Raonic. Like how he stays up after the serve. A lot of players will dip really low, keeps the left hand on, and unleashes on that forehand. So these are the patterns of play that we're going to be looking for this afternoon. Andy is going to be trying to force those backhand errors. Milos is going to be looking to hit as many runaround forehands as possible, and I'm looking forward to another great Wimbledon final.
So are we, Craig. Thank you so much, as always. A factor we haven't really spoken about today, Thomas, that you may even be able to hear within our studio here is the wind. Serena Williams mentioned it after her win in the singles finals yesterday. It was windy out there. It seems even more windy today. How will that affect the play on court and the style of these two players?
Yes, it's by far the most windy day of the championship today, and it's very gusty, especially on the center court where the wind swirl around is make it very difficult for the players. And I think that would favour Andy Murray a little bit, because I think that he's the most consistent player and he plays with the more margin than Milos Raonic. So I think if it's keep on this wind, keep him up like this, I think it's going to favour Andy Murray.
Well, just to update you on the score over on centre court, it is currently with serve 3-all in the first set. A little omen maybe. Let me just reveal a result from court number 1 for you today. The boys' singles final has completed, and I don't think we want to reveal the score, actually, by the sounds in my ears, so I will hold back and instead talk to you about not the only British male or female competing today. Andy Murray, of course, is on court now. Heather Watson is due up later in the mixed doubles final, but another Scott Gordon-Reed, who has already won the gentlemen's wheelchair doubles, is playing in the inaugural gentleman wheelchair singles final against Sweden's Stefan Olsson, and he has the chance to win the match out on court 17 in straight sets. Can he do the double? Here on the first time of asking in the wheelchair events at Wimbledon, let's join commentary to find out.
Good strength and confidence for Gordon. Good nerves. Just got to beware that knife, a little slice by Olsson. He really gives it some pace, so it skims off the surface.
Gone long. 2 points away.
And the longest rally I think they've had.
30-15.
He's missed it. gone wide.
There are some people watching this who can scarcely believe it. He can believe it. He's serving for the championship. Championship point for Gordon Reid.
It's easy to do that. It's so easy. I so feel for Reid at the moment. Come on. But that's okay. Big serve, first serve, that's what he'll be saying.
Wimbledon champion. Wimbledon champion, the first ever Wimbledon singles champion, Scotland's Gordon Reid. The best at Wimbledon on wheels. One of the best in the world. What a feeling. What a feeling. Feeling of a champion.
Fantastic. I mean, unbelievable. Well done. Look at that. He is celebrating. Singles and doubles champion. Wow, wow, wow. This is just historic. Brilliant.
And the first person to congratulate him is coach Karen Ross, who's been with him for so long, since he took up the sport as a teenager. Helped introduce him to this sport, and look where it's taken him. And he's done a Serena.
Absolutely.
He's won the singles and the doubles.
Oh, I'm not so keen on the Alice bands, though. His mum's going to cry.
And his friends who've been with him from the start, his friends who were with him the morning he woke up and his legs didn't feel quite right. And not long later, he was in hospital for 6 months, paralysed. They've been with him through the whole story. And this is just the best final line.
What a story. What a story. It's just brilliant. What a Sunday. Is it Super Sunday?
Well, one Scot has started the day with a Wimbledon title. Andy Murray will be watching this, I'm sure, somewhere. It's a job for him to emulate this. Jordan Wiley on court as well in a while or so. Heather Watson in the mixed doubles as well. This could be a very, very special day for British tennis. It already is for Gordon Reid. Put this into perspective, Peter, for British wheelchair tennis, for disability sport in this country, to have the first ever Wimbledon singles champion.
I'm not sure we can. Wimbledon is how big's Wimbledon? Worldwide tennis, and we now have a double British winner, singles and doubles, and it's unheard of. So I'm not sure we can put it into. I think over the next, I think this is a fabulous foundation for more and all the youngsters and everyone look at our tennis, British tennis. Whoever said British tennis wasn't in a good place? Yeah, I feel for Olsen. You know, I've been there too, and it's you know, it's the worst place to be, sat waiting while everyone else is celebrating.
For this presentation, please welcome onto the court Jeff Newton, who is a member of the Committee of Management of the Championships. Firstly, this year's runner-up from Sweden, Stefan Olsson. wheelchair tennis singles Wimbledon champion from Great Britain, Gordon Reid.
Really were amazing scenes down there on court number 17, 6-1, 6-4 for Gordon Reid. Cara and Thomas off to enjoy a well-earned break. So it's Anki Othawong back with you here on Live at Wimbledon. And we just talk about what we saw there on court number 17. Amazing for Gordon Reid. I think he said afterwards in his acceptance speech when he was being given the trophy, he said that he wanted to inspire other athletes, disabled athletes, not just in tennis but across the country, and he's certainly done that on court 17 today.
Yeah, I don't think it's just disabled athletes he's been able to inspire, but I think able-bodied athletes too. He's a great character, big personality, and you can see what it meant to him out there, and a fantastic achievement. First time wheelchair singles has been played here at Wimbledon, and how great it is to see a British winner.
And what I thought was amazing as well is down on court number 17, where, as we've been saying throughout the championships, it's been a sort of special court. It's not one of the bigger outside courts, but there's been special moments throughout the tournament on that court. Marcus Willis winning his first round match it seems like an age ago, but some special moments throughout the tournament, and to end it on there with a special one. I know he'd won a couple of his matches on court 17, so he said afterwards he likes playing on that court. So great to see him do it on 17, and the packed crowd as well. There were so many people down there, not a spare seat.
Yeah, not a spare seat, standing room only around the court. He had his family there. He had a great team of people cheering him on, shouting, I think it was Rido or something. I won't try and sing it.
We've had enough singing for this championship.
Yes. No, I mean, the atmosphere was electric down there, and it's great to see a British winner, and maybe that might be a good omen to what else is going on this afternoon.
Absolutely, a brilliant performance from Gordon Reid, and Rachel Stringer was able to catch up with him after his match.
So Gordon Reid, first ever male singles wheelchair winner at Wimbledon. That's right. How does it feel?
Yeah, well done. You got the title spot on. It feels incredible. To win the doubles yesterday with Alfie was amazing. But now to do the double and have the singles trophy as well is I couldn't have made it any better myself.
And how does it feel to create a bit of history here as well?
Unbelievable, yeah. I think it's the first time we've ever had the singles title here, as you said. So to come out on top and always be remembered is going to be amazing, and something that'll live on forever.
Do you think yesterday's match gave you massive confidence going in today? 'Cause 6-1 in the first set made it look pretty easy.
Well, it wasn't easy, I can tell you that. I had a little bit of a nervy start. It was quite a tight first couple of games, and then we had a little break for rain, which was probably a good thing for me. Just meant I could calm down a little bit and just regroup. And then I think I played, some of the best tennis that I've played in my career. Stefan was playing well, and he was pushing me hard. So for me to be able to lift my level enough to win the first set 6-1 and win the second set as well, it was unbelievable.
And I can mention it now because you won, but when you had championship point, you did that double fault. What went through your mind then?
Yeah, I think it was just the occasion what actually went through my head after I hit it, I can't say on camera, that's for sure. But
you hit your racket, I saw you kind of push it.
Yeah, but it's just a moment, got to me a little bit. At the same time, I knew I had another one, waiting for me, so just managed to clear my head and just pick my spot in the serve. As Joe, the guru, one of my coaches, has been saying all week. And yeah, got it in the second time, so I don't care if I got it in the first or second, as long as I got it.
And how did it feel to be able to celebrate in front of all the home support and about 50 members of your friends and family out there?
Yeah, I don't know how we managed to blag all those tickets, but we got them all in, and the best fans I could ever ask for. When I won my first Grand Slam singles title in Melbourne, I had some friends there and some family. I thought that was never going to be beaten. Such an amazing moment, but I think today just has beaten it. Incredible moment. So many people that I love there watching, and yeah, just love sharing it with them.
And kind of what do you hope you, a GB athlete, being the first ever person to take this title, will do for wheelchair tennis?
I just hope it raises the profile. I hope, you know, it gets our sport out in the public eye more, and just gets more people involved in the sport in one way or another, whether it's, you know, volunteering, whether it's playing themselves, or whether it's just coming and supporting us at, you know, next year's Wimbledon. You know, if I can take anything small like that out of it, then I'll be happy.
I want to ask you, how did you manage to sleep after your success yesterday as well, last night?
Well, I had to move hotel first of all because there was a party going on outside the one that I was in, so that was a good start to the night. And then I didn't sleep very well. You know, I was quite excited about today, and obviously a little bit nervous. So I didn't have the best of sleeps, but adrenaline got me through it today.
Well, you can have your own party tonight, but we're also hoping, I guess, for a party on Henman Hill a bit later. Fellow Scot, Andy Murray, will you be watching him?
Absolutely, yeah. Hopefully I can catch some of Andy's match. You know, it'd be amazing for me to share this day with him and both, you know, share a moment maybe later with as two Wimbledon singles champions in the same year.
And maybe now you and Alfie can go and have a little bit of a celebration, because you couldn't obviously do it last night. Gordon, thank you so much. Well done for an amazing tournament. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
We're back, baby.
Yes, we are back together, Alicia. We are here.
Ladies' finals.
Ladies' finals.
This weekend is all about girl power.
Wimbledon weekend.
The weekend to watch for Wimbledon.
I opened the champagne
and we'll have our own little party.
Okay.
To me, nothing says party quite like sliced cucumber.
There's the ladies' finals, obviously, but it's not the only great tennis that's going on.
We've got the men's wheelchair doubles final.
With Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid.
Yeah.
Yes, love it.
Match point, mate.
Here it is, here it is.
If they do this, it's history.
That's it.
The first British wheelchair doubles champions ever.
That is some proper tennis skills.
Time for the final. Cheers.
Cheers, my darling.
Serena Williams versus Angelique Kerber. Lovely flowers. Has anyone got a vase for these ladies?
Where are they going to put them? Jay-Z and Beyonce in the house.
Look at
Let's
that.
really go.
David Attenborough should commentate Wimbledon. Here we have the lesser spotted tennis player. Here you can see the backhand and the forehand.
What a backhand!
Even Serena is clapping her. Respect where it's due.
No matter who you're supporting, when it's an incredible shot, it's an incredible shot.
Correction.
That was in. That was in.
Miss Kerber is challenging the court.
She's challenging her.
challenging.
Going to Hawkeye. How does Hawkeye work? Maybe they've got a hawk whisperer.
Joe.
What was that?
It's in.
It's in.
Bruno, match point. Pow!
Look, whack it.
Come on. Yes, Serena!
History has been made.
She sets it up.
Is she okay? I think someone should ring the St John's ambulance.
And the Wimbledon champion of 2016, Serena Williams.
22-time Grand Slam champion.
She is now officially legend.
For 2 weeks every year, passion prevails. Passion for perfection. Passion from the expectant crowds. Passion for the ultimate sporting test. But it's not always easy. Waves of doubt and belief must be ridden in equal measure. Emotions sometimes contained, sometimes released. And that outpouring of energy is what makes it all worthwhile. Especially when it comes down to that final winning moment at Wimbledon.
We're here with Robinsons to give you a real taste of Wimbledon. And we want to know how you'd celebrate if your favourite player won.
I would shout yes!
With a big bite like this,
with strawberries and cream and pink champagne.
Yes!
Raise the roof.
Yes! It's clear to see everyone has their own unique way to celebrate, and this is mine. Well done, well done, well done, well done.
It was the wrong side.
The ball chalk came up all over.
No, it was a bit of a spread, Mr. McEnroe. That was a good call.
Excuse me?
That was a bit of a spread.
Oh, you can't be serious, man. You cannot be serious! That ball was on the line! That was it! You can't be serious! That was it!
Can't be serious!
You cannot be serious! It was on the line! You cannot see it!
You cannot be serious.
You could not be serious.
You cannot be serious! You cannot be serious, man! That ball was it! You cannot be serious!
That ball was on the line!
Some brilliant moments there. What do you think John McEnroe's made of that first set then?
I don't think he'll be too happy. Well, the game plan clearly hasn't been working for Milos Raonic, but Andy Murray just showing how well he can play, and nerves haven't got the better of the Brit despite all the expectation. So, yeah.
Well, it's Andy Murray that's taken the first set 6-4. Let's find out exactly what happened at the end of it with Rob Walker and Craig O'Shaughnessy in the commentary box.
Well, you should have heard the roar when Andy Murray took that first set. It is deserved, but Milos Raonic is definitely doing his best to get into this slam. But Craig, it's now absolutely crucial, surely, that he wins this second set. I mean, he did wonderfully well to save the first break point early on for 2-1. And then when Murray was presented with 3, he saved the first 2, Raonic, but his third was soft. He came forward to the net once again. It hit the tape, bounced down, and that was all the opening that Murray needed to take that first set. What's your assessment of what you've seen so far?
I just saw a very similar point right there with Milos coming to the net and just not being able to finish. And part of that is Andy just makes you hit one more ball. He's so good at the back of the court. He's so good defensively. The backhand especially. Most approach shots, which we're seeing right now, actually Milos coming into the forehand side, gets away with that. But most approach shots will be a big forehand or a backhand. And it's really the technique. If you're teaching, if you're a coach out there teaching young kids, or if you're a young kid and you're like, I don't quite know how to hit my backhand, make it simple. It's going to come under attack. It's going to be pressured by time. The ball is going to get there quickly. The ball is going to have weight. And if you can just drop it off your hips, keep it simple and block it out in front, you're going to make a lot of balls. And it's serving Andy Murray very well here. He's making Milos have to hit below the height of the net when he's coming in. And it adds up over time. Matches like this, you almost say, I'm going to do 2 hours of work before I see the positive results of my plan. Now, I think here, Andy's seeing it a little bit earlier, but especially for an opponent coming forward so much, they'll come forward for the first hour and the second hour, and they won't miss as much, but all of a sudden it's like they come forward, I've got to hit another ball. I've got to get down for another low volley. And that will certainly come into play the longer this goes.
I don't think it's a question, from what I've seen from the non-expert's perspective, of Raonic not serving well, but it's a mark of just how brilliantly Andy Murray is coping with the Raonic serve, that he's only had 1 ace so far. We've had a couple of big bombs going down, a 140, a 141. And by the way, yet again, right at the beginning of the second set, the Raonic serve is coming under pressure. He's been taken to juice here, which is why you may have heard a little roar from the crowd. But the serve hasn't disappeared, but Murray's coping with it so well at the moment.
Well, right there, to get back to juice, it was a big serve. It was 127 out wide. Now, when you see that, the radar gun is going to be a little bit higher right down the center. It's the quickest way home. It's right at the gun. When it goes out wider, you don't need as much speed on it as well. So 127 out wide, still a very big serve. Andy reaches for it, keeps it out in front, blocks it, return winner off a first serve. So that there is now led into a double fault on the next point.
Double fault, amazing. So Raonic, the camera's just focusing in. He's roaring his frustration. This is the worst possible start to the second set for a man who was living with Murray for the majority of the first set. These are crucial moments now for Milos Raonic, the number 6 seed, contesting his first Grand Slam final. Needs a big first serve and gets one. Goes out wide. Murray, while they're exchanging backhands, Murray into the net. That's a crucial, crucial break point save there for Milos Raonic. Now, I've just been turning my phone on. I wasn't being rude and not listening to you, Craig. One of our guys down at our base, Harry Double, he's been working brilliantly over the fortnight. He sent me a couple of stats. Just wanted to run this one by you. They've gone back to deuce for the second time on the first game of the second set. Remember, Raonic lost the first set. Desperately needs to hold serve here at the beginning of the second. And his first serve hits the tape and bounces back on his side of the net. Harry's chief stat, there are loads, but the key one, when Murray has played a match in a Grand Slam and won the first set, he's gone on to win the match on 140 occasions, and he's only been beaten on 8. Does that mean that this is an absolute metaphorical mountain to climb now for Raonic? Not just with that statistic, but because the context of where we are, who he's playing, and the fact that he's won this before.
Yeah, everything. You can find dozens of those statistics, and that's a huge one. We play a sport of getting ahead with the first point of the game, get ahead 15-love, get ahead by winning the first set. It all just snowballs in a good direction. And a couple of good points here. So to save break point, he started out at the backhand, didn't have a lot of success there. He serves to the backhand here. Raonic has got to play the Murray forehand more, which he does now. It's that tactic we talked about, the 2-1 pattern, where you go 2 to the backhand, deep and wide, move him off the court, then open up the deuce court. And Raonic is 7 or 8 shots in. He's trying it. There he does, right there. And he wins the point with it. So that was huge. So as you're watching this match unfold, when Raonic runs around, when he played Federer, he's going to run around and take that big forehand through the ad court and really put Roger in the backhand cage and make him hit 3 or 4 and just break it down. Great tactic. Doesn't work in this final. What he's got to do is the 2-1, which is deep through the ad court, wider through the ad court, open the hole in the deuce, go inside in, which he did right there, won the point. Andy's forehand on the run, going across the baseline, will yield more errors than Andy's backhand on the run. So, really the only reason that Milos should be initially hammering away at the Murray backhand is to open up the forehand. Okay, so really key moments in the first game of the second set. Raonic saving break point, just giving himself a little breather there, little room for manoeuvre early in this second set. Final question here before we head out, and I'm sure you'll be coming back to us. We've had 50 minutes of top quality drama here. And by the way, the atmosphere is absolutely crackling with anticipation. Of course, this is a global service, and it's a great story that Raonic has made it through to his first Slam final, but the majority of people here supporting Murray, and they're creating an amazing atmosphere. If we're being hypercritical from what we've seen of Raonic so far, is he overall a couple of % down in quality on what he produced to get over the line against Federer, or is he playing absolutely as well as he did in the semi? And is it a case that Murray's just raised his game again at the key moment? Milos is not at the same rarefied level he was in the semi-final. He's not hitting that yet. I didn't see one piece of negativity or frustration in his body language. We've already seen some of that. The first point of that game, you've got a first serve of Andy at the body. It was, Milos is on defense with that backhand return. His backhand return isn't that great, and he's trying to play offense. He's trying to overdo it. He's got to let the match come to him a little bit. And saying that, yes, he's going to drop heat. Yes, he's going to play big man tennis. Yes, he's going to get to the net. But when you're on defense, you can't play offense. So there's balls that, you've got to be just a little bit more careful coming to the net against Andy. You've got to get him under a little bit more pressure than he did against Roger. Roger wasn't at the top of his game, and Milos had, quite possibly one of the best matches he's ever played. So here in the final, Andy's a little bit better. Milos is a little bit off. Don't force it. breathe, relax, walk around, go to the towel, smell the roses. You're in a Wimbledon final, win or lose. This is just so magical out there. And let it come to him a bit. Don't force it, because he'll just start making a ton of errors. You know, players at every level of the game do that.
Right, great analysis as always from Craig. We're absolutely thoroughly absorbed by this match. Murray on the verge of securing his first service game in the second set to love. He's 40 love up. Just wait to see this one. Unleashes a big first serve, massive backhand from Milos Raonic, who just wants to maybe put the Murray serve under a little bit of pressure. That one goes long, so Raonic does stay in the hunt for this game, but it's 40-15, and it does look as though Murray will level at 1 game all, having taken the first set 6-4. Absolutely brilliant, brilliant atmosphere here. I know you'll be coming back to us for a few more updates. It really does feel as though this is a day where history will be made, either from the perspective of Murray winning Wimbledon for the second time, or from the point of view of Milos Raonic, if he manages to come back into this match and become the first Canadian man to win a Grand Slam final. Fascinating and an absolute privilege to be here. We'll see you again soon here on Centre Court. Meanwhile, let's get out and about with Rachel Stringer.
So I'm joined by Ben Swan. He's a learning officer here at Wimbledon. Ben, what exactly is your role?
That's a very good question. My role is to run the learning department, and the learning department's been here since 2001. And essentially what we do is we bring students through the doors of Wimbledon, which has been described as Willy Wonka's factory, with great big golden gates, and you have to get a golden ticket to get in. And our job is to say, you don't need that golden ticket. Come inside, you can learn about the championships in a fun and entertaining way and go away knowing a little bit more about tennis.
In terms of who you cater for or who you teach, what age ranges does that span?
It spans a huge age range. We do from primary age through to postgraduate university. So depending on your age, depends on what you might want to be doing. So we do art workshops and keeping healthy workshops for younger students, and for kind of secondary students we go into the more of the intricacies of nutrition, and for postgraduate university it's all about business, so looking at the way the championships finances itself.
And what facilities do you have here on site maybe to put that in place?
Well, we're very lucky. We have a huge facility underneath court 15, I think it is, 15 or 16. It's where the ball boys and girls live at the moment, but when they head off after the championships, we take it over for the rest of the year, and it becomes a lecture space, a teaching space, and a lunchroom that can cater for 120 people.
Absolutely, and obviously that's a full-time job of yours, but then when the championships comes around every year, you put on specific projects, is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. We want to open up as much of the championships as possible. And so we have what we call a community art project. And the community art project is about taking elements of the championships that people perhaps don't know exist and make it an entertaining aspect of their visits to the championships. So this year, it's called Open String.
And if we come this way, Ben, we can talk a little bit more about Open String, which is here, which is a video this year.
Yeah, it is, yeah. So Open String is a musical timeline. So it is a story of the championships. So it's the 130th championships. And it's called Open String. It's called Open String because it's all about string. And string is important to tennis. Without string, you couldn't play tennis. And we discovered, through talking to our friends at Babolat, that the first string was from a musical instrument. So from that, we thought, well, what musical instruments use a similar type of string? And it was a ukulele. So we found Mr. B, the gentleman rhymer, who creates songs using a banjolele, which is like a ukulele. And then we found stories from the 130th championships, so all of the decades of the championships from 1877 up to today in 2016. Hid these stories around the grounds. Students from Shine Merton came on site in March, found these stories, edited them down, sent them to Mr. B, the gentleman rhymer, who turned them into a wonderful song which you can hear online today.
And you can hear it, you can see a little bit of it here. We'll show you that a little bit later. But just in terms of what that day did for the children, how did they respond to it?
They loved it. I mean, the children coming on site were very reticent, a little bit scared at first. It's a daunting place to come to Wimbledon, especially in the off-season. And some of them were suffering from anxiety and things like this, and they completely came out of their skins. And you can see, if you watch the film, you can see them dancing around in centre court, dressed up as Victorians and Edwardians, having a marvellous time. And that's kind of what it's all about.
And it's very educational as well. You said there was 13 stories in that. If you could pick maybe one story to give someone a little bit of information or background knowledge about Wimbledon, what would it be?
Well, seeing as today is the ladies' singles final, I think we should go with Suzanne Lenglen. Now, Suzanne Lenglen's an incredibly important person to tennis, not only is she famous for holding the shortest ever ladies singles victory at Wimbledon in 1922, in which she did it in 23 minutes. But she also became the first lady to play tennis without wearing a corset, which has been said all women all over the world should fall to their knees daily. And thanks, Suzanne, for doing that.
Well, I might just fall to my knees and thank Suzanne for doing that, but I'm not going to at the moment. I just want to quickly draw your attention to the little tennis rackets that Ben has also made, because he's a man of many talents, and the kids, they got to do this as well. This is one single string made into little tennis rackets, which the kids had quite a lot of time, I'm sure, having a little go at, didn't they?
Absolutely. So, I mean, string is integral to tennis, and string is kind of just looks like nothing, so you can turn it into tiny little tennis rackets. These are 3 different types of tennis string of all of the millions that are available to you today.
Ben Swan, thank you very much, a man of many talents, and you can watch, like we said, Open String online, or I think we might even be showing it in the studio a little bit later. Thank you very much, Ben.
You're welcome.
Enjoy yourselves for now. I will see you soon. Pip pip and cheerio.
Pip, pip.
Got together in 1868 to form a club, but didn't start competing until 9 years later. Croquet was fine and then the sun was divine, but tennis was becoming quite the thing at the time. The first men's champion was Spencer Gore, but the first tennis star was William Renshaw. Into the public imagination he would crash. A chap even bought a pile of bricks for cash, so he could see the newly crowned Renshaw smash from the back of the crowd. By Jove, that racket was loud. When Renshaw and his brother gave up the game, the popularity waned and things weren't quite the same. They left in the droves. So the club called the Coves, who played croquet back. In a gesture of gratitude, they put their name back over the door. The All England Lawn Tennis and Croquet Club forevermore. Tennis and bandy lady have in common one thing. You can't play either without something that springs. So let's raise our hats and start to sing from your heart as we bring to you art and open string. To be a champion, you need many things, but first and foremost, you need some strings. You have to have courage in order to win, and also a bit of cello and a sausage skin. There have been so many characters to grace this stage, so many tales of daring do throughout the ages. The stories and legends continue to grow, but there are a few of note who you might not know, like Susan Lenglen, the first ladies champion on centre court. She threw away the corset and adopted the look of a flapper. That's a slap in the face of the fuddy-duddies, showing her ankles and bringing the studies of fashion to the world. Soon after, girls would follow her style. Long before Lacoste and Fred Perry and Stan Smith made a part from selling wares, the star was everywhere here in Wimbledon. Gussie Moran was another one. She whacked thrilling kickers while sporting frilly knickers. The authorities bickered and rather got the jitters, but the public gathered around the radio transmitters. All the same, although you may not have heard the name Mrs. Hilliard, who had a semi-final delayed by rain in 1907 and retired at the opening of the heavens. Assuming that the match would be off till the following day, she ordered a large tea to be brought in on a tray. 2 bath buns, 7 slices of bread and butter, 4 cups of tea, 7 biscuit cakes, 4 other cakes, and 3 strawberry plates, and she retired for a nap. Only to be awoken and find that the sun was back, and so was the game. She struggled on, but was defeated all the same. Mrs. Hilliard's terrible tea became legendary in this rather bonkers era of open To be a champion, you need many things, but first and foremost, you need some strings. I know it does sound a tad amazing, but they are really made partly from sausage casing. So here we are again, our yearly refrain, watching matches and hoping that it won't rain. Will there be another super brat who breaks through, or another match as long as Isner versus Mahou? Maybe the Brits can break the taboo of 77 and become renewed. The tournament began in 1877. Jeannie Wade won in 1977. It was 77 years between Perry and Murray, who finally won on the 7th of the 7th, 2013. We'd all be keen if perhaps he could repeat the feat never seen with his open string.
I'm here in Dalston, about 12 miles away from you guys in SW19, where Stella Artois and Wimbledon have put on a pretty cool experience called the Time Portal. And I'm about to head inside and experience it for myself. Oh, gosh. So, Joe Houghton, the director of the Time Portal, just tell us what exactly is the Time Portal?
The Time Portal is a secret thing that we've built in Dalston. And what we've done is we've built a time machine, a secret time machine that transports 22 audience members at a time back to Victorian London, where, amongst other things, they get to experience the first ever Wimbledon finals. The various different creative forces on it have kind of combined. So it's part theatre show, part production, part Stella Artois experience, part Wimbledon experience. There's lots of theatre, there's lots of sights and sounds and smells. There's some wonderful beer. There's even a little bit of tennis as well.
So how much can the audience members expect to be part of the show?
A huge amount. The more you give as an audience member, the more that our guys respond to you, and the more you take from the experience. You might get to try a pie, you might get a free glass of beer, you might get to experience a Victorian sweet stall, you might be part of a magician's trick, who knows. There's all sorts to get involved with.
You've just taken part in the Time Portal experience. Just tell us how it was.
Oh, it was really great. You get to walk around and you're led around this complete story around the whole of London, and you get to interact with everything, and you get to interact with the characters, and the story changes because of what you're doing. It's really cool.
It wasn't what I was expecting at all. It was literally, you got taken back to the Victorian era. There were magicians, there were pickpockets, police. You met Sherlock Holmes, Jack the Ripper, Ebenezer Scrooge. It's just a range of emotions. It's just great. It's just really good.
How can people get tickets if they want to come?
The easiest thing to do is to go to ebplive.co.uk, and we're there on the What's On page. It's called the Time Portal. It's running now, and it runs through till Sunday, which is finals day. So we finish at the same time as Wimbledon finishes.
Okay, so I've just taken part in the time portal. I've been transported back to 1877 to watch the first ever Wimbledon men's single final, something I never thought I would actually be saying, but I've done it. I've been there. It was amazing. Come down here and experience it for yourself. You will not be disappointed.
She will no doubt be.
To court 17, the final of the ladies' wheelchair doubles tournament. Yui Kamiji of Japan and the home favourite Jordan Wiley of Great Britain. The #1 seeds are serving against Jiske Griffoen and Aniek van Koot, both of them from the Netherlands, the #2 seeds. And Kamiji and Wiley are going for their 3rd straight Wimbledon title here. You can join the commentary with them serving for the match at 6-2 in the second set.
Penetrating backhand slice from Van Koot. Just too much for Jordan Wiley to retrieve.
Yeah, you've got to watch her. She can ignite at any time, Van Koot. Very explosive and dangerous on the court. But it comes at a price. And that price, unforced errors. And these two will be gladly receiving them right now. 2 points away from the Wimbledon title. Just pulled off that one a little.
I'm sure her pulse is racing right now.
Yeah, it's an easy thing to say, isn't it? Go 1 point at a time at this stage. Difficult to do. Wonderful angle from Kamiji.
40-30.
And after an hour and 7 minutes then, this has brought up a match point opportunity for the top seeds.
It's an untimely double fault. When Gordon Reid was serving for the match earlier, he also started off with a double fault, but then was able to close it out on his second match point.
Second match point opportunity for Yui Kamiji and Jordan Wiley here. Put away volley.
Match, Miss Kamiji, Miss Riley. Two sets to love. 6-2, 6-2.
Look at their reaction. It's a trio of consecutive Wimbledon titles, 3 in a row for Jordan Wiley and Yui Kamiji. A moment of pure joy as they secure their 8th Grand Slam doubles title, a hat-trick of Wimbledon titles for Jordan Wiley and Yui Kamichi.
That's so lovely to see, embracing a family. That'll be a nice photo for the family album.
Thumbs up from Dad. Wonderful moments around court 17.
Yui Kamichi is part of the Wiley family now as well.
Yes. An adopted daughter. There's Dad Keith. Delighted, I'm sure. So wonderful scenes here on court 17. And
well, 2 out of 2 for British winners down there on court number 17 in the wheelchair competitions. The singles earlier, Gordon Reid winning 6-1, 6-4 against Stefan Olsson. And then Jordan Wiley with Yui Kamichi, her Japanese partner, 6-2, 6-2. And just amazing skill, especially, I really enjoyed that match point. Kamichi rushing the net. You don't often see that tactic used, and a great volley into the open court.
Yeah, fantastic tennis from these two. They've built such a strong partnership over the years. That was their 3rd consecutive Wimbledon title. And for Jordan Wiley, it makes up for the disappointment of her singles in the wheelchair event where she went out in the semi-finals. But again, they're unstoppable, those two.
Absolutely, a great performance yet again from Kamichi and Wiley, and Rachel Stringer caught up with them after the match.
I'm joined by the women's wheelchair double champions, Jordan Wiley and Yui Kamichi. Guys, that's number 8 now, and off camera, Yui didn't even remember how many she's up to in terms of Grand Slam wins. Jordan, did you remember?
Yeah, of course. I don't know why she doesn't know that.
And I mean, number 8, you know, how is that? And 3rd time here at Wimbledon. Just how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I think we're both kind of in a bit of shock. We didn't think that we could ever win 3 in a row because, you know, Anik and Yiskra are such strong opponents. But today I've really felt we played the best tennis we've ever played at a slam.
And Yui, you actually obviously played that final championship point as well. Did you know it was going to be the one that clinched that title?
No, I thought Yiskra hit to the cross, so I was like, oh my god, what should I do? Like that, but yeah, I made it.
You did make it, and then Jordan found you, and it was all celebrations out there. And Jordan, a question for you, I guess. Obviously, prior to that, Gordon Reid just took the first ever men's singles title here at Wimbledon. Did you have that in the back of your mind and you wanted to go and achieve what he's just achieved?
Yeah, I mean, for me, coming in here, I wanted to obviously win singles and doubles. And, you know, when my singles dream was over, I had to put everything into doubles. And, you know, Gordon's a great player. He's had a very good year, and I'm very happy for him.
Absolutely. And what can we expect from both of you next? You know, number 9, Yui, potentially?
Yes, I hunt.
Have you got maybe a number in your mind, what you'd like to achieve, or is it just about the next game and just kind of carrying on winning?
Yeah, no, not at all. We just go on the court and we love the feeling of winning, and we love the feeling of being on the court with each other. So we just want to win.
And what a day for British tennis. Sorry, Yui, I've got to talk to Jordan about this one. Obviously, we had Gordon Reid, as just mentioned. Now yourself, Andy Murray, maybe Heather Watson. What does that mean for British tennis?
Yeah, I think it's a good Wimbledon, and I think we're in a great position right now. I think Murray's got a very good chance, Heather as well. And yeah, I'd love to see that happen.
Well, obviously, hat-trick for you too. Are you going to go and celebrate now? What's your celebration plans for this evening, potentially?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've got the Champions Ball this evening, but before that, we have to get some ice cream.
And go and pick your dresses. That's going to be something to look forward to.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you very much. Well done again. Amazing achievement.
Thank you very much.
I think that people that have watched this event have seen that Murray is playing better than anyone has in this tournament. I mean, his movement is unbelievable. And it seems like he's gotten better as matches have gone on, quicker. Hitting harder. To me, you have to try to take the racket out of a guy like that's hands. If you have a serve like Milos's, you can do that. And try to dictate play on your terms. Is Milos Raonic a favorite? Obviously not. He's going to have to play the match of his life to win.
Well, beautiful scenes. London town there, a long way in the distance from SW19 here in the southwest of the city. Probably not too many people left out there. They're all here watching the tennis, either on Henman Hill or inside centre court. A real buzz around the grounds as the men's singles final continues inside that famous arena at the top of your screen there. Andy Murray taking the first set 6-4. and it's 4-3, but on serve with Milos Raonic leading in the second set. We saw John McEnroe there. I asked you a little bit earlier on what you think he would have made of the first set. And it's been a much better performance from the player he's coaching in the second set, hasn't he? He's got back into this match.
Yeah, I think in that first set we saw some nerves from Raonic. His feet weren't moving as well as I'm sure he would have liked, but he is in his first Grand Slam final and those nerves have settled. He's playing himself into the match, but Murray has made life very tough for him. We all know how well Andy Murray returns and he's put a lot of those back into play. Raonic hasn't been able to get as many free points as he would like, so he's been made to work hard on his service games, which he won't enjoy. I'm sure he'd much rather have straightforward service games and then take a few chances on Murray's serve. But, you know, with him having to work so hard on his service games, sooner or later we might see him crack.
One thing a lot of people are enjoying about this final so far is, first time for a little while, we've had two quite contrasting styles playing in the men's singles final. It's not been two baseliners rallying it out. Whoever's the strongest from the baseline wins. We've got the attacking player in Raonic, the big serve, the big ground strokes, and then Murray, who perhaps is a little bit more defensive but good returns. He's the player who's doing most of the running. Just nice to sort of almost go back to an old-fashioned final where you've got two players of very different styles. Yeah,
very different styles, but Murray, what he's doing well out there and what he's been doing well throughout the championships is actually playing a bit more aggressively than usual. He's keeping Raonic pinned to that baseline as much as possible. Raonic wants to come forwards and finish off at the net, but again, Murray is making that tough for him. And Murray is picking him off quite well as well when he comes forwards to the net. There's nothing Andy Murray loves more than having a target to go at. You know, the second set has been highly competitive. It'll be interesting to see how long Raonic can keep his level up, or if Andy Murray will have a bit of a dip in his focus, because his concentration out there, his body language out there has been so strong, so good. You know, if the scoreboard still favours him, it'll be easier for him to keep that type of level up. But if Raonic can do something different, make any inroads somewhere, then who knows?
Absolutely. We can hear all the cheers and the groans from inside the stadium and then on Henman Hill, which is just behind us here in the studio at Live at Wimbledon. Let's take you inside centre court now, right now and cross to our commentary box where Rob Walker and Craig O'Shaughnessy are standing by.
Yes, thanks very much. Welcome back to centre court, where we've got some interesting moments developing here. I mean, that was a massive, massive save of a break point there for Milos Raonic, because having lost the first set, you surely would have thought that a break halfway through the second would almost give Andy Murray enough belief to get over the line. But you feel Murray made a tactical mistake on the break point where he could have finally got that advantage in the second set.
Yeah, exactly. There was, in Milos's mind, there was a mix-up of the tactics. So from the back of the court, he wants to play big forehands inside in down the line to Murray's forehand. That's wide over in the ad court, straight down the line. He had a short ball and he decided to approach there. And it's one of the worst places to approach because the easy pass is the cross-court flick. So it's break point down. The scoreboard is piling on a lot of pressure there. And Milos approaches down the line inside into the forehand. Well, you know, 9 times out of 10, Andy should just go cross-court roll, get the ball below the height of the net, make Milos hit up. Milos doesn't exactly get his grip far enough around, so any low forehand volley is going to be tough, and then probably go for the pass on the next shot if he has to hit another ball. So I think Milos made the mistake with the approach direction. Then Andy makes the mistake with the passing shot that goes down the line, and Milos is right there. There's no reaching for it. And so now Milos has got a nice, easy backhand volley to go cross-court and make Andy run hard with a backhand, and Andy goes line again, which is another very difficult shot. So the key here is that it should have been cross-court and cross-court for Andy. Instead, he went line and line, and he lost that point. Then on the game point that Milos had, I thought he did a great job where he had a low ball with a backhand, and he hit it right down the middle of the court, and then Andy fell off it. So...
Sorry for laughing. Someone's trying to come into the commentary box to get a free seat. Okay, sorry.
Bye.
It's so popular in here.
Get out of
it's
here.
The best seat in the house. Anyway, we'll call security and sort that one out.
Yeah.
Fascinating stage, though, of this game. We're on serve, Murray 40-30, and there indeed it does look as though Murray has taken that service game. So he's levelled at 4 games all in the second set. But Murray will be happy to get over the line in that service game, because when we saw him sitting down having failed to take advantage of that break point, he was remonstrating with himself a little bit. And I think you felt as though, and he's still talking to himself now, actually. Camera's focusing on Murray, who's down towards his box. He's got his back to the royal box, and he's still talking to himself. So he's in control. It's 4-all in the second set. He's taken the first 6-4, but he's not absolutely happy with where his game is at the moment, is he? He's a little bit rattled, even though he's got the initiative and the advantage.
He didn't let go of not playing that game well. So he kept muttering to himself, and he's doing it right now. He's actually smiling, but he's pointing his head like this. Is like so silly. So he loses that game. He loses the break point, which could have really piled on the pressure with the 2 passing shots down the line that failed, and then the passing shot from the middle of the court. And it happens so often. But, you know, next time you're on the court, tomorrow, next week, a league match, whatever it is, and you're playing singles, experiment with that approach. You get an approach shot, and you're about ready to hit it, and you're like, oh, I remember Craig and Rob talked about approaching right down the center of the court. Let me try it. Approach down the middle, and for sure, so many of you are going to stand there in the middle of the court, and the passing shot's going to go wide and land in the alley. People just go, oh, I've got no angle, let me try and create some, and it doesn't happen. And he sits down, looks at the box, chatter, got up, even some more muttering, and then loses the first point. And it's like, you know, he's just not in as, the match isn't as clear for him at this point in time. When you hang on to elements of the past that don't go well, when you lose points strategically, you've just got to hit the flush button and let it go, and then start figuring out the new pattern of play, or go back to the existing patterns of play that are really, really good. So overall, Andy's got, you know, in this arm wrestle of this match, he's ahead, but he's also definitely ahead in the strategic battle. He's got he's got patterns of play within the game that he's going to repeatedly, and Milos is reaching a little bit more and having to redline his game a little bit more. Really lucky right there from Andy with a passing shot down the line to go 4-all, 30-all. So monster moment right here in the match.
Yeah, this is absolutely key. Murray very sportingly put his hand up because Raonic was in control, lashed a massive forehand deep towards Murray's baseline, and Murray hit the ball on the net. It bounced over, leaving Raonic no time or space to get it back. Murray puts his hand up, but 30-all. This is a huge serve here for the 6'5" Canadian, who desperately needs a first serve, and he's gone way, way long there.
That's the pressure.
So Raonic, just a little exhale of breath there, puffs his cheeks out. Murray down the far end, hopping from toe to toe. He knows this could be a great opportunity, and a break here would give him a chance to be serving for the second set. Raonic with a massive forehand. Murray gets one back. Raonic using all of his reach there. Lovely, cool finish to that point from Milos Raonic. Just had a little glance around at the crowd as he walks back towards his baseline.
Well, Rob, once again, there's the confusion of the tactics. So he gets a short ball, and it was just called in, so they're going to replay it. He gets lucky there. Good serve, gets a shorter ball with the serve +1. Approach to the backhand. Big forehand to the backhand, annihilate the ball and get in. But he approaches to the forehand, and he does the right passing shot, which is the cross-court roll. Milos just gets a racket on it, and it nicks the outside of the line. So we go back to 30-all right now and play it again. And again, a serve and a forehand. He does approach the backhand, and it's not good enough. It's not good enough. Murray has a wonderful little cross-court roll. These are the patterns that work at every level of the game.
Some of the people on their feet, roaring their approval. Murray has break point again. So Raonic has saved 2 so far. 1 for 4-3 to hold on to his serve there, and 1 break point in the very first game of this second set. This is absolutely massive for Milos Raonic. Break point. And this would hand Murray an opportunity to serve for the second set. And once again, that big weapon that served him so well against Federer has let him down a little bit. He'll have to do it from a second serve. Bouncing the ball 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. Key moments these for Raonic. Oh, and it's just getting a little bit tingly and tense out there. That one hit the top of the net. Unfortunately, from the perspective of the Canadians in the crowd, vastly outnumbered, it bounced inside. So another chance for Raonic to level at deuce.
very smart second serve, forehand jam.
And that was a weak backhand there from Andy Murray. Raonic gets out of jail a little bit there. We're back to deuce at 4-all on the Raonic serve in this second set.
Yeah, that was not good. I mean, a good second serve. Andy defends it well. It comes back to his backhand. And what Andy's got to do is just drill it deep with two hands and push Milos back to his backhand. And he went slice and dumped it in the net. That was not the right tactic. And now we've got Milos serving and volleying. Andy slices the return. It floats. It looks like it landed on the line. We've got a review.
Yeah, Raonic has challenged this one. Cameras focusing on the umpire and Hawkeye. And the ball is in. And the cheers of the crowd tell you that. It's in by a couple of centimetres. And once again, Raonic facing break point. So what's he saved? 3 so far now. This is the 4th. He's really living dangerously now at a key moment in the second set. Cameras once again focusing on Murray. Second break point in this game alone. Great first serve from Raonic. It's absolutely huge, and he lashes the forehand. He's in control of this point at the moment, and for the 4th time in this second set, Milos Raonic has saved break point. He's not over the line because obviously it's just gone back to deuce on this service game, but this is a real display of heart from Raonic. He's under pressure. He's coming under the cosh against the world number 2, and somehow he's finding a way through these very, very tense moments.
Perfect pattern of play from Milos then. Served to the backhand, took a first shot forehand to Andy's forehand. And when Andy misses that forehand wide in the deuce court, it's not after 7 or 8 or 10 shots. Attack it early. Serve wide, big to the forehand. Andy put it in the net. Milos wins the next point and is now serving ad-in.
So, game points for Milos Raonic. He will be a very relieved man if he nails a big one down here and stays on serve, moving ahead 5-4. Great first serve, and Raonic holds for a 5-4 advantage. Final question as the guys move to their chair. From a neutral's perspective, that is a great hold from Raonic. He is still alive in this match, 1 hour, 28 minutes. Not much to separate them. And what's that now? 4 occasions in this set. Raonic has saved break point. At what stage, even though Murray's still in the driving seat, he's the one forcing these opportunities, but at what stage will the frustration of those missed chances begin to weigh on his mind?
Great question. It could be breaking point for either player. What we're seeing with Milos is that a couple of those serves is he trying to end it in one shot, which is not the smart play because just the percentages are not with you, which is, an ace. He's hardly hit. How many aces so far? He's only hit 4 aces. So very, very few there. Andy shut that down. What Milos has got to focus on is the 2-pronged attack. I hit my spot here. I expect the ball to come back here. And especially against Murray, I'm going to tag my forehand wide to the deuce court, put him on the run out there. Or if it's really short and I am going to come forward, I'm going to approach to the backhand. So the first shot forehand is really simple. Big forehand and stay back to the forehand cross court, or approach to the forehand and get in. And he's just got to make sure he's not, pressuring. He's not reaching. He's not going for too much. We saw a serve in that service game where the first serve landed closer to the baseline than the service line. And then on break point, we saw it halfway up the net. So breathe, between the points, calm down. He says, come on, he's on his toes. He looks good here.
Raonic is very much still alive in this second set after some very wobbly moments. Murray serving down towards the royal box, 4-5 down, but 1 set up. Crucial, crucial moments in this match. If Raonic can somehow find a way to take this second set, we will have one heck of a match. If he doesn't, Murray will have one hand on the Wimbledon trophy for the second time. Join us again soon on Centre Court. I think we're going out and about again to catch up with Rachel.
You can see loads of balls there because we're in the ball store and found Brian Mardling, and he's the ball store manager here at Wimbledon. We're actually just in Centre Court, is that right?
Just outside Centre Court, yeah.
So it's a pretty exciting little venue you've got here, isn't it?
Well, it's cosy, I think, is the word we use. Yeah, it's very discreet. You wouldn't know it was really here if you were just walking by and the door was shut.
Well, no, I didn't. And just talk us about what you've got going on here. It looks like we've got quite a lot of balls still left, Brian, but is that actually the case?
Well, we do have, we did order 57,600 balls, and at the moment we're probably down to somewhere about 7,000. with a couple of days to left. So that includes obviously the backup to make sure we have enough balls to get through the tournament.
And that's increased recently, hasn't it? Because a couple of years ago it was a bit less than 57,000.
That's right. It used to be 53,000 and a little bit more, but we had to increase that because of the amount of balls that were used at practice. The reason being that the extra week between the French and the Wimbledon Championships meant that the players could get more practice in and hence more use of the tennis balls, so we had to up our order.
You just wouldn't think you need that many balls, but Brian, you're holding something behind your back there, and this is kind of explains why we need so many balls, isn't it? Because this is a new one, and this is what, please?
That's been used for 9 games, and you can see the wear on that. That the players have used, and that's why the balls are changed every 9 games after the first ball change of 7, simply because the wear on that will soften up even just after 9 games, the way the pros hit the ball.
Absolutely. And how many balls are taken to every match?
Each court has a drum of 22 cans, 66 balls to start the day, and they're refreshed after the end of each match. So if 10 cans are used for a match, that gets returned to our front office. 10 new ones will be introduced, so there's always 22 cans for a start of each match.
So there's more balls for warm-up and for practice and for the matches.
Yes, we're continually moving balls around during the day, particularly warm-up balls. The first week was really quite hard work for us, getting all the warm-up balls as the interruptions of play. So we do have to turn around quite a lot of extra balls there. And the 3, 5, 7 are the spare balls on court. And there are a tremendous amount of balls hit out of court. And because the umpire wants to keep 6 balls on court, extra balls have to be introduced. And that's why we have a 3, 5, 7 can.
And it feels quite nice in here temperature-wise. Is that for a certain reason?
Yes, a controlled temperature of 20 degrees, 68 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's because the ITF actually tests the balls at that particular temperature, a plus or minus of 2 degrees. So it just follows on that that's the best temperature that we try and keep the balls at.
And after the balls have been used, Wimbledon have something special they do with them, isn't that right?
Yes, once the balls have been used, at the end of the day, we then take the used balls into the sales kiosk, and they're sold to the public the following day as a memento of the championships.
Yeah, for the Wimbledon Foundation. So it all goes to a good cause in the end.
Everything goes to charity. So and we really tend to sell out all the balls that we use. There's very few left.
Well, thank you very much, Brian. You've got 2 more days to go. I'm sure this will be probably empty at the end of the tournament.
Yes, there'll just be a few cases left. Make sure we're on the right side of the ball stock.
Well, good luck for the last 2 days. Thank you so much, Brian.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Well, the battle continues on centre court. Really, really close second set between Milos Raonic and Andy Murray. It's currently 6-5 to Milos Raonic, but still on serve there. So Andy Murray serving. Catherine Whitaker's joined us back in the studio. What's been the social media reaction after the start of this match? What are people saying? How are they seeing it so far?
Impressed by Andy Murray. Suggestions perhaps that Raonic didn't come out of the gates all guns blazing, perhaps with understandably a little bit of nerves. Murray dealing with his serve extremely well. It took him 37 minutes to serve his first ace, Milos Raonic. That was the stat that was really doing the rounds on Twitter. Everyone was wondering when will he serve the first ace in this match. Suggestions here, Carol Bouchard saying Andy is just serving much better than Raonic in this match. Raonic doing very well to hang in this second set. Lots of people pointing out that Andy Murray is doing everything very well except for converting break points. He's only taken 1 of 5 so far and needs to change that. I think it looks like we're heading into a tie-break in the second set, so opportunities to break are done with for this set at least. A lot of attention on the fact that Boris Becker is in the crowd, potentially doing a bit of scouting for future Grand Slams to his man Novak Djokovic. But yeah, there's a lot of feeling that this second set is completely crucial, particularly, of course, for Milos Raonic. I mean, I know he has come back from 2 sets to love down once this tournament, for the first time in his career, in fact, but against Andy Murray in these circumstances, I think 2 sets to love would be a deficit he would really struggle to overturn. So there's a feeling that these are very much the crucial moments of the match just now.
Absolutely, at the start of the 12th game in that second set, 6-5 to Milos Raonic, but Andy Murray serving. Now, as we know, Murray so well supported inside the grounds here, inside centre court and on Henman Hill, but what about on Twitter and social media? I'm sure he's brilliantly well supported on there as well.
Brilliantly well supported indeed. Yeah, we've had Carl Froch, Anthony Joshua, all of his fellow players, all of the British players, Joe Conter, Law Robson, they've all tweeted their support. Plenty of people across all the other sports really supportive of Andy Murray. Lots of people pointing out, you know, let's just enjoy him while we can. Let's appreciate what a fantastic sportsman he is. David Cameron, who it turns out is now here watching him as well, he's tweeted his support. You know, MPs, sports people, colleagues, everybody is full of admiration for Andy Murray. But Milos Raonic has his supporters as well. It's an enormous deal for Canada to have a man into the Wimbledon final. It was a huge deal when Jeannie Bouchard reached the final here 2 years ago. It is a big, big deal for Canada. So he's got his own fans willing him on, but certainly Andy Murray, a very, very popular man, particularly here in Great Britain.
Just contrasting with 2013, I'm sure you were here, weren't you, when the final was going on then, that day? Not quite as hot, but still similar conditions in terms of being warm here. What have you noticed in terms of the difference between that day on social media and how people are reacting to that match? It's Murray's second time here. There's
a lot more expectation. There's a lot more feeling that this is Andy Murray's to lose. There's a lot of feeling that, given how many Grand Slam finals he has lost of late to Novak Djokovic, this would be possibly the most bitter pill for him to swallow. If he gets an opportunity like this and can't take it, it would be very, very difficult for him to take. I mean, look, the fact is he's playing a very, very good match here. The result is still very much up for grabs. Milos Raonic is really working his way into the match, but you know, there is no doubt Andy Murray went into this as the firm favourite, no matter what Ivan Lendl might say. He was asked about Andy Murray being the firm favourite for this, and he responded, according to whom? He felt like saying, Ivan, according to everyone, you know, according to the bookmakers, according to everybody in tennis, Andy Murray is the favourite for this one, and he will have known that going in, and that puts a very, very different complexion on the match.
Overall, on social media, not just today, but across the fortnight, do you think Andy Murray is more popular now than he was 2 years ago?
I do, yeah. I think with every year that goes by, people understand him a little bit more. I feel like he's coming out of his shell. He's allowing... I mean, he's a great guy, isn't he? He's a really, really good guy. He might not wear his personality on his sleeve all the time, but I think slowly people are coming around to what a great servant he is for British sport. I think the Davis Cup title certainly helped. I mean, he showed everything that he's made of throughout the year, his commitment to the Davis Cup, that definitely helped. He's given some fantastic speeches recently. You know, that speech he gave accepting Sports Personality of the Year award at the end of last year, that was really good. His speech in the final at the Queen's Club 3 weeks ago, it was on Father's Day, he referenced that. It was just there have been some really nice moments when I think the public have really grown to like, and in particular understand, Andy Murray as a human being in a way that they didn't necessarily always get him, I don't think. I think that was the fundamental problem. People just didn't quite get him. They thought he was grumpy, and, you know, just because his voice is a bit monotone doesn't mean that what he's saying isn't actually very interesting.
Absolutely. An hour and 41 minutes on the clock, and we're in a crucial tie-break in the second set. Take you through it is Rob Walker and Craig O'Shaughnessy in the commentary box.
First point in the tie-break to Andy Murray. He got the mini break. Raonic came into the net, but buried it and didn't manage to get it back. So key moments here for Andy Murray and for Milos Raonic. Raonic has done brilliantly to survive 4 break points to force the tie-break. Does he get the mini break back? No, he doesn't. So Murray moves to a 2-point advantage here, 2-love, and he'll have his second serve now. So Raonic has got plenty of food for thought here in the early stages of the tiebreak. Is it an exaggeration to say that if Murray wins this set on this tiebreak, surely there's no way back for Raonic?
Well, all of Canada would hope it is an exaggeration. Statistically, you would think it's a mountain to climb. You know, the first 2 points here, Milos came to the net. It was a tough ball to come in on. It was low, it was middle, and he just dumped it in the net with a slice. He shouldn't have been slicing that, you know, right down the center. He's got to do something more, but it just shows that he's not a natural attacker at the net. He's doing more of it, and I congratulate him for it. It's exactly the right idea. The next point to go down 2-love, he hit a forehand approach that he got away against Roger Federer with. It was a good approach, but not a great approach. But Andy Murray made him pay for it. And what Murray does so well is he hits he gets away with that one there. What Murray does so well is he hits the little flick roll pass. Again, you're 10 years of age. You're watching this somewhere in the world. You're 60 years of age. You're watching this somewhere in the world. And you want to take these lessons from center court. Well, Andy Murray is teaching you every time he hits a ball that when your opponent comes to the net, the number one pass, it doesn't need to be hard. You flick it cross court. You make the net an ally. You get it below the height of the net and make them have to do something special. So Raonic now 1-3 down, an unbelievably high lob. And he's back in again. 2 approaches in this point. And there it is. I mean, one of the things is you can't come into the forehand. He comes into the forehand, he gets past cross. That's where it goes. This is the exact same patterns of play that play out in junior tennis. If I'm watching a 14 and under match right now, I'm seeing the same patterns. They're just not at the same speed that we're seeing here on Wimbledon Centre Court.
Another mini break there for Murray. So that's 2. He took the first point on the Raonic serve, and he's just taken the last. He leads 4-1. This is a really, really difficult route back now for the 6'5" Canadian. Murray just waiting for the ball boy to deliver the balls of his choice. He has his back to the royal box. Cameras focusing on Raonic. 2 mini breaks down in this second set tiebreak, having lost the first set 6-4. Murray pushes one straight down the tee, but it's just wide. Second serve here for Andy Murray. Raonic facing a really, really grim task here. Has to take one of the next 2 points, surely, to stand any chance here. Working the ball. Oh, and Murray's just brilliant. He's finding the angles. He's finding the lines right back down in the corner of the court. There was no way back there for Raonic, who now trails 5-1. 11 backhand winners now in this match. Only 3 for Milos Raonic. Backhand straight down the line. Maybe half a foot inside the baseline. This is pinpoint accuracy from Murray, and he's turning the screw.
Well, you've got a second serve. You know, you're in the most pivotal moment of the match. You're already down a break. You've got a second serve, and Milos, instead of stepping in and attacking it with his feet, jumped at it, kind of like the bicycle or the motorbike return where one leg goes way up. He hits it down the middle. He gets a forehand. He doesn't improve his court position. He's 2 meters behind the baseline, and it just opens the door for Andy, who steps up and hits a backhand winner down the line. At no stage under big moments should Andy be allowed to do that against Milos.
And it's almost over now, this tiebreak. It's 6-1 to Andy Murray. Even the great, almost unreadable Ivan Lendl has been seen clapping from the royal box. Murray on the verge of a 2-set lead here. He's got a 6-1 advantage in this second set tiebreak. Raonic has a massive serve, but he needs an awful lot of them, and he needs to break back if he's got any chance here. Serves the ball high, but it goes long, and it's a second serve. This brilliant weapon of his that served him so wonderfully well against Roger Federer hasn't quite clicked. Only 4 aces so far. It's been a solid serve, but it hasn't been spectacular. That point does go to Raonic. Murray was far too deep with the return, but it's another set point here. Raonic 2-6 down now. And this would be a monumental comeback from here in this tiebreak.
That was an unusual return miss. It was at the body. Andy didn't move his feet well, sprayed it long. A lot of times when we miss a shot, we think it's the racket. It's the feet.
Great serve that time from Milos, but is it too little, too late? 6-3 now, and surely Murray now has set point, and this time it's on his serve.
A good serve there from Milos. Goes wide in the juice court, stretches Andy to the forehand, and you think, well, forehands are the bigger weapon, and they are. You think of the forehand as your sword you attack with, your backhand your shield, but you will never put a forehand under more pressure than a wide sliding serve out in the juice court. Exactly what happened. Andy put in the net.
Murray serving, bouncing the ball. Now pausing. He's had a couple of false starts. He's just stepping back from the ball now. He's a little bit unhappy. He's got the sun in his face, and he's stopped on serve a couple of times. Now he goes for the big first serve, but it doesn't go over the net. So maybe the merest glimmer for Milos Raonic. He's got to save an awful lot of points here, but he'll do so here, potentially off a second serve. Murray delivers. It looks right on the line. Raonic into the base of the net, and Andy Murray has taken a step closer to a second Wimbledon title. He has been totally dominant in this tiebreak, and he now leads 2-0, 6-4 and 7-6. And right from the very beginning, he was never in that tiebreak. And Murray's talking, he's shouting at himself. He's remonstrating with himself there. He's angry, he's fired up, he's looking at his box, he's waving his arms around. He's in the driving seat after 1 hour and 47 minutes. That tiebreak, from the very first point that Raonic conceded and Murray got the mini break, he was never really in that. And how on earth does he give himself the belief that he could come back here? I mean, we have seen him come back from 2 sets down. I think he beat David Goffin in the 4th round from 2 sets down. But Goffin out on court 2 in the 4th round is a very different prospect to a former Wimbledon champion in front of his home crowd on centre court. Murray's in the driving seat here. What does Raonic do to give himself any kind of toehold in this match?
There's all these little battles that are happening around the court. And, you know, on the set point, for example, Andy put his first serve into the net. Toss was too low. Very visible to see that. Second serve got the toss up and really deep serve, basically right through the service line. But Milos was attacking it too much, and he was what I call double dipping, which is you only need to attack it once, and it's either with the feet or it's with the hands. But he moved well inside the baseline, attacking it with the feet, which means you don't need the hands to do the job because the feet have already done them. But he took a huge backswing. He was in. He jammed himself off a really deep serve, and he didn't back off. It's like, I want offense, but all of a sudden the ball was deep and the ball was in. It's like he should have gone, no, let me block it and fight the battle in a few shots. But he went for it really big and missed it. You know, you can't miss a second serve return in the second set tiebreaker of a Wimbledon final. There's some, you know, you want offense. You want to bring it as much as you possibly can, but you know, you've got an unbelievably talented player down the other end that's trying to make you constantly uncomfortable. So we've got the second set summary. We're going to just pop out here. Second serve 1, 76% for Raonic. You know, break points 1-0 and 0. 76% is great, but no break points there. None for Andy. 15 winners to 14. Total points won was 3. 3 points the difference. And it's so amazing that with 3 points the difference, it still feels like Andy. It felt like 15 points of difference.
Well, and interestingly, Raonic has gone off the court, presumably for a comfort break, and maybe just to give himself a little bit of a mental talking to and out of the spotlight of centre court. Is that something you'd expect? Cameras, of course, focusing on Andy Murray and the empty chair where the colossal 6'5" Canadian should be sitting, but he's gone off. Is that a good idea from the Raonic perspective? He is allowed to take a little comfort break. A television picture showing you the galaxy of stars. Benedict Cumberbatch, a brilliant British actor.
Well, first of all, what a name. That is a fantastic name.
I don't know what the history is.
Did he make that up?
Possibly, yes. Anyway, let's get back onto Raonic going off for a comfort break.
Yeah, so, you know, does he absolutely positively need to go to the bathroom? Maybe. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know, at the end of a couple of sets, the player that's down, the problem for Raonic now is that he's activated, or Andy's activated for him, another opponent, which is time. So he's running out of time now. In about 45 minutes, this set's going to end. And he's going to have to cycle through game plans to figure out how he can turn this around before that clock strikes 12 and this match is over. So just taking a little bit more time now helps. take more time between the points. For you at home as a club player, you know, things are not going well in the match, immediately, you know, start slow things down. I used to, you know, pretend to go and get the ball and you kick it by accident, and then you go to the back of the court and you buy another 10 seconds. So whenever you're behind in a match, you slow things down. Andy wants to speed it up. He's, you know, there's no opponent on the court and he's back at the baseline ready to serve.
This is a long break, actually, from Raonic. Murray just bouncing around on his toes, just trying to stay loose, trying to stay calm. And now the television cameras are showing us Raonic has returned. Murray even just practicing a couple of serves into the net. A strange length of break, just looking to see whether Raonic has got any ice in his hand. He's carrying a couple of towels. Maybe he just went off for a comfort break and a change of shirt. I don't think that was ice. Has a little drink and he gathers his racket. Murray looks at him from the far end. He's got his back to the royal box, Andy Murray. He's absolutely desperate to carry on with this match because he's just secured a 2-set advantage. So a very long break from Milos Raonic. We wait to see whether it's done him any good. He has got to do something very special in this set, or his first experience of a Grand Slam final will be a losing one. Andy Murray has the 2-set advantage. He is so almost there, but Raonic came back in 5 against David Goffin, and we've seen some amazing matches here at Wimbledon, so we don't dare rule anybody out. Fascinating stage of the match. Murray has got this one under control. I know you're coming back here soon. Let's get out and about in the lovely Wimbledon sunshine and find out where Rachel is.
I've got two ball boys here, Joe and Rufus, who have just come off a centre court because they've been working on the men's final. Boys, it's just that close. How was it in there?
It was incredible. The atmosphere for both sides of the players were amazing.
Absolutely. And Rufus, did you ever expect to be working on the men's final?
No, I'd always hoped to get onto a good court, and this was really my ultimate goal. I'm happy I've achieved it.
Absolutely. And when did you find out? Because obviously you've just come off 45 minutes worth of play in there. When did you find out?
We found out earlier today, roughly about 11, and they called up 3 teams to go to the upper office, which is the one you would see just out there, and they told us the news that you are the few teams which would be going on to centre court for the men's final.
When you heard you're being called upstairs, did you kind of get your hopes up then, or were you not wanting to dream?
Oh, I thought we might have been, since the day before the ladies' final was the exact same thing happened, so we were just praying.
And how much of an honour is that for you and maybe your family as well, for you to be a part of this match?
It is a massive honour to almost go on court with 2 world-class tennis players in such a massive stage.
And what was the reaction from the people that got to work on the ladies' final yesterday? What did they tell you about it, and what were you expecting out there?
They were telling us how immense the crowd was and how amazing everything was. It was just like a dream to them.
And did it feel, or does it feel like a final in there, or does it feel like any other match on centre court? Not that it is any other match.
No, it feels almost epic compared to any other match.
Would you say this is an absolute highlight of the tournament?
Definitely.
Absolutely. And guys, do you think you'll get to go back in there, or what's the deal now? Is that done for today?
It might not be done for today, depending on how long the match goes. If, say, it goes to 4 sets, we might be able to go in and do the end of match, which I'm hoping for, but I'm happy with the first shift that I'm done, and it's only an extra if I go on again.
Absolutely. Were you nervous in there at all? Obviously the players are. Were you nervous?
Yes, I was very nervous because you didn't want to mess up in front of so many people.
Well, guys, well done for getting in there and being such great ambassadors for Wimbledon, and maybe you'll get in there again. Thank you very much.
Well, time now to speak about the game of Andy Murray in a bit more detail. Of course, the great British hope who'll be trying to win a second Wimbledon title here across these next 2 weeks. And of course, he did just win a final against Milos Raonic at Queen's Club a couple of weeks ago. And we see him, Mark, being so good returning a serve, particularly from someone as powerful as Raonic. How is he able to do it so well?
Yeah, I felt like Queen's, he just always looks so relaxed there. He knows it's perfect preparation for Wimbledon. Each match he played, he got better and better and stronger and stronger. And then Raonic, definitely his most dangerous match. We all know, I feel like Raonic is a dark horse at Wimbledon. Now being having John McEnroe in his corner, and what he brings to the table is huge. And so, you know, a set 3-love down, and Raonic hasn't lost a serve in the whole tournament. All of a sudden comes back to turn it around in the way he did, and quite comfortably beat him in the third set. Just shows the strength that Murray has in his ground strokes. His hands are incredible. He's one of the best returners, if not the best returner in the game right now. The way he's able to read the serves, especially Raonic, who's incredibly difficult to read with that big ball toss. He's got a very consistent ball toss that kind of goes everywhere. He can serve it out wide in the body, and he's very good at mixing it up. And the way he hung in there, waited for his opportunity, and all he needed was that one opportunity, and broke straight back, and then broke 3 times in a row, I think that was, to take it on. But talking about that return, as I said, he's got incredible hands. What he does so well is he stays back a little bit and then kind of waits for that serve and then moves in. And he has a beautiful short backswing on the returns. You know, it's a little bit different on the ground strokes, but on the serves, he knows he takes a lot of the pace from the serve and uses it against the server. Like Raonic has got a huge serve. You can't afford to have a big swing on the return. And what Murray does so beautifully is he takes it back really early on the backhand and on the forehand side and uses the pace and can kind of, I wouldn't say block it back, but a very short swing to kind of get the ball going. And his body momentum's really going forward, especially on the second serve. He's literally finishing almost a foot to 2 to 3 foot inside, you know, taking it early and literally putting him straight into defense.
I was going to ask where he differs in terms of returning a first serve to a second serve.
Well, it all depends on who you're playing, but of course someone like Milos, whose serve is so huge, you definitely need to have some space and on the first serve. So he's definitely way back on the first serve, but what he still does, he still likes to move in with a split step with a racket back early on both sides. You know, normally there's, against bigger servers, you would guess some of the times on the first serve, but his movement and his coordination, his hands are so good, like what Andre used to be. Andre Agassi, best returner of all time. That's what Murray is right now. He does not guess. You know, I kind of feel like he's there and he sits and waits because he feels like even if it's out wide and it's huge, he still believes and he's still got the hands and his legs to get there and to make a play at the ball. So on a second serve, it's a little bit different. He moves forward a little bit more, but he's still doing the same thing. If this is the baseline, you know, kind of moving back here, he takes one big step, split step, and then kind of takes the ball early inside the court.
On the second serve?
On the second serve, applying that pressure, whether the guy's serving, volleying, or staying back.
And when he has got that ball back in play, we see a lot of drop shots from Andy Murray as well. What does he do so well with that?
Well, what's so great is you don't, when he does his drop shots, you can't read them. It's kind of,
you don't know when they're going to come?
You don't know when they're going to come. So he's so comfortable on the baseline. And the great thing is he kind of sits on the baseline. He doesn't get too far back. Sometimes he does get a little bit too far back against guys where I don't think he should. For instance, like we were talking about Djokovic, against someone where he can't afford to get too far back. But he loves almost like playing possum. You know, he likes being run around the court. Because like I said, he's another guy that takes it from a play from defense to offense incredibly quick. You know, he could be rallying and all of a sudden with that same grip, that change in the last second and does that drop shot because his hands are so good. You know, we've seen him play at Davis Cup winning those doubles with his brother. He's got some beautiful volleys. His volleys improved so well. And that's what he does. He kind of got a beautiful feel on the backhand and the forehand side. But it's important for him not to overuse that shot during Wimbledon, where I felt like maybe at the French, could have been a little bit too much. Especially someone who's incredibly quick like Djokovic, but most of the time he does get away from that, like, you know, because then what happens? It's a drop shot and then we all know what's coming next. The lob, right? The flick lob, the beautiful flick lob. That's another, one of the best shots on the tour right now is his topspin lob on the backhand side and the forehand side, especially in a forehand kind of where he's running. He almost hooks it really late and he waits for the player to commit himself and then kind of does that big hook lob. So he's definitely got a lot of shots in his portfolio, that's for sure.
So Andy seems to be playing well enough, Mark, to get himself almost to the finish line. He's made the last 2 Grand Slam finals, but coming up short to Novak Djokovic each time. What has he got to do then, a bit extra, to try and beat Novak?
This is where I love watching Andy, and this is where I get a little frustrated because I believe in matches, quarterfinals, kind of semis, he's a little bit more aggressive. He's going forward a little bit more, and then he plays Djokovic on all the finals where he's done many in the past few years, and I feel like he gets a little passive. He's just waiting a little bit too much, almost like for Djokovic to miss, and we spoke about that earlier, that Djokovic is not going to miss. Right. So I would love to see him take some risks. I'm not talking about all the time, but sometimes. Maybe on the second serve, turn around, or he's got such amazing hands as we've been speaking about. Go in, take it early, come to the net. He's got great volleys. He can back up that shot. So I would like to see him get a little bit aggressive and come to the net. Do something a little bit different. You know, it's like I said, it's tough to sit back and rally, even though no matter how comfortable Andy is on the back, and we all know he can rally all day as well, move all day, but if you've played someone so many times and they've almost at stages got your number at Grand Slams, you got to do something to change it. So
maybe we'll see a riskier Andy Murray at this year's Wimbledon Championships. Who knows? It could be the one thing he needs to do to beat Djokovic.
What'd you expect?
You cannot be serious.
Yeah.
Man.
Lewis Hamilton better watch out.
Now with Andy Murray. Andy, if you could pick one player in history to play at Wimbledon.
Ivan Lendl.
If you could have one superpower.
Invisibility.
If you could meet one other sports star.
Muhammad Ali.
If you could pick one city.
One city, Miami.
If you could watch one Wimbledon final in history.
Federer, Nadal, the one, I can't even remember what year it was. I was actually watching it. I was here in the crowd, I watched it.
Wow, in Statistical.
Yeah.
Amazing. If you could pick one emoji.
The wink. Yeah.
I don't need to give you a wink, but I just did. If you could pick one movie.
Usual Suspects.
If you could pick one actor to play you in a movie.
Sean Connery.
If you could lift one sporting trophy not in tennis.
Heavyweight boxing world championship.
Interesting.
I think if you are the heavyweight boxing champion, it does mean you're the man, so it would be that, yeah.
If you could erase one fashion error from your history.
I think any haircut I've had over the years, I don't think any of them have been particularly fashionable. So that, my hair.
Okay, if you could watch one band or singer perform live?
You
could have seen them.
I have seen them. Ed Sheeran, very good.
Great choice. If you could only eat one food for the rest of your life?
One food for the rest of my life, sushi.
Good
Sushi.
choice.
Salmon avocado sushi.
Roll?
Yeah.
Okay. And lastly, if you could play a trick on any player on tour?
A trick on any player on tour. Daniel Nestor.
Interesting. Any reason?
Yeah, because he deserves it. He's always just talking nonsense to everyone. He's so loud in the locker rooms that he's someone that I think most of the players would actually like to trick. Yeah.
All right, watch out, Daniel. Andy, thank you. Best of luck. Okay, now with Milos Raonic. Milos, if you could pick one player in history to play at Wimbledon.
Pete Sampras.
If you could have one superpower.
Flying.
If you could meet one other sports star.
Michael Jordan.
If you could pick one city.
New York.
If you could watch one Wimbledon final in history.
Pete Sampras or McEnroe-Borg final.
Okay, if you could pick one emoji.
Eye roll.
What?
The eye rolling emoji.
Oh, okay, I like it. You want to give me an eye roll?
No, I think it's too.
Use an emoji to do it. Yeah. If you could watch one movie.
Rudy.
If you could pick one actor to play you in a movie.
Myself.
If you could lift any sporting trophy not in tennis.
Probably the NBA Finals trophy.
If you could see one band or singer perform live.
Freddie Mercury.
If you could only eat one piece of food for the rest of your life.
Sushi.
And last thing, if you could play a joke on one player on tour.
All of them.
I like it. All right, thanks, Milos.
There's no finer setting for the Wimbledon finals than a perfectly manicured lawn. Preparation begins 10 months in advance. Consider building this into your schedule. Select the seed. 100% perennial ryegrass is our preferred. When ready, hand trim. Of course, with days to go, this may not be practical. Worry not. Simply distract your guests with some world-class tennis and a little more champagne. For your guide to hosting the finals, visit wimbledonweekend.com.
Well, the scene on Henman Hill is a good one. They're enjoying watching Andy Murray try and capture his second Wimbledon crown on a beautiful sunny afternoon here at the All England Club. 3,500 people currently sitting on that mound. It has reached capacity, and there's an overflow over on court number 2, so plenty of options to watch this gentlemen's men's singles final. Well, back in our live at Wimbledon studio with myself, Cara Robinson, a former finalist here himself, Mark Philippoussis. Mark, watching men's singles finals, what memories does it bring back for you?
Good memories, remembering, I think, waking up in the morning, what I did. I remember, how nervous I was, the butterflies in the stomach, forcing yourself to eat breakfast because you're so nervous. It was very difficult for me to stomach anything. And just coming to the courts and trying to get ready and the walk to the court. And there was a lot of emotions that I can vividly remember the details even today, something I can say that I know how these guys feel.
Yeah.
So, it was a very proud day. Even unfortunately I couldn't get the win, but I was still very proud of what I achieved.
We did come up against probably the greatest grass court player of all time in the case of Roger Federer, 7-time Wimbledon champion. You, as you reminded me a moment ago in the break, had a straight sets defeat to Roger, but it was a close one, couple of tie breaks. The situation that Milos Raonic is in now, he's 2 sets to love down. He did just push Andy to a tie break in the second set, didn't quite come out on top. What advice would you give a Raonic now if you could?
Well, I mean, now he's down 2 sets to love down. I mean, you've got to do something different. You cannot continue to do the same thing. I mean, it surprised me as so much of how he wanted to stay back and rally with Andy. I understand that he's got to wait for his time and to come in, and he can't just come in on anything. But you've got to push. You've got to. I just would love to see him serve and volley more. I know Andy has pretty much the best returns in the game right now, but he has to beat Andy by coming to the net and giving himself opportunities. Andy hits the ball too good, and he's too solid from the back, and moves too good for him to stay back and think he's getting an opportunity to use that forehand like he does with everyone else. Because even when he does use that forehand of his, that's huge, and that off forehand to open up the court, Andy's movement is so good and then Andy loves that target when he comes in the net, and then he kind of gets it at the feet. Milos volleys it up, and then Andy's got another shot at a pass.
Well, history doesn't look good for Milos Raonic. Never in the Open era has someone come back from 2-0 down to win the Wimbledon title on finals day. It is 2-0 to Andy Murray. They're on serve in the third set, but let's just get into some highlights from the first couple of sets in case you missed it. And really, it was a dominant Andy Murray using that fabulous return to his advantage, Mark.
Absolutely. That was the very first point in the match, and he knew what was to come. Like I said, I mean, I know it's difficult. You cannot serve and volley first and second serve, or you've got to mix it up. But when your serve is that big, you have to use it and come in net a lot more. So, I mean, I know you played him a few weeks ago at Queens. He might have done this at Queens, best out of 3. But when you get to this is the final of Wimbledon, mindset is completely different. Andy's waiting. He knows exactly what's coming. I mean, as you can see, he's ready today.
That final at Queens would only have given Andy Murray more information on how to prepare for today, how to prevent being in the situation that he was 3 weeks ago at Queen's Club. 1 set and a breakdown. He's just not even let the Canadian really in with a possible chance, except for being pushed to that tiebreak in the second set. You wouldn't necessarily bet against Milos Raonic, though. He did come back from 2-0 down for the very first time in his tennis career earlier on in these championships against David Goffin.
Goffin and Murray, that's two, that's two different animals. Yeah, I mean, the last point, great serve by Milos, short, kind of, he just got his racket to it. Milos came in there with a forehand. Now, if Milos served and volleyed, that would have been an easy position for a put-away volley. The fact that he doesn't come in, even if Andy gets his racket to it, Andy still gets himself in the point. And if you give Andy the slightest opportunity for him to recover and get himself back in the point, it's going to be a tough day in the office, and it's going to be a long day. Milos needs to take time away from Andy and just keep applying that pressure. Now, I know sitting here, it's very easy said and done, but he should have that game plan. And look, this is what I'm going to live by this game plan and die by this game plan. But I know as long as I do it, and I walk away, there's nothing I could do. But he cannot continue to do what he's doing right now and staying back and trying to move Andy around and wait for an opportunity to come in with that forehand.
There's a huge amount of passion on court. We can hear the roars from the hill behind us. Henman Hill, Andy Murray said Tim can have it. It's officially going to stay labelled as Henman Hill, not Murray's man. He'd probably rather win the title, given the choice.
Well, of course.
The roars that have actually come from what you would think would be a break point, but it was actually just game point for Andy, and a huge emotion on his face shows just what it means to hold on to each one of your service games here. This is a tough fight.
You're absolutely correct. In that game, in that particular game, Milos had love 30, and so for Andy to get out of that is huge. I'm not sure. Actually, I don't think that Milos has had one break point yet in the match, and Andy, with the pressure that he puts on, Milos is having to save a bunch of them during the set, and the second set he saved a bunch, but as you see, he got to a tiebreaker, and Andy just ran away with that tiebreaker.
Some people commentating that perhaps Milos Raonic has already played the match of his life at this year's Wimbledon Championships, coming through against Roger Federer in 5. Would that have taken a little bit of wind out of his sails coming into today?
It will take something out, but not completely. Now, I believe it was crucial for Milos to have won that first set, in my eyes.
Okay.
He cannot be coming back from I believe even from a set down, 2 sets to love down against Andy. I don't think it's going to happen. For him, it was vital to get up that set, to get that momentum going, and use that momentum. Milos, being a huge guy, being a big server, having a big serve, and having that big game that he has, is definitely a kind of a front runner kind of player, and just his confidence grows with you know, as the match goes on, especially the way he plays.
Well, I spoke earlier on about a potential omen coming from court number 1. Let's just take you out to some action from the boys' singles final between an Australian and a Canadian. Well, could Canada get at least one champion today? Let's find out. It was one set apiece between Shapovalov and Alex de Minaur. And Shapovalov has a chance to break and win the match here, 2-1. Let's join it with some commentary on court number 1.
Little expansive, that slice.
Yeah. Love 15.
Strange shot selection there. Oh, no, you're kidding. Whoa. That just shows you how you have to focus.
Love 30.
Oh boy, that's 1 in a million right there.
Could be a very expensive mistake. If he does lose the match in this game, that'll haunt him. The slip didn't affect things. It was a brute of a shot from Shapovalov. And here are 3 championship points for the Canadian.
Just overcharged a bit there.
15, 14.
Just to calm this down just a little bit. Oh boy, two second serves.
30, 40.
Another second serve. Oh no.
Game 7 mad.
Pidich it in like that. It's been a cracking match. And we have a rare talent as the boys' champion. For most of you at home, your first look at Denis Shapovalov. I'm sure you're going to see plenty more.
He can play. Oh, he can play. Still raw, as he would be at this age, but the weapons are there. The charisma out on court, the absolute joy of hitting the ball and creating winners.
So Denis Shapovalov comes back from 1 set down. He lost the first to Alex de Minaur 4-6 and came back 6-1, 6-3 in incredibly convincing fashion to win the boys' singles junior title here at Wimbledon. And yes, he does originate from Canada. So Canada has at least one Wimbledon champion today. Can they get another? Well, Milos Raonic has his work cut out over on centre court. He is 2-0 down, and it is 3-all with serve in the third. Now, interesting to note that Shapovalov previously won the junior boys title at Roehampton 2 weeks ago, as did Potapova, who won the junior girls title here yesterday, so perhaps a little omen running for both of them there as well. And he is now back on the same court in the final of the boys' doubles event, which is on serve with his Canadian partner. They're trying to do the double here today, much like Gordon Reid did in the wheelchair singles and doubles finals. So some happy, smiling faces out on number 1 court. It's not all about centre court today, you see, still plenty of action for these ticket holders to enjoy. And wow, you can just see what that means. As a junior player, Mark, playing and having the opportunity to compete in these Grand Slams, what kind of confidence can it give you leading into your senior career?
Oh, huge. I mean, it started off for me. To be quite honest with you, I'm not going to say what year because I actually forgot, but I got to the finals of the juniors here and lost in the singles and won the doubles. But in the semi-final, I'd signed my contract with Filler, and I was able to now travel and play had the opportunity to play events, ATP tournaments. And this was my last junior event, and it just opened up the door for me to get into play these qualifying for the big tour events where you can get, you build that confidence up. And this is a huge stepping stone. Now saying that, there are a lot of amazing champions who are supposed to be the next big thing to come and dominate, not dominate, but you would expect that everyone is looking to go out and play great tennis and make that easy adjustment. And a lot of players never did. And then there's other players who've had average junior careers and have gone on to have amazing, great, careers in the ATP. So, but this is important. This is important. You wet your feet. You're in the Grand Slams. You're walking, in the same grounds as the guys you look up to that are playing in the main tour. To get an understanding of what it is, maybe you might get an invitation to warm up a couple of top guys in their matches, which is huge. So this is a huge opportunity. This is them to have a look at see what life's about on the main tour in Grand Slams.
It can certainly be a catalyst, can't it, for your senior career? And Catherine Whitaker back with us now. What's the reaction been to the latest boys junior champion, here at Wimbledon?
Really big, in particular the fact that he's Canadian, and Canadian junior tennis is in really, really good shape at the moment. There's not just Shapovalov, there's a guy actually in Shapovalov's box there, Felix Auger-Aliassime. There's a lot of attention on him. He's a little bit younger than Shapovalov, but is really tipped as the next big thing. And yeah, it's no guarantee that they'll make it junior success, but the last 2 junior ITF world champions have been Alex Zverev and Taylor Fritz. So certainly, it bodes well. It certainly doesn't hurt having a really strong junior career. And yet a lot of attention on Shapovalov. Made his debut with the Davis Cup team as a hitting partner just last July, did 17-year-old Shapovalov. And now he's on his way. Tennis Canada very excited about him. Mark Masters, friend of Live at Wimbledon, of course, the TSN Canadian broadcaster. He's from Richmond Hill, Ontario. Denis Shapovalov will make his ATP World Tour debut at the upcoming City Open. That's in Washington in just a few weeks' time. So he'll be embarking on that really tricky transition from the juniors to seniors, which has troubled some over the years. But then there are examples, like I think actually Taylor Fritz is a particularly good example. Yes, he got a few wildcards here and there, but he went out and he ground his way through the Challenger circuit, got his ranking up high enough, and now he's getting into ATP events and Grand Slams in his own right. And that's the model I think that these guys will be wanting to follow.
Absolutely. It's like you said, it's they have every right and they deserve to to get that wild card, and because people want to see them go through. But it's so important to not be using up too many of those. You want to kind of do it on your own, feel good, and if you are given a wild card, take advantage of that opportunity because they don't last long, So
yeah, I can imagine. Use it, strike while the iron is hot.
Absolutely.
And funny you mentioned that, of course, Canada have an extremely strong junior circuit because Shapovalov was just one of the members of Canada's first ever winning junior Davis Cup team last year. So they certainly are nurturing their talent in a way that is working. Well, everyone is talking about the big court today. Centre court, of course, is got the men's singles final taking place. It is Andy Murray versus Milos Raonic. Let's send you back out to the commentary booth for an update with Rob Walker and Craig O'Shaughnessy on this third set.
Well, Milos Raonic is just about hanging on in this match. They've just played the most scintillating point, and that was for him to go 40-30 on his own serve. Murray's making him work so hard for this game, and that hold of serve that he's just secured there was absolutely crucial because it means they're now 4-all in that third set, because a break of serve there would have left Andy Murray serving for the match. So 2 hours 26 played. He's got that 2-set advantage. No breaks yet. And since you came back and joined us the last time, there were 2 break points on the Andy Murray serve, and on neither occasion was Raonic able to capitalise. And maybe that would have changed the dynamic of the match. As it is, it's on serve. Murray serving 4-all in the third. At the moment, Craig, you just can't see where the breakthrough is going to come for Milos.
Yeah, there's 2 main areas that Andy can go to win the point. And that's, you know, when we look at the difference between these 2 guys, there's not much really between them. But Andy's got 2 specific tactics. When he needs a point in the deuce court, the wide sliding serve. And before the match, overall, Milos misses around 10% more of his forehand returns than he does of his backhand returns. So that's a nice little go-to that Andy's got there. And the second one is when Milos comes to the net, he's putting a lot of forehand volleys in the net, too many. And that really comes from the use of your opposite hand. So Milos is right-handed, and you're going to say, well, you know, he missed the forehand volley. It's the right hand's the problem. The right hand's not the problem. It's the left hand that's the problem. And just seeing him there at the net, just hitting another flat forehand volley. When you come in, you're going from an Eastern or a semi-Western grip on your forehand, and the grip's got to get around. And it's the opposite hand up on the throat that clicks it around, that keeps the racket away from your body, that holds the weight of the racket, that keeps the racket up, that maneuvers the start of the volley. And Milos just is not a natural volleyer. He's coming forward more these days, but you've got to have a real solid click of the grip to open that racket face so that you're not scooping at it when it gets below the height of the net. And Andy's consistently gone to that low forehand volley, and too often Milos finds the net with that shot.
Yeah, well, just looking at the stats, he's coming to the net, and on those occasions, he's won 41 points out of 68.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, he is burying a lot of shots. Now, you were saying that it's indicative of someone who isn't a natural at coming forward. All credit to Raonic, because obviously he's done great work with John McEnroe, who must have been the driving force behind the decision to come in off the serve and when he has an opportunity, and it's got him to a first Grand Slam final. But the mistakes that he's made, and he puts another one there on the tape which bounces back, so it's 40-15 now on the Murray serve. So this will put Raonic in a position where he's serving to stay in the set and serving to stay in the match, assuming Murray does secure this service game and go 5-4 up. But he's going for it, but it doesn't feel natural all the time, does it?
No, it's you can tell that when he was a junior, when he was 10 to 18 in that era, he was not spending a lot of time on the practice court or in his matches, winning a bunch of points at the front of the court. And to his credit, he's got a massive serve, he's got a massive forehand, and he's done a great job with that. But the next evolution to pop up and say, you know what, I can beat these guys on the big stage. He's got to come forward, and it's just the proficiency of coming forward. It's in the fine tuning. Is he getting in? Yes. Is he attacking? Yes. Is he bringing pressure? Yes. He's ticking almost every single box, but it's the fine tuning of the angle of the racket face under pressure, screaming in, trying to slow down and get balanced. Andy Murray's putting a bunch of pressure on you there, and you really, the subtle things that need to happen, almost the subconscious things that need to happen, they are born in that age group of 10 to 18. So that's why as coaches, our job as coaches is to get the fundamentals right. And, it's like laying the concrete slab of the house. That's our job as a coach. And we let the players, build the house. And is it 1 story or 2 stories? Is it pink? Is it blue? What color tiles are on the roof? Let the player do that. That's the beauty of our game, and let them get creative. But we must cement the fundamentals of our young players. And, listen, Milos is good in this area, but he's not great in this area. And we're seeing a few too many of those low forehand volleys go into the net.
So, Milos Raonic has come out. He's got his back to the royal box, and he's serving to stay in this match. 4-5 down, having lost the first 2 sets, 6-4 and 7-6 on the tie-break. And this first point has gone to the second serve. It has been a great weapon to get him into his first Grand Slam final, but it hasn't fired on all cylinders, this serve, as it did so magnificently when he produced the biggest win of his life so far to get that win in the semi-finals. Raonic bossing this point. He's moving Murray left and right, but Murray somehow staying in the point. But Raonic gets the first point in this game. 15 love. His coaching corner up in the box are on their feet applauding. They're doing everything they can to fire him up and give him the belief. And after all, if he does manage to hold serve and we go to a tiebreak, maybe we will see a little bit of relaxation in those shoulders and 1 or 2 more aces. 15 love then. Great serve there. 30 love. So this is a better game on his serve from Milos Raonic.
Just looking at the stats there, and you would never have thought this leading in. Andy Murray has more aces in this match with 7 than Milos Raonic does with 6. Amazing stuff there. So that speaks not so much that Andy's doing better in that area. It speaks more. Well, there's an ace right there. Wonderful carving out wide in the juice court. You know, heavy slider, but it speaks to how well that Andy is blocking those returns and shutting it down and putting so many back into the court.
Cameras focusing on Dusan and Vesna, Milos's mum and dad, and it's a great story. Milos Raonic moved to Canada from Montenegro. His parents, highly educated, both engineers. They wanted a brighter future for their son, and they didn't force him into tennis. It was his decision. They said, look, we just want him to be happy. He's a very, very proud man and talks very highly about how he thanks Canada for his opportunity. So they seem a really down-to-earth family, and we haven't seen his mum or dad get too emotional so far. Big rally this. He wants the love service game, and he gets it. So 5-all, not a point conceded on the serve on that occasion from Milos Raonic. So 2 hours, 32 minutes, everybody in his corner on their feet. They want him to get this to a tiebreak and somehow claim a first set in a Grand Slam final and turn up the heat a little bit on Andy Murray. 5-all in the third, Murray in the driving seat, but still nothing to separate them yet in this set. We are edging ever closer to a very, very dramatic end to this third set.
Yes, it really is coming down to the wire, Rob. Thank you. Well, let's take you out to court number 3, where the final of the girls' doubles is going on. It's an American pairing versus an American and Georgian pairing, and the All-American pair won the first set. They are now serving to try and take the match in straight sets. Let's join court number 3 with some commentary.
Just really interacting extremely well at the net. Canada, very positive there, and the painful look from McNally, the frustration.
$15-30.
Beautifully played by McNally. Soft return, pulled her in, and then there was nobody at home when the ball came knocking at their back door.
Yeah, we noted how close Okanada
30,
has
40.
been getting to the net. So good timing there. The previous point from Nally.
Still a chance for the break.
I love their energy and attitude, this pair.
Yes.
Getting very excited, knowing they're very close to the championship point.
Advantage, Miss Liu.
And here it is. Championship point. Liu and Okanada.
Cheers. Advantage, Miss Liu. Love 6-2, 6-3.
Milos Raonic serving to stay in this match, hoping to take this third set to a tiebreak. He's 30 love up on his serve, 30-15 now. He trails 5-6 in the third. Murray, of course, having taken the first two sets and having done so emphatically, 6-4 and then 7-6 in a rather one-sided tiebreak. So, Craig, we're edging closer to a tiebreak that will either take us to 4 or see Murray crowned Wimbledon champion for the second time.
That was a very good approach. Andy is 3 points from the title. Milos serving at 30-15. The last point that Andy won, just a super deep approach down the middle to the backhand that Milos could not handle. Milos going to the net behind a slice and gets away with it. Andy, you know, you need a lot of racket head speed to get that ball cross court. He looked like he was slow on that, dumped it in the net. You know, but overall a good play, because at this moment in time, with the Wimbledon title on the line, Milos is going to be winning more points at the net than he will at the back of the court.
40-15, 5-6. Raonic 1 point away from forcing a tiebreak. Great drama here. Buries that first serve into the net. Just gathers himself. Just the ace count. He leads Murray, but only by 1. Not the emphatic serving game that we expected from him in this final. It's been good, but it hasn't been exceptional. Second serve goes in. Raonic coming into the net, as we've seen on so many occasions. And we'll have a tiebreak. 6-all in the third. And for the first time, or one of the first few times in this match, Raonic's mum and dad on their feet. Real tension and support from both sides of the players' box. Real drama, real tension here. And all credit to Milos Raonic for staying in this match and maintaining his focus. But now comes the moment. And remember, in the tiebreak in the second set that he lost the very first point, and from then on it was one-way traffic. It's Murray who'll start this tiebreak with his back to the royal box. Can the Scot start emphatically? It's a great first serve, and he's already bossing Raonic all over the court, and he takes the first point.
That's the most highest percentage pattern of play at every single level of our game. Slider out wide, reaching, tough return, ball comes middle, run around, hit a forehand to the wide open ad court. at every level of the game. Right now under pressure, you gravitate to those high percentage patterns, and a perfect start to the tiebreaker for Andy Murray.
Massive moment here for Milos Raonic. He was poor in the previous tiebreak. Needs to get these early service points on the board. His first serve is in, it's good. He's rushing into the net yet again, and that time he's beaten. Murray has the mini break. He leads 2-0 here, 2-love in this tiebreak.
Very smart pass from Andy. Short return, Milos goes slice backhand. It's just so tough to make your living coming in behind slice backhands. Andy goes cross with the pass. We've talked about it all match, the number one place to go, and Milos was not there to cover it.
15 backhand winners from Andy Murray, only 3 from Raonic in this match. Anxious faces in the crowd. They're desperate for this to be a British celebration. Raonic surely has to win this point on his serve. He walks round to try and get on the forehand. Another big forehand. So too from Murray. Murray now into the net. Raonic goes for the lob, and it's long, and he's lost both points on his serve in this tiebreak, and it's 3-love to Andy Murray, and surely this Wimbledon title is coming back to Britain for only the second time in 77 years.
Andy a little lucky there. He rolled the dice. He had a forehand. He could have hit anywhere. He says, you know what? I'm going right at Milos's forehand. And Milos is sitting in the middle of the corner. He's like, holy cow, what am I going to do with this? And sent it way long.
Well, this is a real shame from the perspective of the Canadians who will be watching this back home, and those who've been lucky enough to spend the money and get a ticket and come over. Good first serve there from Andy Murray. Remember, he's 3-love up in this tiebreak. He's won both mini breaks on the Raonic serve, and it's all unravelling here for Milos Raonic. From the back of the court, he finds the tape, and the Union Jacks are beginning to be waved here. Andy's coaching corner are all on their feet, apart from Ivan Lendl. He'll save that for match point. So Murray is on the verge of a very, very special moment here in front of an adoring centre court crowd. 4-love up. Second point of 2 here. Raonic slightly mishits that one, but manages to keep it in. Working the baseline, and he's being bossed all over the court here. Murray from deep towards his own baseline unleashes a brilliant forehand, and now the racket's being waved, the fists being pumped. 5 up now in this tiebreak. Murray is almost there, and you can sense the desperation on the face of this brave, proud Canadian. He's done all that he could, but this year, today, you sense it just hasn't quite been enough in these 2 tiebreaks.
Wonderful primary patterns, controlling with the forehand, sliding it out wide. It's the same thing. When you get ahead in the big moments, run the very simple patterns.
Raonic still yet to register a point in this tiebreak, and he'll have to do so off the second serve. Really anxious moments here. You can sense the crowd are getting ready to unleash some huge emotion and a great roar of approval for a British champion whose exploits here will never be forgotten. Second serve, Raonic. 5-love down on this tiebreak.
It was first was a let. So second serve now.
Raonic has to get this one in and does so. Surely he's got to win this point if he's to stand any chance. And at last, Murray buries a backhand into the net. So it's 5-1, but it's an absolute mountain to climb for the Canadians. Surely there isn't a way back from here.
I mean, Andy made a tactical, maybe not an error, but he could have upgraded to a forehand. The ball came back short down the middle of the court. All balls from Milos are going short in this tiebreaker. Andy, if he runs around it, he freezes Milos, and he can go either way really effectively. The ball came middle. He got a little jam, didn't get away from it, dumped it in the net. So much better to come in behind a forehand than a backhand, but still a massive 5-1 lead in this third set breaker.
Cameras focusing on the royal family. Raonic with his back to them, serving 1-5 down in this tiebreak. And once again, it has to come down to a second serve. Launches a big one straight down the tee, but it's long. Second serve here for Raonic. Must hold to have any chance at all of taking this third set. Second serve is a little soft. Murray all the way down to the baseline. Unleashes a big forehand, and it's match point for Andy Murray here at Wimbledon. He started this championship as the favourite. Those odds grew ever shorter when Novak Djokovic was sensationally knocked out by Sam Querrey. Judy Murray is on her feet. They're all standing, waiting to applaud the champion.
Depth on the return. Massively good ball. Then direction. He's going to now serve for his second Wimbledon title.
Murray. It's a let for the first serve, and that exhale of breath around the crowd. This place will absolutely erupt when Murray secures this title. Match point, championship point. Here he goes. This one to break Canadian hearts. And it's another let. He's forcing us to wait for this big cheer.
Got to get the toss up, got to drive with the legs. Massive moment. Sure, both guys are super tight.
Murray for the match and the 2016 championship. Oh, and he buries that one into the base of the net. Surely this time. Come on, Andy. The cries are ringing out on centre court. They want this to be over. They want the celebrations to begin. This time at last, the serve is good. Raonic with a big forehand deep towards the baseline. That time, Murray goes long. So one championship point has been saved on the Murray serve, but it's 6-2 and it's still an absolute mountain to climb here for the Canadian. Camera's focusing on Andy. Camera's focusing on Judy. Come on, Raonic says to himself. The drama continues.
Well, that was tentative, and, you know, it happens. Very tentative from Andy on the second serve. Sliced the backhand, didn't do enough. He's got another opportunity here.
Match point for Murray. He unleashes another forehand. He's coming to the net, and it's put into the base of the net by Milos Raonic. Andy Murray is the Wimbledon champion for the second time in his career. Tears of joy from his mum, Judy. A hug for a valiant opponent. Raonic was in uncharted territory here. This was his first Wimbledon final. Yes, it was straight sets, but two of them went to a tiebreak, and the drama lasted almost 3 hours. These are the moments that he's worked so hard for. This is the reason Andy Murray took up tennis. This is the reason he moved his life to Barcelona, leaving family and friends behind to learn his craft and have a chance to one day be considered amongst the game's greats. And he is now a double Wimbledon champion. Even the mighty Ivan Lendl has tears in his eyes. The Iron Man from the Czech Republic is breaking out in emotion up in the players' box. Tears of relief, tears of delight. We have witnessed history here at Wimbledon once again in 2016.
He's very emotional, very, very emotional. The tears are coming. He's this is a release, and you know there's so much hard work. It's great for him to have Ivan back, and he's sobbing in his towel right now. And it's not so much that he's it's not upset. It's, you know, it's a body of work. It's a lifetime of work, and it's all pouring out of him at this moment.
Wow, the trophy is being brought out here in all its gold magnificence. I cannot believe that even Ivan Lendl has tears in his eyes. People talk about the fact that Murray is not necessarily the most charismatic, media-friendly operator, but that doesn't matter. He's not paid to crack jokes. He's paid to play tennis. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and once again he has delivered a champion's performance here. And this was the first slam where he arrived here as the overwhelming favourite, and we're seeing even more emotion from him this time than we did in 2013. He has carried the burden brilliantly for 2 weeks, and now all that emotion is at last coming out.
Ladies and
the look on his face is like a young boy. It's a kid that is realizing a dream. He's played his entire life, and winning it once was, you know, that's just bewilderment that you could get over the line. But this one here is it looks like it's very much a different feeling for him. He looks like a little kid looking up there to his mum. Is like, Mum, look what I just did. What an amazing moment for the Murray family. Wimbledon title. Beautiful golden trophy out in the middle. Andy standing up. Milos somewhat smiling, maybe not smiling, but as he was coming off, he looked pretty even, certainly not devastated, and Andy is just, it's just coming out of him. When he won that first Wimbledon title against Djokovic, that long game was very difficult and tough to get over.
Presentation party moving into position. His Royal Highness the Duke of Kent, President of the All England Lawn Tennis Club, accompanied by Philip Brook, the Chairman of the All England Lawn Tennis Club, and Kathy Sabin, the President. A great moment for all the officials. So, whilst we catch our breath, well, Murray has been in tears, and I'm sure he'll reduce one or two in the crowd to tears when he collects this trophy for the second time. The emotion is absolutely immense. He can hardly contain himself. Let's hand over for the official presentation.
Now, to the runner-up, Milos Raonic. And the Wimbledon champion of 2016, Andy Murray. Milos, you threw everything at him, but you faced a Murray on a mission today.
Yeah, it's a difficult challenge as is, and Andy's been playing great, and he deserves to be winning here for a second time. And congratulations to Andy. This one's gonna sting, so I'm gonna make sure, as these courts are green, that I do everything I can to be back here for another chance.
We know you will, Milos. You've had a wonderful tournament. You've beaten Roger Federer. You've got so much positive moments to look back on.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal 2 weeks at this tournament, a phenomenal week just before that in Queens as well. So I keep plugging away. Every single day I try to get better, to give myself these chances, and I'm going to be continuing to do the same, because there's nothing I want more than to be back here.
And I know you're very much part of a team as well, aren't you? Would you like to say a few words to your team?
No, thank you to my team, everybody that's here, everybody that's not here, especially my family. We've dealt with a lot, and I'm not always the easiest to deal with, but I'm sure everybody's happy and proud in these moments, and we're going to try to make them better and try to keep improving. And, you know, I love them all very much.
Okay, we know we'll see you in many more Wimbledon finals. Congratulations on a great tournament, Milos Raonic. You're hugging that trophy. Feel good?
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously, you know, the most important tournament for me every year. You know, I had some great moments here and also some tough losses, and obviously the wins feel extra special because of the tough losses. So yeah, I'm proud to have my hands on the trophy again.
I said Milos was throwing everything at you. serves over 140 miles an hour. He was coming in at you. You had to be at your best, and you were.
Yeah, I played really good stuff today, but you know, Milos has had a great, extremely nice, very, very polite and well-mannered. So it's true that's not, it isn't always the case. So yeah, sorry about today, and great job the last few weeks.
I know Mac will like to hear that, but what about your teamer? Lendl doesn't give much away when he's watching, does he?
He's just lucky. No, I mean, big thank you to all of my team for the hard work they've put into helping me get here. Also my family as well, who are watching up there. I love all of you. Thank you.
Just one last question. It was so emotional back in 2013 after being the first British man to win in 77 years. Do you think you can enjoy this one a little more?
Yeah, I'm going to make sure I do. You know, last time I was so relieved. I was sort of very nervous today as well, but just so much stress and pressure, and didn't really get the chance to enjoy it as much. So I'll make sure I enjoy this one tonight for sure.
What about this crowd and the crowd that are watching on the hill as well? How much did they play a part for you?
Yeah, I mean, just huge thank you to everyone that came out to support. Amazing. Amazing atmosphere. Lots of ex-players, legends up there watching as well. It's a pleasure to play in front of you. The Prime Minister of the country as well here You know, I think playing in a Wimbledon final is tough, but I certainly wouldn't like to be the Prime Minister. It's an impossible job, so thanks everyone for coming out, and I'll see you again next year. Thank you.
Well done, Andy Murray. So much to be proud of in British sport. The Wimbledon champion, Andy Murray.
So Andy Murray is the 2016 Wimbledon champion. Obvious emotion pouring out of him, and just really the relief, the stress, the release, Mark, of knowing you've come through this fortnight and you've got it done. And it seems, as he's watched on by their Royal Highnesses, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, that this means something to him in a different way than the first title did 3 years ago.
I agree 100%. I feel like the first one, all these years of the pressure of Tim almost getting there so many times, and Andy, you know, being the one where all that pressure was on him and he finally got it, was so much relief. It was like a gorilla off his shoulders. Of course he can enjoy it, and being his first Wimbledon title, but now I think winning his second one, I feel like it's more about him, and like you said, he's going to enjoy it a lot more.
And we look at members of his box, members of his team watching on. Lucky Lendl, eh?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Ivan, bless his soul, he tried everything to win that title. I mean, he literally, he did everything he could with Tony Roach by his side to win that title, and gotten so close, but he could never do that, and he's done it twice now with Andy, and you know, you can hardly get any kind of emotion off him when he was in the player box, and you saw those tears kind of in his eyes after he won. It was just so beautiful to watch, because you can sense the connection they have and the respect and love they have for each other. I mean, Andy has done an incredible job of really surrounding himself with really great people and a great team, and they are a huge family, and it's, you know, amazing for all of them.
He says this is his most important tournament of the year. You can understand why. It's Wimbledon. It's his home event, it's his opportunity to play in front of a home crowd, and it's his opportunity to add to the Wimbledon history books as a home player. Can you understand, I suppose, put yourself in his shoes, coming into these championships every year, the weight of expectation that's on you? This must be probably within his top 10 days of his life and career so far.
Oh my gosh, I mean, you know, having the pressure on when I played the Australian Open is nothing. I mean, this is, every time he comes here at Wimbledon, I would imagine it's times 20. The amount of expectations and pressure on this guy's shoulder year after year, and what he has done people don't understand how incredible it is. Now he's got 2 titles. He's lost in how many finals? As consistent as he is, with all that on top of him, it's incredible. I mean, what he's accomplished, honestly. It's one of these, he's going to go down as one of the best players of all time, without a doubt. And we're talking about in the same era as the best player of all time, undoubtedly, which is Roger Federer. You know, then you got Djokovic and Nadal. I mean, this guy's engraved himself right in there with those top 4 guys. And if he was playing 10 years ago, or it could be 10 years later, he'd be considered, you know, the best right now, one of the best. But I mean, what he's doing right now for tennis, men's tennis in Great Britain is very inspiring.
And Catherine, we spoke earlier in the week about Andy being one of Great Britain's greatest sportsmen of all time. This title is only going to add to his case.
Yeah, that's something that's going on social media a lot at the moment, putting him forward as certainly the greatest British sportsman of this generation, possibly of all time. Just at the moment, you'd find that very, very hard to argue with. I mean, as you say, Mark, the fact that he hasn't got 10 or more Grand Slam titles in his trophy cabinet is only because he is competing in the greatest era of men's tennis ever. The fact that he has muscled his way in and has now won 3 and counting, just as Serena said yesterday, is an extraordinary achievement.
Just look at the emotion that's pouring out of him. You could tell how much this meant for Andy Murray from the first day of these championships, and then that moment of relief. And this isn't just an individual effort, it's an entire family, team, group effort. There's no doubt, you know, as we look at Kim Murray, as we look at Judy Murray, as we look at his coaches and his fitness trainers, how much all of them go through, Mark, with him on this journey.
Oh, people have to understand, this is not like he started working hard a month before Wimbledon and then he's ready for it. This guy, day in, day out, is an absolute professional. Everything he does, by what he eats, by the way he trains, physically. I mean, these guys have a plan for everything, for his body, getting him ready for practice. I mean, this is, you know, he'll enjoy this without a doubt, and I promise you, he will get straight back to work and he'll be thinking about the US Open. He'll be thinking about his next tournament. That's just because he as Catherine's saying, there's going to be more. There's going to be more. He's too good for there not to be more. And he just wants to improve and keeps getting better and better. And he wants to be one of those guys that puts himself in the record books as well. I mean, he's already done that, but he wants to continue adding to what he's already done.
And how convincing that it was a straight sets victory, Catherine. Have there been many people commentating on the fact that you were able to get it done without dropping a set?
Absolutely. I mean, look, I don't think Milos Raonic played his absolute best today, but he certainly didn't crumble under the pressure. It was a decent enough performance from Raonic. The biggest issue with his performance is that he just had no answer to Murray's absolute brilliance. I mean, his serve today just wasn't the weapon it has been in previous matches, mostly because of the Murray return. Yeah. And he wasn't coming to the net. I know, Mark, you were very frustrated during that match with Raonic. Raonic is reluctant to come into the net behind that serve, but probably because of his fear of the Andy Murray return and Andy Murray's passing shots. You know, perhaps he should still have come to the net more, but nonetheless, it's all pretty much down to Andy Murray and just how good he was today. And there was barely a moment where he looked to be struggling under any kind of pressure, any kind of nerves. That doesn't mean he wasn't feeling them. That doesn't mean there won't have been moments when his arm felt like absolute lead. He's so experienced now at playing through it, isn't he? I remember when he served out the title here 3 years ago, and he described that final game against Novak Djokovic, which I think lasted about 9 minutes, and really struggled to get over the finish line. He described in vivid detail his arm feeling like absolute lead and almost it being a kind of out-of-body experience. But today, I mean, if there was an element of that, he hit it brilliantly, because he looked to be solid as a rock today. Never in doubt, really, never in doubt.
I think what was incredibly important was in both tiebreakers, he was out with a very early lead. And you know, Milos never had a chance to get himself into it. I mean, you know, I thought, okay, if Milos can hang in there and get to a tiebreaker, maybe he's got a shot. With a serve like that, with a game like that, with his forehand, you know, one mini break could either maybe just, you know, he can win that tiebreaker in the set, and then we have ourselves a match. But Andy did not give him a sniff. I mean, 3-love in literally 2 seconds. He was just boom, boom, boom. I mean, he never had a chance at any of those tiebreakers, and he, won them very comfortably, which was very impressive to see.
And that a special moment as he sees his name is already on the champions board as the 2016 gentlemen's singles champion. This is a special moment now as he takes his famous walk back up inside the clubhouse at the All England Club, and he will get a chance to greet royalty. As you can see, he makes his way around the corner, and I think the security guard or Richard Lewis, in fact, with him just out of the way, and here he will be greeted by the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. What an absolute honour to play in front of Prince William and his wife Kat, and of course the future king and queen of the country. It could be pretty nerve-wracking for many people just to meet them, let alone try and win your second Wimbledon title in front of them. We know Prince William is a huge sports fan, as is Kate, a big tennis fan. They always make the effort to come here and represent the royal family at the Wimbledon Championships. Many people listening in.
Many congratulations.
It's a great game to watch.
Was it? Yeah, there was it was a solid performance.
A little bit, yeah, at the start. Because all of my matches here I played late in the day, and the sun's obviously like out of the way. And at the start, literally, when you're throwing a yellow ball up into the sun, it's not easy to see.
What's it like facing his serve? Is it you notice it a lot more than normal?
Yeah, it's huge.
There's 147.
Yeah, I know. He serves a lot straight at me as well, so I sort of retreat quite a lot to give myself a bit of extra time.
So peaceful.
Okay, relax.
Yeah, I want to get into a smile.
All right. I'll see you later. I'll see you soon too. Thanks.
Well, a heartwarming moment as he shares a few moments with possibly the two most popular members of the British royal family, Prince William and his wife Catherine, actually asking me some quite interesting questions, Mark, about the sun on court. They were both in their sunglasses trying to shade themselves. How challenging can it be when you are serving into the sun on what is an outdoor tennis event?
It can be tough. It definitely makes a difference, and also too, having half the court in sun, half in the shade can make a big difference when you're serving and during the point as well. But I think they also asked him a couple of questions about how was it returning Raonic's serve, because his serve was so big. And then he was saying that he likes to serve a lot in the body, and he had to go back and give himself some time.
This, of course, the famous actor, Benedict Cumberbatch, been to Wimbledon several times himself before as well, and you can see him just thanking Andy. That really, what a privilege it is to sit and watch a match like that and a piece of Wimbledon history.
Nice to meet you.
Congratulations.
Bye.
Richard Lewis guiding him on, because as you'll see, there's going to be a lot of people to congratulate him on his way. Members allowed in his private clubhouse as well. Members of staff, security, people that would have seen him really in his day-to-day routine here at Wimbledon for the last month, you would think, as his preparations began. And this is really a very intimate setting. There's members of the player liaison teams, there's members of the club, everyone really wanting to offer their congratulations, and actually a very privileged area for the members to be able to come out to, Mark.
I mean, this is, you can really start to sink in, really get a chance to enjoy it.
And that's what it's about.
There you go.
Straight out onto the balcony there, the southwest side of centre court, and the adoring fans, probably mainly the fans that weren't able to get inside the court to watch the action live. For any of the people on Henman Hill or any of the outside courts, or indeed court number 2, this is their chance to catch a glimpse of the Wimbledon champion.
Yeah, and a piece of history, absolutely. I mean, what a beautiful scenery right there, incredible.
And what's so special about a moment like this is it transcends really from the spectator to anyone working here, to anyone on his team. No matter what reason you're here, everyone just stops for a minute.
Yeah,
I mean,
I wish I could tell you how it feels, but I mean, look at that. You've been able to share your, the victory with, I mean, these fans, you know, they live this roller coaster ride with him throughout the whole event, and they're so supportive towards him, and they want it so bad for him, and the fact that he can get a chance to go out there and thank him and just you know, kind of hold out that trophy in front of him is a beautiful thing. Now it's the chance where he's going to go into the locker room where he can't wait to see his actual team and hug his team and his coaches and really spend some time with them. It's there's some lucky kids right here, right?
Yeah, how they managed to get themselves
I don't know what kind of passes
position.
they have, but they got some good passes.
He's offering to himself.
Yeah,
As
got
you say,
loads.
the locker room is his moment, his first moment of privacy. After
Yes.
all of this, the camera can follow him on this walk.
Yes.
The camera can take photos of him, but no one can go inside the
Team
locker
hug. The team hug will be coming right here.
The poor guy, because how do you say no, but how do you sign everything?
Yeah, it's difficult to sign everything, but where are these kids getting in from? I mean, the security in this place is second to none. I don't even know where they're getting in from. Climbing through windows.
It's an incredible scene. These windows along, you can see the players' lawn across the other side, the members' enclosure, just the grounds there where anyone can walk and catch a glimpse. And you see everyone who's involved, the security, the staff, everyone is quick to thank and congratulate Andy Murray. He's got a huge grin on his face, and he's just about to make the turn now
Here
into
we
the
go.
men's locker room.
Right in the locker room right now.
Oh, and breathe.
Yeah.
Probably how he thinks.
Rip off.
A moment with no camera in his face. That man's dealing with it pretty well, though, isn't he? Security. Congratulations. Andy Murray is the 2016 Wimbledon champion, and I think we all say that with smiles on our faces as we watched a truly emotional and historic moment right here on Centre Court at the All England Club. And while Catherine Whitaker is back with Mark and I, she's had her fingers on the buttons all day, and I think it's already been pouring with love for Andy Murray.
Yeah, I can barely keep up with all the people throwing in their congratulations, their praise, just their love for Andy Murray. I mean, it starts and it's pretty much never ending. Pat Cash, Murray takes his place among the greatest sportsmen in British history with his second Wimbledon title, and that's the refrain, really. It's this greatest sportsman in British history thing. Simon Cambers, a Guardian journalist, 2 Wimbledon titles for Andy Murray. The fact that we Brits almost took it for granted that he would win today shows how great he is. Superb. I think that's a very, very valid point. Steve Rudd, who works for the BBC, what an unbelievable sportsman Andy Murray is, one of Britain's greatest ever. What a performance. Time to celebrate a superstar. Speaking of superstars, Gareth Bale, the Welsh and Real Madrid footballer. What an achievement. Andy Murray, 2-time Wimbledon champion. How's this? Jamie Murray, his brother. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Andy Murray, 2 Wimbledon titles. Notably, Jamie not in the box watching Andy today. He finds it very difficult. Andy finds it very difficult to have Jamie watching him because he's unable to control his emotions in quite the Ivan Lendl-esque way. And I know Andy finds it a bit of a distraction having Jamie there. So they both have pretty much a mutual agreement to not really watch one another's matches, and it seems to be paying off for both of them. They are heady days for the Murray family in general. Amelie Mauresmo, this one's really nice. Andy, fantastic achievement, well deserved. Really nice to see Amelie Mauresmo chiming in with her support for Andy. Of course, they ended their relationship just a couple of months ago, but as I keep saying, I do feel that she has played her part in leading Andy Murray to this victory today. Of course, Ivan Lendl played an enormous part, and the part that will get deservedly an enormous amount of credit, but Amelie Mauresmo played her part as well. Plenty more. Michael Vaughan worked so hard. Andy Murray, dedication to the max. The greatest British sports person of my lifetime, and that pretty much sums it up.
Well, congratulations to Andy Murray. I think lovely, as you say, to see a message from Amelie Mauresmo, who's been so close, was unable to be with him for any of his Grand Slam victories, but played a huge part in the journey of Murray so far. Well, let's send it out to our reporter, Rachel Stringer. She's always busy.
What a day for Andy Murray, and what a day for the 3,500 people who are watching behind me on what I think we can call today Murray's Mound. But let's hope they come back. They're kind of moving at the moment, but it could be a fourth British winner later on, because Heather Watson is up next with her doubles partner. Obviously, we've had Gordon Reid, Jordan Wiley, Andy Murray, and it could be a fourth for Heather Watson. But I've actually found the full lot of Andy. We had half of them. We had Anne earlier, and we now found the DY, who have obviously just watched up there on what I said can be called Murray's Mound. How was it?
Absolutely unbelievable, incredible, the best experience of my life.
Well, there we go. I think that's all we need to say. No, let's come around here, because this chap actually thinks he's lost his voice for all the cheering up there. Have you?
I can't really speak that well, so it was amazing, though. I'm so thrilled for him. It's fantastic.
And can you just explain how amazing it was to actually watch it up there on the mound?
Oh, it couldn't be any better. It's so much better than being at home. You're really part of the atmosphere, and you're just so thrilling. Absolutely brilliant. You come all the way down, and it's just so worth it.
And obviously you guys are Scots as well. You know, what does it mean to you?
It's great to have such like an inspiration, like a local hero, because he is born very close to us, so it's really great for tennis and the sport in general, so yeah.
Well, considering we've got no one in football, it's good that we're dominant in tennis, eh?
Absolutely. Well, guys, I won't hold you any longer. I'm sure you're going to celebrate and come back and watch Heather Watson as well. Thank you, guys.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Some incredibly excited fans around the All England Club as Andy Murray lifted the men's singles title just moments ago. And yesterday, it was the turn of Queen Serena. Yes, she won number 22, the elusive number she's been chasing since winning on the grass here last year. And if that doesn't tell you just what this meant after her straight sets, 7-5, 6-3 victory over Angelique Kerber, I'm not sure what does. It was a huge moment for not only Miss Williams but her entire team as she lifted her 7th Wimbledon trophy here and her 22nd Grand Slam in total. And speaking of her team, well, we're delighted now to be joined by a very key component. Patrick Mouratoglou, you have been spoken about at great length. Thank you very much for coming to join us on what I imagine is a fabulous day for you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Has it sunk in that you've won yet another Grand Slam title with Serena?
Yeah, and this one was very, I mean, they're all very important, of course, but this one especially because these last 8 months were tough. Like Serena went through a tough period after this loss in the semi-finals, of the US Open. That was very painful for her. And I think she lost kind of her magic. In the following months, she was playing good tennis, but she was not the real Serena that we know, the one that is able to lift her level when she's in trouble, like she did yesterday in the final. The one that is decisive, the one that refuses to lose. I mean, something was missing, which was more character-wise than tennis-wise, because I think she was hurt by what happened, and we didn't realize immediately how much she was hurt, and I think she didn't realize either. But we found out by seeing how the matches were going and that she couldn't react the way she used to react. So yesterday's final, she proved that she was back, completely back, and it's a relief.
And is it true, we've read in the papers, that whenever Serena wins a Grand Slam, you've said she enjoys it for about 5 minutes and then she turns to me and says, right, how do we win the next one?
That's true. I always tell this story because I was kind of shocked, in a good way, because I like it. After she won Roland Garros in 2013, she was looking for the title, looking to win it again for 11 years. She won it. Right after she left the court, she asked me to go stretching, and 2 minutes after she said, okay, now we have to win Wimbledon. 2 minutes after. She already forgot. And actually I received a text from her this morning saying, I'm thinking about the US Open this morning, so
Really?
nothing changes. But it's a good thing, I think.
When you mention the US Open, that does spring to everyone's mind now, because yes, she's equalled Steffi, she's equalled the great 22, but, well, there's a chance to go on better. Is 24 on her mind at all as well?
I don't think so. I mean, she might think about it, but it's too far. She equaled Steffi. I think next step is to beat Steffi.
Yeah.
And then we can think about Margaret Court. But I think it doesn't make really sense to look too far ahead, step by step.
Wait till we're on 23 and then go for 24. Let's just look at some pictures of you guys yesterday when she came back having won the match just outside the locker room. What is this like when you get that moment? It's all done. The job is done. You've done what you always wanted to achieve.
Yeah, it's difficult to explain. Honestly, my emotion is hers. Like, that's her victory. And I remember the first Grand Slam I won as a coach. It was with her in 2012. And her emotion was so big, I couldn't even feel something for myself. Like, I was looking at her, and every time she wins a slam, it feels like it's the first one. Like, if you see her emotion, like after the first Grand Slam we won together in 2012, it was Wimbledon actually, the way she talked to me after, she made me feel like it was her first Grand Slam. She was so emotional, so happy, and it's so nice to see that, and it tells a lot about where her motivation comes from. Like, winning even one Grand Slam for her, even after 22, it's always the same emotion.
You can see the gratitude she has for you there. A warm, warm embrace, Patrick. You've been such an incredible part of her life and her team, as you say, over the last 4 years. And you mentioned 2012, that first title here together at Wimbledon, and it came after her crashing out of Roland Garros in the opening round that year. And that's when your partnership came about. Just explain to us how it did come about and your initial thoughts on meeting Serena 4 years ago.
So she lost in the first round of Roland Garros in 2012. She didn't win a Grand Slam at that moment for 2 years. And after this loss, that was very painful too, because it was the first time in her career that she lost in the first round of any Grand Slam. She stayed in Paris for a few days and she called me and she asked me if she could come to my academy for a few days to practice. So she came. The first day she hit a few balls and then she asked me what I thought about her game. So I told her and she asked me, can we work on it? So we started to work on it for 3 days. I was working with Grigor Dimitrov at that time and I came to Wimbledon with him. Once she came, she called me, it was 1 week before, because she came 1 week in advance to prepare, and she asked me if we could meet and talk. And while we talked, she asked me if we could make a trial together during the tournament. So I told her that I was working with Grigor, that I would ask him if he was okay, if I would do both. He said yes. And we had this long talk that was, I think, very important before starting. And she told me I want to win one more Grand Slam. She was, for 2 years she didn't win one. She was at the hospital. She had a blood clot. She almost died. So winning even one more Grand Slam for her was something big. And she asked me what I thought about her game and what I thought she should do in order to win one more. And I said, okay, I'm gonna prepare something. I explained to her what I saw in her game and that I thought that if she was well prepared every time, if she had a bit more tools in her game, I thought there was no reason for losing one match. She would lose eventually a few, but really a few. And I think she was shocked in a positive way by that, and we worked on it, and it worked incredibly well immediately because she won Wimbledon, singles, doubles, then the Olympics a few weeks after, 2 gold medals, and then the US Open right after, and then the Masters, so it was a good start.
Yeah, to say the least, yeah.
When you met, she said she wanted one more. You've now had 9 Grand Slam singles titles together. I have to ask, was it in any way an intimidating task, taking on someone as great as Serena Williams, knowing how private the Williams family have been and the influence of her father really up until that stage of her career?
When I started, all the press asked me if it was an achievement for me to work with her, and I said no, it's a start, and I want to have her do better than before. I know she did incredibly well, but I thought I could help her do more and better, and that was really exciting. Otherwise, if I felt I couldn't do better, I didn't see really the point. Was it intimidating? Not really. I felt straight away that she trusted me, and she's been incredible with me since the start, and I felt that she was ready to follow me. I would follow her too, because she knew more than me how to be successful, but she was trusting me. And the most difficult at the start was the family, because they were with her since the start, the very, very start, and they didn't know me, so I had to gain their trust, which I totally understand. So that was more difficult. But because of the trust she put in me since the start, it helped me a lot, I think.
With Andy Murray and Ivan Lendl, for example, we hear how Ivan is mainly involved, in his words, on the mental side and that strength of the game rather than the physical side and the skill and technicality on the tennis court. I imagine that's different for you and Serena, but how do you help her deal with the immense pressure that she feels at the moment, at the stage she's at in her career, of course, arriving at Flushing Meadows last year, trying to go for the calendar, now trying to go for 22, now what's going to be on the table when she returns to Flushing Meadows in just a few weeks' time? How do you try and prepare her to really put herself inside that pressure cooker once again?
First, going back to Murray and Lendl, I mean, I think they're doing an incredible job together. Like, Murray didn't win a slam before him. He won 2 with him, none without again, and he's back. He's winning the first one there together. So clearly the chemistry is incredible, and the fact that Andy trusts him so much is his biggest asset. You know, when you believe in what you're doing so much and you believe in the person, even, I mean, it multiplies by, I don't know how many, but the effect of anything you're doing. So this is the most important in the relationship between the player and the coach, is the trust. Now, the second question about the mental, I would say that everything works together. It's difficult to separate the mental from anything else. I think the player is a machine, complex machine with a lot of different things. The mental, of course, the physical, the technical, the tactical, everything is linked. And I've seen a little bit Lendl work with Murray because we just travel the same places, we share the same practice courts, and I think he's doing a lot also on the courts that helps also the mental side. You know, it's a combination of all those things together that makes the player more confident. You can work on the mental side by the way you speak to the player, but also by what you're doing every day on the court. And by seeing what he's doing, I mean, I'm not surprised to see the results. So now coming to Serena, the amount of pressure that she has, that you can compare with the amount of pressure that someone like Novak has, is incredible. I mean, I think it's very difficult to understand for anyone unless you are under that pressure. Everybody expects them to be perfect all the time, and every time there is a little failure, even a little one, it's like it's the end of the world, and they feel this pressure all the time. All the time, every single day. It's incredible. And it was interesting. I mean, it was sad for Novak what happened here, but it was interesting because it's an opportunity to explain people that so they deal incredibly well with that pressure. That's such a heavy pressure. The day that they don't feel as well as usual, they don't feel the ball well, they don't control the ball the way they used to, the opponent plays incredibly well that day, and they feel the taste of losing, then the weight of this pressure becomes suddenly too much, and it happens that they don't do well. This is the matches that you can see, the one that Novak played here, or Serena against Vinci at the US Open, because they're human, and sometimes the pressure is just too much. How to deal with that pressure? I think the best way to deal with the pressure is to be well prepared and to feel strong, and that's what we're doing every day. I always say that the pressure is acceptable when, to counterpunch that pressure, you have a level of confidence that is high enough. Once the level of confidence drops a little bit, then the pressure becomes too heavy, and then you cannot do well. So our job is to find a way daily, with what you do every day, to build the confidence that can help you deal with the pressure.
I love that analogy. The confidence and the pressure need to outweigh each other. As we sit here, Mark, and listen to Patrick, what strikes you about their relationship that just has been so successful in an era as well, Patrick, that we're seeing all these super coaches?
Well, what I love to hear, and I think is now is the most important thing, is the respect for each other and the trust. That's the number one thing. So anything that's said to Serena, she trusts and she absorbs it, and she won't question it. I think that's incredibly important for a team. And it's not that, it's you saw it with the embrace. There's love, there's respect there, there's trust, there's everything. And it was beautiful to watch. But it's something, like you said, that you worked very hard for. It doesn't happen overnight. But when you achieve that with a player, and then special, incredible things can happen, which we are seeing and which I think we will continue to see.
I hope so.
So do we. So yesterday it wasn't just all about Serena, of course, and a few hours after winning that singles title, she was back on court in the final of the ladies' doubles alongside Venus, and wow, what a championships she has had, and they marched to a 6th Wimbledon ladies' doubles title as well in straight sets. You were back in the players' box then as well. What differences are there between Serena the singles player and Serena the doubles player?
Honestly, it's a different sport, doubles. I mean, of course, there's a lot of things in common, but it's a team sport, which makes a huge difference. The relationship they have together makes them, of course, the individual quality of both of them, plus the relationship they have, the connection they have, makes this team so good. And they progressed incredibly well. You know, they didn't play doubles together for quite a long time, and they started again in Rome this year because they wanted to get a chance to win the Olympics in doubles. That's why they started to play again. In Rome, they lost in the first round, 6-2, 6-2, like playing incredibly bad. And to see them play that level so fast, it's amazing how they reconnected so fast.
Yeah, unseeded as well, which was surprising, but you can understand why, given the rankings and how the season works. Just going back to Serena before we let you go, pressure is a privilege, as we know she said. We heard that wonderful documentary, her speak about many things. What, in your opinion, makes Serena the great athlete that she is?
It's difficult to pick up one thing. I think she's very complete. If you look at everything, her physical abilities, which are, she's an incredible athlete, probably the biggest athlete of all. I think mentally, if I have to name something, I would mention her mental, because I've never seen in the women's game someone who has so much rage when she's in trouble, who refuses to lose that well. I mean, the thing I spoke about that we lost in the last month, but you know, all her career, she's been able to raise her level when she was in trouble, to, like she did in the final, facing break points to hit ace, 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 closing the matches like she did in the tough match she had during this Wimbledon, 4-all in the 4-all in the third, and then 5-4, and then ace, ace, ace to close the match. I mean, this you don't see very often on the women's game. I think mentally she's the strongest tennis player of all time. And then after I can name a lot of other things, of course, in her game and going back to the trust and to what Mark said, what I think is very important, I just have one little example. When she played Kuznetsova in this tournament, Kuznetsova served for the first set, and then it rained at 5-all, and she called me, and I could speak to her because she left the court. And she told me that Kuznetsova was returning all her first serves. And I told her it's not a big deal because you're winning 80% of the points on your first serve. So she can return your first serve as much as she wants, I don't care. But I'm concerned about your second serve because you win less than 20% on your second serve, and this is not possible. You're not going to win the match like that, so I want you to serve 2 first serves. You're going to do some double faults maybe, but I don't care. You're going to go from less than 20% to more than 40, maybe 50, and then you're going to win the match. And talking about the trust, she didn't lose one single point on her second serve until the end of the match. 8 games in a row, but it's not about the 8 games in a row. It's more about the fact that she did it. She believed so much in it. She didn't lose 1 point on her second serve. She was winning less than 20%. Just to say what Mark said about the trust is so important. When you trust what someone is saying, you do it much better. I mean, 100 times better because you believe. And this sport is so much about believing.
Right,
Yes.
She believes not only in herself, but in you as well. And just lastly, how did you celebrate last night? I hope she's bought you a drink.
Do I really have to comment that?
Go on,
We
we
celebrated the proper way. Don't worry for that. This is not the most difficult thing to do.
Is that all we're going to know? Okay, I imagine you had a few happy drinks in Camp Serena. Listen, congratulations once
Thank
again,
you.
Patrick, on another Grand Slam title together. And thank you for coming to
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Patrick Mouratoglou, an absolute privilege and a pleasure to speak to him, the man that is so influential right now in Serena Williams' career. Well, for Milos Raonic, it was the first Grand Slam final appearance. It didn't go his way, but still a huge Wimbledon Championships for Canada. Let's hear what he had to say after a straight sets defeat to Andy Murray.
You know, it's just hard to ask this question, but obviously when you lose, any regrets, or what would be your regrets?
No, I wouldn't say there's any as far as this moment.
Tactically, the way the match went and stuff?
Oh, I think I did the best I could. You know, I tried to put the things together. I tried coming forward, putting pressure on him. He was playing much better than me off the baseline, and he was more effective there. probably a little too passive to start the match on his service games, but then I tried to change that around, gave myself 2 looks, but didn't make the most of it. So I tried to put together what I could and fought, and it just didn't work out.
So was it emotionally to play this first Grand Slam final? Was it overwhelming at some point? Or?
No, I don't really think so. I think it was more just, you know, you're not going to play your best tennis by any means. You have to sort of try to dig it out, and that's pretty much the thing you're fighting against the most, is to try to find a level that's, you know, good enough. And I was keeping up with him, but then when it counted, I wasn't able to get on top.
I imagine it'll be record television viewers in Canada watching your match today. What would you say to people who were cheering you on there that would be disappointed with the outcome today?
Well, a big thank you. You know, it's not just a support here; it's a support through numerous weeks wherever I go to play. Tennis and the appreciation for tennis in Canada has considerably grown, and just for Canadians in general all around the world. So there is always a big contingency and a big showing up. So that's a great honor to have that kind of support. And you know, today happened what happened, but I think the only thing I could ever regret is if I didn't do everything I can to make myself return to this position again.
Did nerves come into play at all, Milos, or was it just a better player on the other side of the net?
Yeah, no, nerves are definitely a part of it, but my nerves are no different than his.
What do you take from these 2 weeks here that you know, good, bad, and different, and what do you think you still need to work on to get maybe to that next level?
Well, I'm going to work on everything. I'm not going to leave any stone unturned. I'm going to try to get myself back to this position and try to be better in this position. So I'm going to try to get fitter, stronger. I'm going to try to improve my return game, improve my serve. I can improve there. Improve my efficiency coming forward, defending. There's not one thing that I'm not going to try to improve. Obviously, now we just have to focus on what the most important thing is, to put as much attention as I can, because I can't focus on everything the whole time. But we'll discuss that as a team, and we'll try to take it from there.
What positives do you take out of these 2 weeks?
Oh, it's phenomenal. You know, it's I stepped up in a semifinal that twice I struggled in the past. I stepped up. I did a great thing there. I came back from 2 sets to love down, which was the first time for me. You know, I showed guts, I showed vigor, and, you know, I got to carry that in. Again, I got to carry that through to the next events.
Is there anything you particularly learned from this experience and you can use the next time you are maybe playing in the final of Grand Slam?
I haven't learned it yet, but I'm going to make sure I try to learn everything I can.
You played 2 of the traditional big 4 in your last 2 games. Roger, obviously, and Andy in the final, beat Roger and obviously gave Andy a real push today. Is there a sense from you that, and if there is a sense generally, that tennis is moving on now, that the next generation is stepping up, and do you feel you're kind of a figure who can break that traditional 4 and sort of lead the charge of the new generation?
I think it's there's guys that are always trying to sort of push those barriers down that these guys try to set up, and everybody wants to win. And the guy across the net from you wants to take what you're trying to get, and it's not a group thing. It's just an individual thing, one-on-one. Everybody's trying to improve, whether they be the really young guys around 19, 20, 21 that are really doing really well now. And then you have also the guys that are 24, 25, 26, all the way up to 28 that are trying to, you know, get their name there. You can group them and you can put people in groups, but nobody's really helping each other. It's a very individual sport, and everybody's doing it on their own.
Just finally, what's your sort of plan now for obviously Olympics?
I gotta prepare for the Rogers Cup in Toronto.
There were no surprises at this level, Milos, but what aspect of his game was the most troublesome to you today, the thing that perhaps was the most difficult for you to deal with in an unexpected way, perhaps?
I thought that he was doing a very good thing of being aggressive when he had the chance. Sometimes Andy will let you in the match, you know, sort of, because he can do so many different things, but every single time he really had forehands in the middle of the court, he was trying to really hit them and not giving me 2 looks at a point. So I think that's what he did really well.
Perhaps just further to that, he was so extraordinary on returning and retrieving. What do you think he was doing that was blunting your strengths, your traditional strengths?
He moves incredibly well. He returns well. Those are his 2 biggest strengths. And he's been playing well. So those things are going to be what I got to face off against. I took care of my serve as much as I could, and I needed to find a way to be a bit more efficient maybe on returning. But every single time you play him, you know he's going to get more returns back than anybody else. And alongside with Novak, that's what these two guys especially do. So you try to find a way around that.
Milos, you know, every kid dreams of being in the Wimbledon final. Walking on or during the match, was there ever a pinch me moment about I'm actually playing in the Wimbledon final?
Not really. I don't think the moment ever really caught on. I think I just maybe in a mundane way just sort of looked at it as another match. And this match today obviously felt like a much greater opportunity than everything, but it never felt that much different than anything.
Obviously you're disappointed with today's result, but what do you think this means for Andy, and what do you think's next for him?
Well, I think it's phenomenal for him, you know, to back up his win here from 3 years ago. He's been in many finals since then that he wasn't able to make the most of. So for him, it's a big step forward, and what's next for him is up to him. You know, he's got to go for it. There's many other guys that are going to be trying to go for it as well. I know I will. So it's hard to really know what he's going to make of this.
Where does your coaching relationship with John McEnroe go from here moving forward? And have you had a chance to speak with your parents after the match yet? And if so, what, if anything, did they say to you?
I haven't spoken with anybody since the match. I came here to speak with you guys as therapy, but yeah, we haven't spoke about anything, but I'm sure we're going to have that discussion over the next 24 hours or so.
Would you like to keep him on for...
I think we'll probably try to find an extent that, you know, it can work, he can help me, and try to make the most of it.
You said Friday night that you did not want, the biggest challenge for you in this was you did not want to get sucked into Andy's game, and you felt that had happened the last time you guys met. How did that play into today? Do you feel like you accomplished not getting that, or?
No, I think I did a better job than I did last time. I think he did a better job from the start of the match, not letting me make me play a lot, which he didn't do as well the last time we played. But at the same time, I think I sort of fended off. I remember that match, I was up 3-love in the second. If you look at it from there on out, I lost 6-1, 6-3. So it was a very different terms than it was today.
Is there a difference playing Andy in a Grand Slam semi-final or another tournament and playing him in a Grand Slam final?
I don't think so. I think other than the fact that when things aren't going your way, you have a bit more time to figure it out. But you know, everybody's fighting, and there's a difference when you play a guy early in the tournament when they haven't really maybe found their game or their feel on those courts yet. But by the time you get to a final, everybody's playing their best tennis.
How does Andy's performance compare to anyone else you've played?
Oh, I think he's been playing really well. I think from what I saw of his matches, he had a pretty good opportunity to maybe win this tournament without losing a set. He was up 2-0 against Joe, and Joe made a strong fight back, and then Andy had to turn it around in a very strong way in the 5th set. But he's been playing great. Guys haven't really been able to give him a true big scare, and you know, he definitely deserved and earned to win this tournament.
Both tiebreaks got away from you quite quickly. Is there anything you could have done to prevent that?
I think he played really well that second tiebreak, but the first tiebreak, obviously, I missed that ball, the short ball on the first one. Wasn't even close. I missed it into the middle of the net, and then I had an overhead that I didn't make the most of on my serve. So that really, I'll sort of look back at that with not too much joy.
Milos, you had a big win against Roger Federer in the semi-final, and then you came back from 2 sets to down in the previous match as well. So how much did that take out of you emotionally? So did you have enough, both physical and emotional, coming into the final?
Yeah, I did. Obviously, it's a little harder to get it out of yourself, but you're in the final. You know, after you finish this match today, you can rest as many days as you want, as many days as you see fit. So you disregard any kind of fatigue or strain that you might have gone through the last few matches or the last couple days, and you put that aside, and adrenaline takes over, and you try to really make the most of it. You disregard that as much as you can.
It seems that you're trying to find solutions out there, and the first real opportunity you had was at 2-2 in the third set, and then 15-40. How did you feel that moment? Like, you were playing well, but if you had broken, it could have been different.
Yeah, obviously it does come down a lot of the time to a few important points. That was probably the most clear look I had, but I had a sense that, if I could have gotten ahead in there, maybe I could turn it around a bit. Obviously, Andy was going to do everything he can to not let me do that, but that was my biggest, let's say, opening.
Milos, when you said earlier that you almost thought of it in a way, almost like in a mundane match, and then you look at Andy playing in front of his home crowd and the emotions he had at the end, in a sort of strange way, is it almost like it almost meant more to him in a way? For maybe through the media side, but trust me, nobody wanted to win that match more than me. Maybe equal.
It was obviously a home crowd, even the Prime Minister was there cheering Andy Murray on. How difficult is it to play at Wimbledon when literally, nearly everyone in the crowd is willing Andy Murray on for every point? And do you envy him as one of the few players who's able to play with that support here?
No, I don't think it's really that difficult. I'd find it hard to find a crowd that I'm sure they support Roger equally as they do to Andy. It's there's these things you face, and these are guys that have put themselves in this situation many times, especially for Andy being a home crowd. They want him to win. Everybody wants Roger to win as well. One player more than anybody, I'd say, around the world. So you try to disregard that. Obviously, he tries to make the most of it in his benefit, and he tries to use that as much as he can, but my job there is really just to focus on myself and focus on Andy, and everything outside the lines, try to make it as unnoticeable to myself as possible.
Andy had a lot of impressive passing shots at very critical moments. Do you think that that's one of his strengths, or do you just think that you felt a lot of pressure when you came to the net?
No, I saved myself a lot of the time at the net as well. It was probably the thing I would take the most positive from was, I don't know what the numbers are. I haven't had a chance to look at anything, but I think I was pretty good at coming in. So yeah, he's going to pass you. He moves well. He gets himself in good position. He has good hands. He has good touch. So he's going to pass you, but I sort of put myself up there and tried to dare him to do it,
He moves around a lot when you're serving. Were you trying to find him with the body serve, and you seem to be avoiding it, pretty well? And can you comment on his service return in general? It seems to be pretty strong today.
Yeah, he is one of the two best returners in the game. I don't know if he was moving anywhere other than forward. He's one of those guys that takes a big step going into return. I don't know if he was moving anything else. I didn't notice anything else outside of that, but using the body serve or using the angle serves, it's about keeping the guy honest. Not the body serve, I can hit it many different ways. I can hit it 120, sometimes I can hit it 140, but it's about giving him more things to have to process and think about rather than less, rather than just two options, a T serve and a wide serve. So I definitely did incorporate it.
We have last three questions, you say.
Dennis won the junior boys title here this morning. Just how well do you know him, and just your thoughts on his performance here?
I know him a little bit. I know him. I know his coach that he works with, Adriano, as well. We've practiced 2 years ago, I believe, quite a bit leading up to Rogers Cup, because he's one of the few kids, top kids that's actually based in Toronto. That's not in the national program in Montreal. So I've hit with him a few times. It's good to see him doing well. He had a big comeback, I believe yesterday it was, in his semifinal to turn around the other guy, or 2 days ago, to turn around the other guy, top seed serving for the match. So he's had a phenomenal few weeks. He won the upcoming tournament, so he's doing really well. He's coming into his own, and it's not just here. He's won a few futures this year as well. I've been following what he does, and he's constantly improving.
In your career, will, determination, intent, step-by-step progress is really your brand, your approach. Reaching the final is an incredible accomplishment. But what is your self-talk to yourself about your ability to win a slam? What do you say to yourself, and what do you take away from this fortnight?
I believe I definitely have that ability within myself. There's not a shadow of a doubt for myself. The question is, am I going to make the most of it when those opportunities arise? And nobody's going to give me those opportunities. I'm going to work extensively and really hard to give myself those opportunities. There's other guys that want it. And, I'm going to try to find every solution to every issue I may have, things I need to improve, things I got to get better on a day-to-day basis to give myself that opportunity. And that's what keeps me the most motivated. I think when that sort of disappears, that constant day-to-day progress, I think the beauty of tennis will change to me.
Last question.
Do you predict Andy can win?
Depends how many times he gives himself that opportunity. A lot of it depends on Andy, but there's a lot of things that depend on a lot of other guys too. So I'm sure he'll have opportunities again, but will he make the most of those opportunities? Only time will tell.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I think I know who you ladies were supporting, and you were sitting on Murray's Mount. How was it up there?
Wonderful, absolutely. The atmosphere was fantastic.
Absolutely.
It's almost being on the court, but you see their expressions even. We've got a thing on court 1, and I was watching some of that, and you don't actually get the whole, but there, it's just all laid out for them.
Were you ever nervous for him when he was playing?
I've had butterflies the whole time. I mean, I play every shot for him. I hope he appreciates that.
Were you nervous as well?
Absolutely, yes.
I think you ladies look a bit worn out now. What have you got planned for the rest of the afternoon?
Well, I think we're going to court 1 now. By the way, it's my 80th birthday, and that's why I'm here. I've tried all my life to get here. I live in Jersey, my friend lives in Tenerife, and I've got a husband who's not been very well, and he's got so much better that he said, yes, I can go. So I'm very, very thrilled to be here.
And your first time?
Yes, it's my very first time.
What's your name?
Anne Trent.
Anne Trent, well, happy 80th birthday from everybody at Wimbledon. And what a day to have it on when Andy Murray has made history and won Wimbledon for the 2nd time. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Murray Mound, as it's been crowned this afternoon. A huge number of fans sticking out there to enjoy the atmosphere, but the atmosphere inside centre court in that moment when Andy Murray won his 2nd Wimbledon title, his 3rd Grand Slam. You can see in the background the elation on every single one of those fans' faces, the arms aloft, and what it meant to Andy Murray as well. And it was just a simply great performance. He was too good for Milos Raonic today.
Too good. I mean, what more can you say? Andy Murray did everything as well as he could have done out there, handled the pressure incredibly well. He was the overwhelming favourite to win today, but that doesn't make it any easier once you step out onto court to deal with the situation. But he handled everything perfectly.
As we saw with Serena yesterday, I mean, it was getting too much, really, for Andy Murray at the end. He was so emotional. Almost relief on his face that he proved to himself that he could do this again, that 2013 wasn't just a one-off.
Yeah, and I think he's proved that to everyone else. I mean, it's been a great year for him. He was a little unlucky in the Australian Open final and was outplayed in the French Open final, but to win here on his home turf with the majority of the fans out on centre court behind him, willing him on with his friends and family there, it was yeah, just a brilliant achievement. And for sure, you've got to think of Andy Murray as our greatest British athlete, surely.
Certainly, and when he does eventually retire from tennis, we hope it'll be a long time in the future, I think people will absolutely miss him. So I think they'll realise what we had. Yeah, it was such a great performance today, as it was in 2013. It is brilliant to just watch him every single time he plays. Some great statistics that we'll bring to you in just a few moments about this particular win. But Catherine, what's the reaction been on social media to it?
Well, of course, I brought
you earlier, you know, the reaction from sporting, political celebrities the world over, from the general public, just so much appreciation for what Andy Murray has achieved here today in absolutely incredible stuff. But now already people are starting to think about what next for Andy Murray, what could he go on and do. Simon Briggs from The Telegraph asking here, could Andy Murray's best years be ahead of him? He's turned 29 just a couple of months ago, but in today's terms, that's not exactly ancient. He could have several good years ahead of him still. He said he asked the question in this morning's Telegraph, and after that win, I think maybe they could. Another good point here, I think, call Andy Murray fortunate if you want to, and some will, with the fact that Novak Djokovic did lose in the third round to Sam Querrey, but really, in the bigger picture, he's been incredibly unlucky, and finally, tennis has paid him back. And I think that's a really good point. I often think about the fact that Roger Federer, Novak Djokovic and Rafael Nadal, to win their first Grand Slams, to make that breakthrough, they had to play in the final players ranked significantly lower than them. Roger Federer had to play Mott Philippoussis, who, though a fantastic player, was ranked far below him at the time. Rafael Nadal got to play Mariano Puerta, and Novak Djokovic got to play Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, who at the time was ranked, he was in unseeded position, whereas Andy Murray has always had to play Novak Djokovic or Roger Federer in all of his Grand Slam finals. So if you do count this as a little slice of luck for Andy Murray, it is certainly a slice of luck that he has more than earned, and I think that's a very, very good point and one well worth making. This stat was one doing the round a lot during the match. Milos Raonic served the second fastest ever serve at Wimbledon, and I think this is important because Andy Murray returned that serve and won the point. 147 mile/hour serve. He returned it and won the point. And actually, there's quotes coming through. We just saw Milos Raonic's press conference there, and one of the quotes that's being picked up on is the fact that Milos Raonic said that although he has a fantastic serve and it's a great weapon for him, he knows that going into a match against Andy Murray, he knows that that serve is going to come back more than against any other player in the world, and he includes Novak Djokovic in that. He was counting Andy Murray as a better server, as a better returner, the best returner in the world, in fact, including Novak Djokovic. So very significant stuff there.
Particularly on the, I was going to say, particularly on the backhand side. I mean, some of those returns, you saw Milos Raonic out on the ad court rifling it out to Murray's backhand. You think, how is he going to return that? And it comes back with interest. He's just so good at using the pace and with the strength of the double hand, just managing to push it back.
He does, but he also reads the serve incredibly well. He was changing his court position as well on the return. I mean, the way Andy is able to react at very little notice, when you think how fast that serve is coming down, is quite amazing. And actually, I was just looking at some of the stats. Raonic only managed to hit one more ace than Andy, 8, and there were 7 from Andy's racket. And you know, his movement around the court as well, it's just so tough to get the ball past him. Personally, in that match, I thought Raonic was just coming in too often and not off the best approaches as well.
Anything else, Catherine, you've noticed?
A few bits and bobs, people pointing out, like here, the symmetry, both Murray and Serena Williams losing the 2016 Australian Open and Roland Garros finals, but both winning Wimbledon here. This one, a quote from Greg Rusedski, as I say, lots of people talking now about what's next for Andy Murray, what he could go on and achieve based on this performance here at Wimbledon. Well, Greg Rusedski has told 5 Live that Djokovic is catchable for Murray. The gap seems enormous. It's still at around 5,000 points. But he says, I think Murray can win the US Open and will be #1 in 2017 at some point. So very interesting.
Well, to pick up on that point, there's obviously 2 ranking systems that the ATP uses. They use the rolling ranking system, which is the ranking, I suppose, that they would all focus on mostly. But there is still the race that they use to decide the end of season, the tour finals at London. And Andy Murray is now only 815 points behind Djokovic. And I believe that's the closest he's ever been at this stage of the season. So it shows the strides that Murray is making to catch up Djokovic.
He is making big strides. The problem is going to be that he intends to play that Davis Cup tie in Belgrade. Then, of course, the season becomes very congested. You've got Toronto, then you've got the Olympics, and then you've got Cincinnati, and then you've got the US Open. And if you want to get to #1 in the world, it's not just about the Grand Slams, it's the consistency week in, week out. You know, Djokovic is winning almost all of the Masters 1000 events, and yeah, that's going to be the telling thing. But certainly, consensus seems to be that it is possibly within Andy Murray's sights, certainly on the basis of the performances we've seen this fortnight.
OK, time for a bit of analysis. Obviously, 6-4, 7-6, 7-6 was the final score. Craig, just tell us about what happened in this match that meant that Andy Murray was able to win it and Milos Raonic wasn't quite able to do what he wanted to do in the final.
Yes, the pressure really originated from Andy Murray. So when you compare the wonderful match that was won against Roger Federer in the semis and then the final against Andy Murray, it's just accumulated pressure. Again and again, it's all about getting the ball back in play. Milos wasn't able to attack Andy's backhand nearly as much as he was against Rogers, and it just created pressure, ongoing pressure, so that when, Milos, instead of being settled and relaxed and calm, and, the amazing body language that we saw in the semi-final, it was still good in the final, but Andy just took him to a place on the court where he was a little bit more uncomfortable, and we saw those in the numbers. So coming into the final, Milos was averaging 2.6 shots as his average rally length. In the final, that was 4, and this is on serve. So what's so interesting here is that Andy Murray actually played shorter points than Milos Raonic in the final on his own serve. So Andy was at 3.6 shots, and Milos was at 4 shots. So that just shows you that, one more ball back in play and how well Andy was taking care of his service games. Returns in. So for Murray, he was making 78% of his returns to the final. In the final, 74%. So, against all the other guys out there in the other 6 matches, he's doing a great job. But in the final, against the biggest server, the hardest server, that only gets knocked down from 78% to 74%. And a nice piece of symmetry here. Overall, Andy put 77% of his returns back in play. When he won here in 2013, he also put in 77% of his returns. So exactly the same performance there. Serve and volley. Milos, I think, really pioneered bringing it back. He came to the net so much, and he came to the net much more in a serve and volley fashion in the final than he had for the tournament. So his tournament average was, he was serving and volleying on 32% of his first serves. In the final, it was 45%. So he really tried to take the battle to the front of the court. And as Anne mentioned just a little bit earlier, sometimes a little bit too quick. I think there were certain rallies that I saw as like Milos just wanted to get in and on balls that weren't necessarily the right balls to get in. So it wasn't so much panicking, but it was too much of an urgency. Get settled, get relaxed. Andy's not going to hit a bunch of winners against you from the back of the court, and then find the right ball to come in on. Milos from the back of the court only won 32% of his baseline points. So interesting, Andy only won 49%. So, he's won the final, didn't drop a set, but still didn't win more baseline points than he lost. At the net, Milos really good, 62%. Andy not as much coming forward, but won 77%. So a little more selective coming forward. Milos won 64%. Great number on serve and volley. Andy, no serve and volley whatsoever. And lastly, we talk a lot about rally length, the 0 through 4 shots, 5 through 8 and 9 plus. And throughout the entire tournament, every time I've been standing here, we've talked about this, the player that won the match also won the 0 through 4 rally length. Now, you think if there's ever going to be an exception, it's going to be Andy against Milos. You'd think Milos could still dominate all of those short rallies because that's what he's trying to do. Didn't happen. Once again, Andy Murray wins the match, and Andy Murray wins the 0 through 4 rally length, 75 points to 66. He also wins 5 through 8, 33 to 25. And, it's a little bit funny here for Milos, who wasn't necessarily chasing the longer points, but he won the longer points of 9 plus, 11 to 7. So let's have a look at some of the points from the final, go through the strategy, and see exactly how Andy Murray did it. A lot of serves out wide, following it in, but here's the defense. A lot of those good defensive balls cross court. And that was very early on. Milos did not move his feet on that one. So when you're at the net, keep the feet pumping. Try and not go to the open court. And right there, the feet have got to be going because you're not going to make open stance volleys in that situation. And this is something that we saw a lot of deep down the middle. Look at Milos here. This is the #1 thing you want to do at every level of the game. If you're playing girls 12s, it's exactly the same thing. Have a look at the balance of Milos. He's served, which means he's on offense, but because of the depth of the return, he's actually now on defense. So the best return you'll ever hit is something that's landing back in this back area. And Andy did this so well. pushes Milos onto the back foot, ball comes middle. Milos tries to get around and create something with his forehand. The slices really didn't hurt Andy very much at all. I'd like to see him come over it a little bit more. On the run, out wide. And it's just too good. I mean, the cross-court pass, time and time again, we've talked about it, it's the #1 passing shot in tennis. And this isn't a spectacular shot. It's basically just a nice little bunt cross-court. Let the ball run away from the net player instead of going down the line and letting the net player actually run to the ball. Milos tried to get a lot of forehand returns. Below the height of the net, not so good. And, you know, just not naturally good down there. It's, you know, you could tell that Milos likes to come in the net. He's proficient at the net, but it's not something from an age of 12 to 18. He was living at the net. Those instincts aren't quite evident. Good deep serve. Nice touch. There weren't too many drop shots in this final from Andy. We've seen other matches, particularly against Novak, where he's brought the drop shot out a lot. This is the #1 play in tennis. Go wide serve. You know, it's the perfect combination. You want to hit your serve out wide. And I call that position 1. So you see where that blue circle is. There's 1, 2's body forehand, 3's body backhand, and 4's tee. Position 1, out in this area out here, the #1 spot. Hit as many serves as you possibly can. Slide the opponent off, and really, it's for this combination. Look for a forehand after the serve, and put your opponent in as much stress as possible. Now we see here, there's no way in the world Milos can move to this ball. His energy's going sideways. He can't get behind it. He has no energy on this ball. And it's really the whole tactic, the wide slider, the serve +1 forehand, attacking the backhand at every level of the game. Really, really good. Once again, it's just tough to come in. Approaching's a great thing to do, but the worst way to come in today's game is with a slice backhand. You're much better coming in with a heavy forehand. Again, the slider out wide. Again, the forehand. Again, the first shot to the backhand. Again, controlling. That's a secondary pattern over there. Most of them will go through the ad court. We know how much Andy loves his backhand, but dominating with the forehand there. Very deep and wide in the ad court. Returns money. Look at that depth on that ball. Now we've got a forehand. And again, secondary pattern. He freezes Milos there. This is fantastic slow-mo vision. One of the things that I think Milos can improve upon is how early he drops the racket. He drops his left hand. So we look over here on the left. See that? We already have separation with the racket and the hand. In order to be a little bit better with that, a little bit more solid, keep it on longer. So I think in these two we have contact at the exact same point of time, but it just goes to show you, for all the coaches out there, for all the kids out there, you know, there's a lot of different ways to hit a ball. You know, we've got the racket at this moment pointing here, over on the right, it's pointing in a different direction. It's all good. You can make a Wimbledon final with both techniques. Another thing that we talk a lot about on forehands is bending the elbow in there. Milos does a good job, and he's a little different, and it's all okay. He's a little bit straighter there. Beautiful slow-mo, good energy, slightly different follow-throughs. Milos wrapping that around a little bit more. And then look at those shuffle steps. The #1 movement in tennis is a shuffle step. It's the short movements that matter the most. Here we've got Andy coming to the net, and that's it. The elation, the emotion. He starts with a smile, and right there, it's already done. The tears, it's 1 or 2 seconds. And as I was watching this from the commentary booth with Rob Walker, it just seems like he went back. I saw Andy at 12 years of age. I saw the little boy come out and the pure elation of the sport just flowing out of his body. And, you know, tennis is so tough as a sport. We travel the world so much. It's a sport of great distances, matches all over the world. And it's for these short, incredible moments. And it's so worth it. You can spend an entire career, years and years and years, ever since he was a little kid, searching for this moment. And it doesn't, you know, it'll last a couple of minutes, but that's what it's all about. That's the beauty of sport. And Andy is, you know, it's almost like a white moment where he just, his entire body of work is realised in the fraction of a second. Comes forward, there it is, immediate smile, racket, gone. A little bit different. Remember when he celebrated the last time, he was in front of the press area and he stood facing that press area for a long period of time. That last game against Djokovic in 2013 took so much out of him. He led 40-love. Djokovic came back to break point. And that's what it's all about right there. The big stage, the golden trophy, the best court in the world, the best trophy in the world. So, magical moment, great stats, great analysis of these two guys. I think Milos Raonic, as I see players progress through their careers, good losses help you do well later on. And this was about as good a loss as Milos Raonic will ever have. Expect him to take further steps up the ladder, particularly in the next, I would say, 18 months, the rest of this year, next year. It's going to be a big move forward. I definitely expect Milos to move into the top 4 in the world and keep improving. And he talks about it. You know, if you listen to Milos in his press conferences, he's so incredibly good at saying, I'm going to get better, the serve will get better, the return will get better, the forehand will get better. He's a real student of the game, and you can tell he takes this thing very, very seriously. So congratulations to Milos on an amazing tournament, and congratulations to Andy for taking out another Wimbledon title.
Craig, and I just want to say congratulations and thank you for having you in the studio with us. It really has, on behalf of Anne and Catherine and I, just standing here listening to you. It's been absolutely brilliant to listen to your analysis. I'll hear you with Rob in the box, the preview you do for every single day. It has been amazing just to hear the way you break down tennis. It's unique almost, just listening to how you can watch a match or a set or even just a game or a couple of points and be able to pick out the best bits of it, why that match was won, why the points were won. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you here.
Well, I must say as well, you know, it's my second year here and I have grown through your help and your advice and your tutelage. So very much thank you as well to all of you for helping me improve as well.
Brilliant, Craig. Thank you.
I would hug you, but there's a table that's keeping us apart.
We can't crease the purple silk shirt.
Exactly, no, we won't. Anyway, we'll head out to Rob Walker now. You can catch up with him.
Well, what a privilege for absolutely anybody who was on centre court or in these commentary boxes. We've been sharing our little corridor with BBC Scotland and we've grabbed two of their guys here just to get some instant reflections. Keradine, first of all from you, I could hear you commentating on every point. You've followed Andy all over the world. In a way, he had to do it today because it was the first time he wasn't facing Roger or Novak in a Slam final.
Well, I've got one of the luckiest jobs in the world because I've done many different things, Olympic Games, all that kind of stuff. I've done 2 Andy Murray Wimbledon finals, and both times he has won. I did 2013 when he came through in straight sets against Novak Djokovic. And like you say, if, you know, having had 10 Grand Slam finals against either Novak Djokovic or Roger Federer, he wasn't able to get the job done against, no disrespect, Milos Raonic, not quite at the same level as the great Federer or the great Djokovic. I'm not sure how quickly he would have been able to recover from that, but I just thought it was never in doubt. And even though the commentary was maybe a little bit frenzied, that was just the excitement of the occasion, because actually the match was never really in doubt. Murray was supreme right from the first ball.
Jamie, you've played Davis Cup, you've played with Andy, you know the game really well from a player's perspective. That was sharp out there, wasn't it? I mean, OK, he was the favourite and the Raonic serve wasn't quite as good today as it was against Roger Federer, but he's against Federer in the semi-final, but he still has to come out here and win the match.
Yeah, and I just thought, before the match, I thought that might be a factor, that Raonic's first Grand Slam final, I thought if he had just a little bit of tension somewhere in his mind and his body, that if his serve was just 2-3% off, considering how good Murray's returns are, I thought that would be a really big thing. But, I mean, there's so many things you can talk about at a Wimbledon final, they analyse it to death, but how well Andy Murray dealt with his service games, when it's hard to describe the pressure that you can feel as a player when you have someone down the other end who's serving 140 miles an hour, literally can take you out of the game for a whole set. You don't get a sniff. And then on your own service games, the pressure that actually puts on you, even if you miss a couple of first serves, the guy starts hitting some big returns. And how he dealt with that today, firstly to not lose serve, to only have 2 break points against him in a Wimbledon final, it was a pretty special performance.
And it's great because we should savour these moments from a British perspective, from a Scottish perspective, and hopefully there'll be some young lad out there in Scotland who will be inspired enough to go on an Andy Murray journey and maybe go to Barcelona or go anywhere where they need to get themselves the coaching required to one day be there in their own right, because what he's done is very, very special, not just for him, but maybe for the next generation of players.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably thousands of people who are getting onto a tennis court as a result of what he's done, but I think you're absolutely right. Everybody who's here and witnessing what Andy Murray's doing throughout his career, because he's been doing it for so long, it's easy to take it for granted and get used to it. But even if we have 1 million new people coming into play, there is a chance you might not have an Andy Murray. He is actually that special. You know, a British player, Scottish player to win 2 Wimbledon titles, Olympic. I mean, he's basically almost done everything there possibly is to do in the game of tennis. It's very, very special. So I would always be very careful in terms of saying, oh, where's the next Andy Murray coming from? Because actually he's that good that there might not be another one.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all spoken, those of us, the cameramen, the producers, we've all said that we really need to savour this, because it could be, as Jamie just said, it could be decades, plural, before anyone of Murray's calibre comes through for Britain again. These are very, very special times.
They're incredibly special times, and Jamie's too probably modest to say it, so I will. He was part of this kind of like wonderful little mini revolution that we had in Scotland. Pretty freakish. It'll never happen again. But he grew up with both the Murray brothers. He was playing with them, practicing with them, as was Colin Fleming. That'll never happen again in Scotland, realistically, for a relatively small country and a small area within a small country to produce a double Wimbledon champion, a #1 doubles player, and 2 extremely good Davis Cup players. For Scotland, it's unprecedented for a country that's never really had much in the way of tennis history until all these guys came along. So it may throw up another Andy Murray, or maybe one of the girls who are coming through might kind of be inspired to pick up a racket, but we have to savour it just now, try and build on it, try and create some kind of a legacy, maybe see if we can improve facilities to maybe enable those who are good at tennis to thrive better in Scotland. But yes, it's very, very unlikely that we'll ever see the likes of these guys again, quite frankly.
It's an amazing story. And actually, one thing that I always really enjoy now is that finally he has the popularity across Britain that he deserves. Because, OK, you know him on a personal level. He's not necessarily someone who would go into a room and be willing to tell jokes for half an hour, but he seems, from the little bits of time I've watched him here and there, he seems really polite, really passionate, really caring, and he deserves to be cherished as a British great.
Yeah, I mean, he's been so professional throughout his career, and almost he doesn't. He's been very, very, very focused. He has tennis, and everything he does in his life is about that. And sometimes, obviously, way back when he came on the scene, he had a few comments in the press which basically got people on the back foot. That isn't actually Andy at all, and you're quite right. And I think as time has gone on, regardless of what, and people don't see much of Andy Murray's personality. He's actually, you can't have a conversation with him for more than 30 seconds without him pulling some prank on you. I mean, he's like a joker. But regardless of how much of his personality comes through, I think that you're right. The British public, it's got to a point where he's achieved so much that there is, regardless of anything else, there is just unbelievable respect, basically, for what he's done. Which, as you say, is quite right. How can you do anything other than that?
And actually, it was really nice, wasn't it, when he stopped and he was signing autographs for kids as he walked towards the interview room, but also he stopped and had a chat with, royalty, but he sort of took that in his stride. There's a real warmth and humanity to him.
There is absolutely 100%. What was the first thing that he did in his post-match speech? It was thank his opponent, pay compliments to his opponent and to his opponent's team, to say, look, how professional they were and all the best, you guys.
And how nice they were.
And how nice they were. The second thing he did was take the mickey out of his coach, Ivan Lendl. He was asked to talk about Ivan Lendl, and Andy goes, yeah, he's lucky, isn't he? In other words, I presume lucky to have me. It's actually all about me, and with a big smile on his face. And as Jamie just says, that's what he's like. He's got a really good sense of humour. He likes to joke. You can't maybe really see that coming through all the time because of the high level that he needs to maintain, the high level of intensity. But I mean, away from the court and away from microphones and cameras and all that kind of thing, he absolutely is nothing like the popular image of him. And you only have to ask the members of his entourage, his team, across the last decade or so, how many pranks he's played against them, or what he's made them do if they haven't come up to scratch in a practice session or something like that. They used to have these forfeits and things which they do all the time, and that is the real Andy Murray. He is a nice guy. If his parents are due any credit, take away the fact that they've both produced number one, or nearly a number two in the world in singles and a number one in the doubles. They've produced two really nice, grounded guys. Take away the tennis, Jamie and Andy Murray, they're just great guys.
Okay, and just to bring it back to the tennis, Jamie, I mean, he got the monkey off his back in 2013. He's an Olympic champion. He's a 3-time Grand Slam champion. I guess we could have a conversation about how many more. Maybe it actually doesn't matter whether it's another 2, whether it's another 3 or 4. He's won Wimbledon. He's done it twice. I mean, is anything else he does a bonus now, or do you see this as a potential platform from which he could go and try and attack a Djokovic in a final? Because obviously there isn't going to be a Sam Querrey scenario in every slam where Djokovic is going out in the 3rd round. He's going to come back at the US Open and the Aussie with all guns blazing to try and get those titles back again.
Yeah, well, I was actually thinking at the French Open this year when he got to the final, I was thinking, well, hang on, if he wins this, he's only an Australian Open away from having the full set, and that's including Davis Cup and an Olympic gold medal. So, I mean, in terms of achievements, he's up there with some of the best players ever to even play the game. I think where he's at just now, he's so focused on every individual tournament. I don't think he has big numbers or big milestones in mind. He's still very much in the prime of his career. He's very focused on winning the next Grand Slam. And all things being well in terms of health and everything else, I'd be amazed if he didn't win another. It's a few things as well to do with Djokovic. It's very easy. Amazing today for what Andy's done, and he absolutely deserves to get this Grand Slam title. He's been in so many finals. He is still the Djokovic result here was a massive surprise, and there still is a big gap between him and Djokovic in terms of the matches that Djokovic has won in the recent past. So that's basically, if he was to make his life very simple and focus down on one thing, it's basically how does he get the better of Djokovic in the big tournaments, because Djokovic is not going away anytime soon. So if he's going to win more and multiple more slams, he's going to have to get past him.
Well, guys, that's for the future. I'm sure there'll be a couple of cheeky drams had this evening. A pleasure to get your thoughts on a truly historic day for Scotland, for Britain. And, today a really nice guy achieved a moment none of us here will ever forget. So thanks very much for your thoughts and your time.
Absolute pleasure. You're welcome.
Quiet, please. Play. Quiet, please. Play.
Yes.
Well, we can't emphasise enough the atmosphere inside the famous stadium centre court when Andy Murray won that match, but also out on the hill. They're still packed out there watching the mixed doubles final, which is taking place inside centre court at the moment, enjoying some evening sunshine. And let's show you that winning moment once again. Here it is, the match point in that third set tiebreak, 6-2. Murray serving, lovely big serve out wide. Raonic just able to get the forehand return back, and then Murray on the approach. You can see how much it means to him and the crowd. Burst into tears. It was just a tremendous moment for him and his family. Judy Murray there, his mother, and Raonic gracious as ever in defeat. He played his part today as well. It was a tremendous performance really from Raonic. I'm sure he will have hoped to have played much better, but he ran Murray close in a couple of those sets and gave a good account of himself there on centre court. Just a couple of real statistics that kind of jumped out at me earlier on. 3 majors with Ivan Lendl as coach, no majors without. How much is this down to him and the impact he's had on him mentally, the belief that he can do it?
I think the Lendl effect has been huge. Clearly, it's whatever it is Lendl brings to the table, his experience and everything else has been great for Murray, and it works. They have a good relationship. But, you know, it's not just one person. For someone like Andy Murray to achieve what he's achieved, you know, we see Matt Little, his fitness trainer, Shane Nunn, his physio, his mother, Judy. You know, there are others who play their part and make it possible for him. I think, yes, Ivan Lendl deserves a lot of credit, but equally everyone else on the team deserves just as much, if not more, because they're around 24/7 at Andy's beck and call, doing everything for him to help him become a champion.
Absolutely. I think parallels you can draw between Andy and Serena's teams. A lot is made of Patrick Mouratoglou. He came in the studio, spoke to us. He's a key part of Serena's success. But the wider team as well, Robbie Poole, a hitting partner, fitness trainers and everything like that. It really is a team atmosphere. It's not just the coach, Ivan Lendl. Another thing that's struck me really as well, Andy Murray in the last 30 years is the 3rd oldest champion here at Wimbledon. Only Roger Federer and Goran Ivanisevic are the 2 that are older. So it shows how much Andy has had to work at it in his career. He's played only Djokovic and Federer in Grand Slam finals previously to this. It's taken some time to get to this point of being a multiple Wimbledon champion.
It has, but again, when you look in the men's game and the women's game, there is definitely more longevity now. You see players still achieving a huge amount of success well into their 30s, still able to compete at the very top. And I think we've still, we'll still see you know, some more improvements in the Murray's game, and you know, the best is quite possibly yet to come.
Absolutely, and the last of the 3 things that really jumped out at me as I was looking at what this match means and the result means, in 31 Grand Slam finals and semi-finals that Andy Murray's played, only 3 of them he won in straight sets. So that shows how well he played today against an opponent as fearsome as Milos Raonic.
Yeah, I mean, again, with all the expectation and everything, you know, he handled it incredibly well. He was the overwhelming favourite, but he stamped his authority right early on. For Raonic, it was important for him to get off to a good start. And I just felt, you know, Raonic needed to win that first set to have a chance of winning today. And once Andy Murray won that first set, it was just one-way traffic.
Absolutely. And Catherine, we know Andy Murray's pretty busy on social media, and he's already posted a picture, hasn't he?
He has. We'd had the reaction of the good and the great of British sport, British society, but we were still waiting for the social media response of Andy Murray himself, and here it is.
I'm amazed he is still putting himself through an ice bath at the end of a tournament. I mean, he's holding the trophy. He's done everything that needs to be done. There's no match tomorrow or in the next couple of days, but there he is, a dedicated athlete in the ice bath.
Safe pair of hands as well. Don't drop it in that ice bath. I don't know how it would react with the water in there. But one thing about the trophy as well, because they have it in the museum, you can see how heavy the trophy is. That trophy is really, really heavy. I mean, the way they hold it up, they make it look like it's not particularly heavy, but it is a heavy piece of kit there. So
shows how strong his left arm is. He's gone for the one-handed hold.
Yeah, but he doesn't actually get to take that home. He gets a small replica of that.
Catherine, your impressions, a tremendous moment there for Andy Murray, and great to see him showing just an insight in behind the scenes. It almost in some ways reminds me of the pictures we saw yesterday with Serena when she was walking around inside centre court, the great access we got there, and a lovely insight into what happens after they win these famous trophies.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing is an Andy Murray who's already able to enjoy this moment, to enjoy the achievement and appreciate it for what it is. I think that was what we saw in the outpouring of emotion. He was very honest when he was asked about winning the title here in 2013. He said he couldn't appreciate it at the time because it was just too much to process, and you can absolutely understand that. The weight of expectation on his shoulder, and the 77 years, he now has a logo made which incorporates the 77 because it was so career defining for him, the expectation of a whole nation. Well, that's gone now. As Mark Philippidis has said, this one, it feels like this one is for him. And because of that, he's really, really able to appreciate it and enjoy it, which is fantastic to see. He deserves it.
Certainly is. Thanks, Catherine. Time now to catch up with Rachel Stringer.
Wow, what a final. And I'm very pleased to say I'm joined by BBC Radio 1's Greg James and comedian Russell Howard. Guys, you were in there on centre court. I wasn't. How was it?
Give me a cliche. Electric. It was remarkable. It was a really, I mean, he's clearly very, very good, Andy Murray, and it was a great match. It was a really great match, and I thought Raonic did very, very well. But the gulf between them is clear to see. It was brilliant. It's a brilliant game.
Something obviously super special. Andy Murray winning his second Wimbledon title. You were there for your first ever time. Yeah, just sum up, like in words, how it was.
It was slightly weird. I was next to my dad, who, did you notice, he's got quite bad gas. So
it was smelly.
Yeah. But I think Dad was, judging by his body odor, he was really enjoying himself. But yeah, it was kind of difficult to concentrate because in the silence you just hear, and it was like even my dad just sniffing one out. So
did none of them like look up and kind of go like, silence up there, please?
Yeah, it kind of just doesn't matter how well Andy played if you're sat next to your dad. When he's dropping his guts, it's horrendous.
What I really enjoyed was Russell's dad's got a big proper camera with a really telescopic lens, and he was trying to zoom in. He's like, is that David Cameron in the royal box? He's trying to see if it was him by just.
That was it, because we were there going, I think that's Cameron. Is that Cameron? And then Dad went, I'll have a look. And like Greg says, it was like this. Where have you heard that? And we found it was him.
It's like having binoculars in the theatre, like we used to do many moons ago. But Greg, you're not here as a ball boy either, so I did expect. Last week we saw Greg James dressed as a ball boy. You didn't want to get out there on centre court?
No, well, I wanted to.
Didn't get invited, did you?
Funny you should mention that. I did that mainly for Craig David. He was doing my show with me last week, and I gave him an outfit to wear, and I felt like it would be silly. You can't repeat costumes, can you? So you've got to think of something else to wear.
No, but were you not slightly jealous of the boys down there?
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you get to meet the players at the end and stand in the line, which was like what a ceremony that was at the end, by the way.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
Well, guys, I think for today that's pretty much it. I can't say any more. Andy Murray, second time Wimbledon champion. Greg James, Russell Howard.
Is that the end of Wimbledon Live for you?
That's the end of Wimbledon Live in about 25 minutes of 90 hours of broadcast. Wow. We're tired. We're going home. Thank you.
That's a wrap.
That's a wrap. Okay, I'm going to go to bed now.
Well, we've come back to Court 19, where our day began as we watched Andy Murray fizzing the forehands and backhands from one end of the court to the other, and that alone was a great privilege to be here. It was absolutely packed. These seats were rammed with people who couldn't get a ticket on centre court, and they were heading up to the hill. There's still a great party atmosphere up there, but what a great privilege to be there on centre court. Yes, OK, it wasn't a Novak Djokovic in the final, but Raonic fully deserved to be there after that incredible win against Roger Federer. So much emotion from Murray. This is such a special time to be a sports fan, and I think as a broadcaster you should never take that opportunity for granted to be on centre court and see what it meant to Andy Murray. You almost say there were more tears today than there were when he won 3 years ago. Maybe 3 years ago it was more about the relief of finally getting over the line and ending that 77-year wait for a British champion, but an absolute privilege to see a man at the peak of his powers, so much passion, so much dedication. How many knock-ups would a guy like Andy Murray have done on a court like this? Thousands and thousands and thousands just for the chance to climb the mountain at Wimbledon. And he's now just done it once, he's done it twice. A few other great memories. Our first day, Marcus Willis over on court 17. What an incredible moment that was. And then, of course, he went on to play Federer and got better and better as each set went on. And then middle Sunday belonged to Joe Wilfried Songs. longer. 19-17 against John Isner in an absolute classic that went right to the end. That was brilliant value for money for anybody who was lucky enough to get a ticket on Middle Sunday. So many great memories, but this year surely belongs to that man, Andy Murray, once again. Maybe from a British perspective, if we're allowed to talk like that, it will be a long, long time before we see his likes again. Absolutely brilliant 13 days. Delighted to be here.
Thanks, Rob. Lovely scenes there down on court number 19 as the sun begins to set on day 13 at the Championships. That's it from us here at Live at Wimbledon. Just want to say thank you very much for joining us over the past 13 days, including Super Sunday as well, the middle Sunday here at Wimbledon. It's been fabulous to have you along, and all of the tweets and everything else that you shared with us on social media. Great to hear from you. I just want to say thank you to Anne and Catherine for putting up with me at length in the studio and all the great insights and social media updates you've had for us. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. And thank you as well to Cara, Mark, Thomas, Craig, Rob there, Rachel, Renee, and all the great people behind the scenes here at Live at Wimbledon. Absolute pleasure to bring this to you. We wish Wimbledon would go on forever. It's been such a great tournament this year. Today was Andy Murray's day, a second Wimbledon title to get the British fans cheering here at SW19 for the second time in 3 years. And we can hear from him at his press conference now. Goodbye.
First question. Andy, I guess it's been a couple of hours since you came off. Can you tell us maybe if it feels different to the couple of hours after you won it in 2013?
Yes, I mean it is different. I feel happier this time. I feel I feel more content this time. I feel like this was sort of more for myself, more than anything. And my team as well. They've all worked really hard to help get me in this position. Last time it was just pure relief, and I didn't really enjoy the moment as much. Whereas, I'm going to make sure that I enjoy this one more than the others.
Andy, just on that, what did you, when you look back now, what do you feel that you missed out on in terms of enjoying it? Maybe in 2013 that you're going to change, or that's going to be different this time?
You kind of get dragged in all sorts of different directions afterwards, and I want to spend this time with my family and my closest friends, and the people that that I work with. That's who I want to be around right now, and I'll make sure I spend a lot of time with them over the next couple of days, and I look forward to that.
And you played a superb match. Do you think that having played all those tough finals against Novak and Roger, put you in a position where you get an opportunity like this and you're able to make the most of it?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't, I wasn't really thinking too much about the previous matches that I played against anyone. I just saw this as more just an opportunity to try and win another Wimbledon title, and I was still, as nervous as I was before the other Grand Slam finals, but I sort of stuck to my game plan very well today, and played well from the front pretty much the last 3-4 weeks, and that was the same again today. But I wasn't thinking too much about the previous experiences that I've had. I was just trying to find a way to beat Milos today.
Over there.
Many were expecting a confrontation between the biggest serve and the biggest return, but don't you think that today you served unbelievably well? I mean, you lost 1.40 in all your service games, which is unbelievable.
One game to juice.
Yeah. Two break points.
Yeah, I mean, I served very well today, and I knew I was going to have to. The start was tricky for me serving from one of the ends, or for both of us. It was, the sun was right there, and so I wasn't serving as well at the beginning of the match. But as it went on, I got a lot of free points from my serve. My second serve was, it's been good the last few weeks as well, and that again, that allows you to go for a little bit more on your first serve and be a little bit more relaxed there. So yeah, I served very well today.
Over here. Andy, can you describe the difference between winning Wimbledon once and winning it twice? Because lots of people win it once and it's a great day in their lives, but you know, do you feel you've moved on to another echelon now by winning it again, coming back and winning it twice?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, to be honest, what it means. You know, in the grand scheme of things, I haven't had time to think about that. I'm just really, you know, proud that I managed to do it again after, you know, a lot of tough losses in the latter stage of the slams over the last couple of years, and you know, but I'm also aware how difficult, you know, these competitions are to win once. So, you know, to do it twice here, you know, an event where there is there's a lot of pressure on me to perform well here, and you know, I'm very proud with how I've handled that over the years.
Andy, could you talk us through what position is now with Davis Cup next week?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to speak to Leon about that tomorrow. You know, physically I feel okay just now, which is kind of normal after, you know, a match like that. You feel like you could, you know, play another 5 matches right now, but when I wake up tomorrow morning, you know, be a bit different. But, you know, I'm going to speak to my team about that tomorrow morning, and I'll chat to Leon tomorrow.
Andy, you've already said how you feel happier this time compared to last time round. I was just wondering, you know, does it feel any more special being a father and winning? And have you got an extra drive, you know, wanting to bring home the trophy to an extra member of the family?
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken about that a lot over the last few months. That it changes your life. Obviously, having a child, you know, gives you a different perspective, and also, yeah, has given me a little bit of extra motivation as well to work hard, train hard, and do, you know, all of the right things to give myself a chance to win these events. And you know, a lot of people have said, like, you know, well, when Roger had kids, he started playing, you know, some of his best tennis. Novak, the same thing, but you know, the reality is you still have to put the work in. You know, you still have to have the drive and the dedication to, you know, to train hard. And you know, I feel more motivated than ever just now.
Andy, you said you won for yourself this time. How difficult is it to win for yourself when you have people telling you to win for the country, for other people, for the Queen, for anything else?
No, I mean, look, I obviously want to win to make, you know, all the fans that come to watch happy. I'm not suggesting, like, necessarily this is, you know, only for me. I know there's something bigger than that. But the last time it was such a big thing to, you know, for a British man to win Wimbledon. It had just been so long that I was just so relieved that I'd done that. It was a question that I'd been asked for so many times over the course of my career, and it's something that you start to think about and put more and more pressure on yourself to do it. You know, and obviously my job over the last sort of few weeks is to try and block everything out that's sort of going on around me, and just listen to my team and try and carry out sort of what they're asking me to do.
In front. How long a road has it been from the time you had back surgery to this point?
Well, the back surgery was hard for a year. You know, the last couple of years, I mean, I played well in the slams. You know, this year I played all 3 slam finals so far, and you know, last year, you know, semis French, semis here, and you know, the final in Australia. You know, had some good runs, but yeah, from where I was kind of at the end of that year after I had the surgery, you know, it's been quite a long road back. It's not easy to recover from that in the middle of your career.
Over there.
To you, what are the 2 or 3 key things about the match today and your win?
I think obviously served well, and you know, every time I got into rallies, I was hitting the ball clean from the back of the court, so I wasn't leaving too many short balls for him to sort of dictate points. As soon as I was in control of the rally, there wasn't many rallies where I sort of gave up that control. I was, you know, moving the ball around well, and then, you know, I think I returned pretty good today for the most part. I made quite a lot of returns, second serve returns as well, and just tried to build pressure that way by getting as many returns back in play as possible, and you know, it paid off, you know, in the tie breaks right at the end of the sets.
Andy, how do you read and react to his serve so well? I mean, he only aced you 8 times, and it's a really big serve. How are you anticipating it so cleanly?
I mean, I practice a lot. I practice my returns a lot. You know, it doesn't sort of just happen by chance. I mean, I work on it, you know, and put a lot of time into my return game. You know, I know it's I don't know, that's sort of my game kind of starts from there, you know, and I think that's it. I mean, when I was sort of 15, 16, when I went over to Spain, I didn't really practice my returns loads, but since, you know, I came on the tour, it's something that I've, you know, dedicated a lot of time to. I practice it for, you know, 30 minutes every day. Not a lot of players hit loads of tennis balls, and you know, maybe at the end of practice they serve a little bit and return a bit. Sometimes those 2 shots get left out, but you know, they're the most important shots in the game, so I practice it a lot.
Lady over there, and then we'll switch to this side.
Andy, you talked about the tough losses you've had. Has it ever been hard to keep believing that you would be back here?
Well, no, because I mean, I spoke about it before the tournament. You know, like, I don't mind failing. Like, failing's okay. You know, providing that you have given your best and put everything into it. And you know, obviously a lot of questions sort of would get asked of me after those, you know, after those losses. But you know, failing's not, you know, not terrible. You know, I put myself in a position all of the time in these events, and you know, to win them, and haven't won them all of the time, and I've lost a lot of close ones against, you know, great players most of the time, and you know, that's it. Just kind of not being afraid of failing, and sort of learning from all of my losses. That's what I've done throughout most of my career.
Over here.
Andy, your calm has been commendable for the most part, but there was the television effects mics picked up something at the end of the second set tiebreak when Ivan seemed to be off for a bathroom break, and you seemed quite annoyed by it.
No, I wasn't. He's done that, I think, every single match here after 2 sets. I don't know if it was a ritual of his or not, but yeah, I was annoyed at something, but not that.
Can you tell us what you're annoyed at then?
No. No, but it wasn't. It certainly wasn't that.
Andy, did you sort of thrive on the of coming into a final as the favourite for a change, as the sort of superior player for a change? Because it's not something that's happened very often in your career where you've gone in and you're the guy that people fancy to win. Did you get more from that than you thought you might?
It didn't sort of give me anything like before the match, but I think when I was out there at the tight moments and the tie breaks and stuff, that sort of knowing that I'd been in that position before and how, you know, maybe he would have felt at those moments, you know, being his, you know, first Grand Slam final, I do think that helped me a little bit during the match, but I didn't feel any different, like I said, beforehand or at the beginning of the match, but it was just in the tight situations. I think, you know, I maybe dealt with them a little bit better because, you know, I've had more experience of these matches and these situations.
In the tie breaks in particular?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, in the tie breaks. I mean, you know, he maybe missed a few shots that the beginning of the second set tiebreak, the first point doesn't seem like it's that big, but it is, you know, to get that mini break at the start of the tiebreak. You know, he missed a very basic shot, and you know, I got a big lead after that.
Lady there.
Someone mentioned on television that when he wished you good luck before the tournament, you texted back saying, "I have a good feeling about this one." I was just wondering if you can elaborate on that, and did you feel anything special heading into this tournament?
Yeah, I did. I had a good feeling about it. I felt like, you know, I'd prepared really well. Obviously at Queen's, I practiced very well the week beforehand, and yeah, I just felt good going into it. You know, I didn't know if I wasn't expecting to win the event, but you know, I knew that if I played like I had been through practice and through Queen's, you know, I was going to be in with a good shot, and yeah, thankfully I was right.
At the back.
Andy, we met a man yesterday who on Tuesday came out of hospital after a month from having a crushed pelvis from being run over and a bleed on the brain. On Wednesday he came straight here to get in the queue to see you, and he was here today. He had the last of his morphine to get himself through the day to watch you. What does it mean to you to have that sort of support, and is there anything you'd say to that man in particular?
Well, firstly, hopefully he's okay, and get back on the morphine. But no, I mean, that's obviously amazing, and you know, that's the thing. Like hearing those stories now, you know, I feel happy and, you know, proud, and they're all the things that I'm trying not to hear during the tournament, because, you know, it is, you know, there is a lot of pressure and stress, but the support that I had, you know, throughout the 2 weeks, and you know, especially today was amazing support today, and it really helps, and it does make a difference when you're out there, for sure.
Lady there.
Andy, congratulations, first of all. I have been only watching you and following Wimbledon live, and I see you and your game becoming every year more enjoyable. Do you see this in the crowd yourself, and you enjoy it more every single year, or you focus on the result?
Well, I definitely enjoy moments like this more than I did when I was younger. I mean, I still find the matches, you know, stressful. Still put a lot of pressure on myself in the matches. I do feel like I'm able to, I don't know, play a more offensive game style now in pressure situations than maybe I did when I was younger, because I was, you know, so worried about the outcome or thinking about winning the match that, you know, I think now I'm able to sort of play each point a lot better, and therefore maybe my game's, I don't know, a little bit more exciting, because I'm going for more shots and trying different shots that I wouldn't have done when I was younger.
Lady there.
And someone said that seeing two Grand Slams next to your game at some point didn't feel enough viewing your talent. Were you at some point also thinking that it wasn't normal that you hadn't, you know, won more than two Grand Slams, and is it also a relief to see that you can add more now?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously would have loved to have won more, but like I said earlier, I mean, the guys that I've been playing against have won lots, you know, and you know, a lot of people say the best 3 players of all time, you know, potentially, and you know, I've won some matches against them in slams, but I've also lost quite a few too, and you know, if I want to add to 3 slams, I'm going to have to, you know, to find ways to win against them. It's very rare that you get through a slam without playing one of, you know, Novak, Roger, or Rafa. You know, but I still feel like my best tennis is ahead of me, and that, you know, I have an opportunity to win more. You know, everyone's time comes at, you know, different stages. Some come in their early 20s, some, you know, mid 20s, and hopefully mine's still to come.
Over here.
Andy, besides a weak bladder, what is it exactly that Ivan, do you think,
has brought to the team that maybe was slightly missing?
I mean, I do think he's a leader, you know, and that's important. And I mean, I spoke about it the other day, but I trust in what he says, you know, mainly because of the results that that we had the last time we worked together. I played my best tennis under him. He was always trying to get me to play, you know, more offensive tennis, and you know, I did that, and you know, got results from it. And I think, you know, I do think we trust each other, and I just like that he's very honest with me and the team. He says exactly what he thinks. I don't always like hearing it, but it is often, you know, what I need to hear, and you know, I think that's it. It's not anything more sort of special than that. But you know, we have worked extremely well together, and you know, maybe there's a little bit of luck involved in it, you know, as well. You know, but we do work hard.
Last two questions, one there and then one here.
Those notes to yourself that you read between matches, are they tailored very specifically to an occasion, to an opponent? And if so, can you give us an insight into what they may have been today that would be different from?
Well, I mean, some of them stay the same the whole time. They're just basic things that I remind myself to do during the matches, which, you know, I think when I play my best tennis, I do this X, Y, and Z, whatever it is on the notes, and then I have, you know, some notes of the tactics for the match. You know, because sometimes when you're in the heat of, you know, I don't know, a second set tiebreak, or you know, in a slam final or semi-final, it's easy to forget exactly what it is you're trying to do in the points. So sometimes I just look at the tactics that I've written down for the match. I refer to them at the change of ends, and I find that it helps me.
What are the key reminders today?
I'm not going to go into that. They're personal notes that I keep for myself, that when I'm playing my best tennis, I feel like I'm doing these things. You know, they're nothing, you know, but they're quite basic. It's not, you know, fairly mundane, like, you know, would be like, make sure you're moving your feet, like when you're nervous, for example. You know, people have a tendency when they're nervous to not move, not use their legs. It's just stuff like that. There's nothing too special.
Okay, last question.
Andy, what do you make of how you're playing now compared with at any point during your career until now?
I mean, I think the last 3 months really, since probably Monte Carlo, have been some of the best that I've played in terms of consistency. I mean, made the finals of the last 5 tournaments, I think. Here, Queens, French, Madrid and Rome. I don't think I'd done that before in my career, and you know, I had my best clay court season for sure as well, and was fairly close there. So I'd say, you know, last few months have been some of the best in my career for sure.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I mean, some of it's confidence, obviously. You know, the team that I've got around me just now have, you know, obviously helped me. I was struggling a little bit after Indian Wells and Miami. Wasn't playing so well, and also at the beginning of Monte Carlo either. But I spoke at the time there when I won, you know, a second round match against Benoit Paire. You know, I didn't play particularly well, and I think he'd served for the match, and it wasn't a very good match. And you know, I said afterwards that this could turn out to be, you know, a huge turning point. Really, it could be a big match for me, and it turned out that way. You know, I started playing much better after that. Had a really good win against Milos, and then had a good match with Rafa, and that was it. Kind of just started playing better and better and better. Got a lot of confidence from that week, and you know, that's it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Go on. Don't do your makeup, no tie.